Hello there, everybody, and welcome to the SendouQ Season 1 finale. My name is K-Bot, and I have not watched Splatoon in about a month and a half. I am joined by Nox. Nox, how you doing this morning?
I'm doing pretty good. Excited to get into these games. Excited for the next season of SendouQ to start, I believe, tomorrow.
Yes, SendouQ Season 2 is starting tomorrow, but first we've got some unfinished business in Season 1. 12 teams have qualified for a double elimination playoff bracket, and it starts here with Prestige versus Bet being the first matchup that we'll be watching on stream. And I think this is interesting because in terms of skill levels, Docs, we've got a lot of teams that are incredibly high level, which is the nature of the beast, right? We want these teams to participate on the ladder, and so the best teams ended up getting into this 12-team playoff, and I think it's going to set up for a lot of interesting scenarios here, because this is one of these opportunities where in a game where we don't get a lot of majors so often, this is kind of another shot at all these teams getting a chance at one another in a competitive setting.
Yeah, it's definitely a very prestigious bracket. A lot of big names in here. Not really any names that aren't big. There's no random pickups for once, which is great.
You said it was a prestigious bracket.
I do like puns. That is a thing you've known about me.
So we've got this EU versus NA matchup starting things off for us here. I think Bet, this obviously is like the 8th versus 9th seed. Of course, teams are seeded based on their SendouQ ladder rating. I think Bet's just one of those teams, or both these teams probably are just two of these teams that just played the ladder a bunch. They were constantly in. They were constantly queuing up. I know because I talked to Andy every once in a while. It felt like every day he was like, "Oh, I'm in a SendouQ set," or "Oh, I'm doing whatever."
From following Andy on Twitter, it was just constant SendouQ talk.
Yeah. I guess this guy's got nothing better to do in his retirement than pick up a couple friends and play SendouQ.
Worst ways to spend time. SendouQ is very fun, and it feels good to see number go up, which Bet obviously was pretty continuously seeing.
Hey, big as they say in the business, bigger number, better person. No, that's not actually true, but hey, bigger number makes people happy. Certainly the case. But I want to talk about this Prestige team a little bit, because I think this is a team that just recently kind of popped up, probably over the course of the SendouQ season, where they started playing with one another, played in SendouQ, they were like, hey, wait a minute, maybe we could actually make this thing a reality. And I think they started playing together a little bit more. And of course, there are a couple of players here that we know pretty well, but there's also a couple of question marks here out of Kataro and Okami. So I'm interested to see what we're going to see from the rest of this team.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know a ton about either of them either. Admittedly, when I was playing SendouQ, I didn't run into Prestige or Bet very often.
Wow.
I'm sure that's a shocking statement.
Well,
But yeah, definitely very solid teams. It is cool that Prestige did kind of form what seems like from this. I mean, we don't necessarily know what was going on behind the scenes, but definitely arose around this time.
Does appear as though... So Prestige, obviously not one European country. They're coming from a bunch of different places. Phoenix, for example, from Switzerland, I believe. And pulling up their Sendou.Inc profiles, which they actually have mostly filled out.
Whoa!
We can actually see some of the weapons they end up playing. So Hypnos, of course, as this backline player. Kataro will probably end up being the cooler player for this team. We know Hypnos used to really love the bamboo, so it might not be out of the ordinary to see him go over to the pencil, but I doubt we'll see that overall. It might be composition dependent, but we'll see where that goes. And Okami will be a carbon roller player for us here, pulling that out. And so it'll be all about how well we can support this carbon roller, right? Because it can be an incredibly strong pick, but it takes a little bit of setup.
It takes a lot of setup. It takes the rest of your teammates being okay with playing with the carbon. Definitely not everyone's favorite thing, but a great carbon is a very hard force to stop, like we've seen out of Volti for multiple years at this point.
Yeah. And so, other teams to watch out for, of course. Now we've got 2 carbon roller teams with Alliance Rogue also playing today in Volti. So, and interestingly, both of them are European. Is there a correlation there? I don't really know.
Probably not.
Probably not. If I had a nickel for every time that there was a Carbon player that was also European in this tournament, I've had 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice.
Exactly. But yeah, what I'm really wondering is if we might see anybody try to pull out any of the new kits. Like, I could definitely see Squeezers coming out from anywhere here. I actually would expect Chargers potentially out of both of these teams, which is exciting though.
Yeah, we'll see what comes through. I guess. Okay, is there a universe where this Snipe Rider kit gets picked?
Yeah.
Like, maybe.
No, I think there just is. It's a good kit. It's not the same kit, but it's more aggressive and allows you to be more forward with your teammates, which is fantastic for how it likes to play into just getting the pick off of somebody else looking at someone.
It's definitely true, but I'm curious to see what Hypnos is going to play here. Because again, you think of, okay, I'm playing with a Carbon Roller, so I have to set something up for this Carbon Roller, which probably means that I have to have a lot of area denial control and a decent amount of paint control. Snipe Rider, I think with this kit and the Splash Wall, you can probably get a decent chunk of the way there with the area denial. Yeah. Then you're kind of lacking on that paint coverage for the most part. It's not going to be as easy, right? Sure, the Snipe Rider can do a little bit of paint, but it's not going to be as easy to actually lay down that paint and fully enable that weapon. So maybe it also depends on what else we'll see come through. We're just spitballing here as we're waiting for the teams to get into lobby. For map selections today, folks, do want to give you a brief idea of how this works. The teams select their preferences heading into the tournament overall, and then an algorithm will give them map by map what they're going to play next. So the teams don't even know what the remaining maps are, but they also don't necessarily get free choice in terms of getting to choose what maps come next. It'll be Sendou himself selecting the maps via the proxy of some algorithm. We'll get into the first one here. Splat Zones on Hagglefish Market. It's Power pulling out the vanilla Snipe Rider in Hypnos on that Firefin.
Firefin, always a great weapon. We've seen Triple Strike work very well with Carbons, and we are seeing that new Squeezer kit coming out along with the new Blaster. That's very interesting to me. Splatter screen really good at obscuring people's views, both of your team and your own. So I'm a little surprised they're not running anything that's like point sensory. Versus we're seeing Bet here running, we're seeing Prestige here running this Sea Blaster, which has the new Splashdown kit. Special, I don't think anyone expected to see come back.
Certainly not, but hey, it's back all of the same, and we'll have to put up with it. Looks like Prestige here. We're going to take the first hold of this zone, but trades going back and forth might not fully stabilize things, though it looks like Hypnos is in position. Okay, no, wait a minute. Power's going to get one onto Hypnos there. And here we see the first appearance of this Splatter Cooler screen coming out. We'll see whether or not this is able to buy enough space, but actually looks like Bet just kind of coming in and ignoring this. They've got the push coming out with the Crab Tank, now the Tactical Cooler down, but they still have yet to fight back through the zone and actually get some of the picks to go back.
As you say that, they managed to find a few picks on Bet there, really starting to move forward, being forced to jump out, having that cooler just making that so easy for them. Carbon gets punished. And right now we're seeing Prestige in a very good situation to really get set up. They are close to that splashdown, so the Blaster might play a little forward here. Splattershot, of course, just looking around for those, I know that word. I don't right now.
Well,
Zukas. I found it.
Looking forward, can't quite find it, does get taken down, and now we see the push coming in from Bet as a result. The screen comes out, the strikes follow up, and it's at least pushed the members of Bet back, but will they be able to follow up here? Icarus on the side looking for Lucina, looks like is forced to back on away, and Bet's going to hold on to this zone at least for now, and all of the special resources out of Prestige have now gone by the wayside. Looks like Bet might be able to hold on, and as long as Power stays alive here on top of this zone, we'll probably still be able to set things up. Here comes another screen. Here comes a set of strikes out, but there's no one pushing through the zone from Prestige. Okami's trying to come through on this left side. Will call out the flank. She'll take care of that, but with 5 ticks the timer left to go here, Prestige has got to make a move. They've got to make it fast, and they've run out of time. Bet'll take game 1.
Yeah, Power was doing such a great job there of just keeping down the paint on that zone. People really underestimate the degree to which Snipe Rider paints, but that was pretty much just Power painting the zone throughout the end of that game and contesting it against all of the other players on the other team.
And what I was saying earlier about the typewriter, right? Yes, it can paint, right? And especially it's probably going to be really good at painting right by your feet, right? But when it's about trying to lay out paint for someone else to work with, it's a little awkward, right? So certainly it can paint, and especially when you're just trying to do things like paint a rectangle. As it turns out, if you're trying to paint a rectangle with a bunch of rectangles, it's actually quite effective.
It's extremely effective at zones, and zones specifically for painting, or giving general paint control to weapons like shooters or dualies, or maybe even blasters. For a carbon, I do agree. I think it would be a rough pick with a carbon.
But then again, right, we're also not seeing that same full... it feels like a lot of this, the idea is there from Prestige, especially in the last one, right? You saw the screen come out, you see the strikes come out on top of the screen trying to pick people off and generally open up that space, but I really want to try to see Okami lunge forward into all that space that's generated by those specials. If Okami gets there on top of the zone, suddenly I think there are a lot more windows of opportunity, and I can't tell right now whether it's just a little bit of mistiming or what the case is, but what I can say is that Prestige would be very happy with the next map they're on. Given this carbon roller, it is splat zones on Flounder Heights.
Well, you gotta love zones on Flounder Heights. It's been a while since I've seen it. It is, Flounder sure does force teams to play differently. It is very good at that, and it should work very well for Prestige having a carbon. I am interested in seeing how Bet adapts to it, because I don't know that Pencil would do as well here. It doesn't have a lot of spots it can really set up as much as it likes to.
Right, you figure not a lot of spots, and with one of these chargers that's got less range, it's probably more likely that if Power really wants to stick with the charger, he'll end up switching to something with a little bit longer range that can really capitalize on more of that height advantage that's prevalent in this map, especially when trying to find these kinds of lockout situations. But we'll see what this is, because, I mean, okay, let's take a step back. The screen here. Is it going to be useful? Because it feels like there's a lot of verticality to this map, and the screen is wide, certainly, but it's not very tall at all. So I doubt it's going to cover both the bottom portion of the map and the top portion of the map, right?
Yeah, it's not going to be able to really do both. It's not that tall. Like, we were seeing Power being able to look over it so easily, even just from the tarp on Hagglefish. So that says a lot. It's really good on really flat maps. I could see it being really good for getting your carbon in through the grates, maybe, actually. I could see that being pretty useful. Because it is big and bulky enough for that, especially if they're still running triple strike. Definitely should be able to move forward with that, especially on this map with so many more walls to play around. I do like this adjustment out of Bet. I do like seeing how their comp changed for this map. I love seeing that tacticaler tri-slosher. Crab is incredible here, as we saw for many months. And Blaster is fun here. It has great lines and good vantage points. And we're seeing a very similar comp here out of Prestige as last game, except we're swapping in a ballpoint splatling, which, once again, not that surprising, because we're talking about how Chargers don't necessarily love this stage.
Not that surprising at all. And the other thing to note is that both these backliners opting for fizzy bomb weapons, right? Something to look out for is that prevalence of the fizzy bomb, one of these long-range specials that can get thrown to the opposite side of the map and try to apply just an ounce more of pressure. You're seeing here contesting over the grades as both the teams trying to throw bombs back and forth, looking for picks. Looks like Prestige or Bet is looking to try to come on through, and they will cap both of these zones first. Here comes a triple splashdown. Tripnos will find the trade at least, but I feel like that's a story that we're going to see quite a lot within the next couple of weeks here.
Yes. It definitely, everyone still remembers how to cancel splashdown. We have not forgotten how to cancel splashdown. On the other hand, there's 2 extra splashdowns now.
Certainly going to be something else. And now, look at the effectiveness of this screen, basically zoning away the grab tank, and the grab tank can't see anything from its perspective, even without having gotten the debuff from that screen. It's allowed Prestige to start coming back on through, and they're starting to find the engagements here, but Okami is not on the front lines at all. She's going to find one as she continues moving forward, and now the zone will get taken here. Still trying to lunge forward, looking for something else. But again, it's about that support from the rest of the team not really coming through. You don't feel comfortable taking this forward play on a carbon roller until you really commit for the play. We'll find one against Lucina on this blaster, but it looks like it's just going to be a trade, and that's still going to try to come on back and lunge for the zones.
Yeah, Bet does definitely still have a good bit of stuff to work with. They have popped 2 of their specials to work on getting in here. Lucina has a lot of paint to try and play around with, which is what you want when you're a blaster, to really be able to shark around and find those little areas. Does get hit by that Tacticooler screen, but as we can see, it's only so impactful. It is very annoying, but as long as your teams are playing different enough weapons or you remember where people were, I haven't found it to be too bad to deal with in that respect. It's more annoying when you haven't been hit by it. The 30 damage is more of a threat than the visual effect, to me, a lot of the time.
Trades here in a lot of these firefights go to the favor of Bet, which means they'll take back control of both of these zones and likely get a chance to extend their lead despite losing it there for a moment. Now it's really about whether or not they can hold this point with all of these members of Prestige coming this way and Power piloting this Tri-Slosher. Now it's going to get a second, tries to challenge for a third, but now gets approached from 2 different sides. Looks like that's going to in pretty good position to hold on. They've got to fend off a couple of resources coming in from Prestige. Here comes that screen once more. Okami's going to try to drop on Lucina. Finds one. And again though, with that pick getting taken all the way away from these zones, you're not seeing the same amount of momentum and the same amount of pace that I think Prestige would like to play with overall. Despite that, they'll still get both these zones, get the stagger onto the opponents, and now they'll be looking to try to go for a more prolonged hold if they can.
Yeah, I can see Prestige's comp be incredibly good at holding out Bet here. Bet doesn't have a lot of things they can do at range to really poke them out. They have the Crab and triple strikes, and so they're using them here to try and break back in. Crab managing to find a pick there is huge. But the weapons Prestige has should be pretty good at holding Bet out. They've got a lot of mid-range. They've got a lot of mid-range and 2 people who can just run in and hopefully have QR thanks to Tacticooler. So they should be able to hold this pretty decently, especially with that Inkjet pick. Wow.
Well done to find that Inkjet pick. You see the cooler come through, but now here comes the splashdown, trying to hold on to this zone. Prestige will give the space, and now a jump away. Prestige will take the lead here at a close one as we wind down to the last minute of in-game time, although Prestige might be able to find the knockout right here. Lucina tries to come forward, continues chipping away at some of these members of Prestige. They'll back away, and now the staggers of the specials start to come out. Here's another Crab Tank from Clef. You see the strikes come out to the opposite zone, neutralizing things for a moment, and Bet's got to try to lunge forward, try to find the cap here when they still can, because now they don't have a lot of specials to their name. You see Clef come up with one. We'll be looking for another on Hypnos, and now we'll be able to find that with a Burst Bomb indirect thanks to the rest of the chip damage that was coming in for the rest of the team. Bet now makes a charge forward as they continue to try to find a couple more picks, staggering their opponents and maintaining advantage here.
Yeah, and we're seeing them really starting to look for their specials. They want to have that Crab online to make this hold easier. They want to have those triple strikes ready to really be able to fend off Prestige. Crab has come out to keep them off. They're going to stagger their specials to keep it going, and this should be able to do it if they play it right.
Just a couple more ticks left. Hypnos finds one, but Lucina will be able to trade out. Clef now drops onto one, prevents that carbon roller from getting in, and Bet will take game 2. So much back and forth there.
Yeah.
Not really one team was able to hold off the opponents because both the engagements from these teams were incredibly good. But at the end of the day, Bet was able to squeak it out by holding on for just a little bit longer when it mattered most.
Bet did an incredible job there at the end of special management. They did so well at making sure, like we saw that splash at the end, painting around to make sure they had that Crab ready. We saw the Slosher playing carefully to stay alive to make sure they had triple strikes. I believe they had been pretty consistently getting cooler up just throughout the game. Power had been doing a great job on that. And they just were playing very consistently, which is what you need to do. It's great to have a carbon pop off and find a triple. If you're not able to set that up consistently, if you're not able to get them in consistently, it's just not going to be as reliable.
Yeah, certainly the case. And although, there were certainly some opportunities for Prestige to come in, and we did see some of those engagements end up working. At the end of the day, it took so many specials to actually get that carbon roller into some place that was effective. And even then, when there was an engagement, I think Bet did an awful good job of just finding more of these disengages, finding ways to make sure that even drawing Okami down away from the bridge, right? So that they couldn't get a quick turn on someone else, and suddenly isolating that carbon roller engagement was incredible there for Bet, and meant that Prestige, like I was commenting on in the game, couldn't actually play with the same level of pace. That carbon roller couldn't suddenly turn around and find the second or find the third. Instead, you have to swim all the way back up. That's an extra 3 or 4 seconds where you know exactly where that carbon roller is, and suddenly it's less of a surprise when it comes back up.
Yeah, people always like to forget how important it is to just draw fights away from the objective sometimes. Sometimes just having somebody go, okay, I don't have an easy way out here. I don't have an easy way to live here, but I can easily drag them away. And sometimes that's all you need to do, is just find a way to drag other players away from the objective, enough time to get your teammates set up with sub-weapons and specials so that you can even just have a free jump back in, so your death isn't even that consequential.
The other thing I'm really liking about Bet's play overall, especially as we just saw in that last clip, was Clef's play there, right?
Yes.
Which is also reminiscent of Power's play earlier. And a lot of these things are just, these players they understand their weapons, they understand the mission, they understand how they fit into the team composition overall. And as long as they've got a couple people at their backs, they're not afraid to go in, try to make a couple of plays, or in Clef's case with those burst bombs, get a little bit of extra chip damage, throw that extra bomb, drop back to somewhere safer where you're covered from enemy fire, and then you're able to come on back to rejoin the team after getting those two. A lot of fantastic play there across the board. Did feel like, though, Bet was just slightly more, had the slight edge in terms of an ability to find these engagements and things moving forward. But next up, we'll remain on Splat Zones, and now we're heading over to Scorch Gorge here, which I feel like if you're Prestige, not exactly what you want, right? I mean, Carbon Roller probably not the best thing in the world here.
It's not the worst thing. I could easily see them maybe going over to Machine like we see some Carbon players do. Volti, I'm thinking about Volti. I know of one Carbon player. Now 2.
Name 3 Carbon players.
Can I use mid-level?
Squidding Good has a Carbon player too.
That's true.
So actually, there are 3 Carbon players here, and they're all from Europe. So.
Well, Europe just wants Carbons, apparently. Good for them.
Yeah, evidently so.
But yeah, definitely a map that I could see them going over to, probably the Neo Machine kit, just to continue having that Trizuka. People still like it a lot. It's still very consistent. We're seeing a pretty similar comp coming out here from both sides. I believe we're seeing Crab from both sides even. Been a while since I've seen that.
I mean,
I've
heard people
Crab being
double Crab.
Yeah, I don't mind Crab anymore. I don't have to see 3 of them at a time anymore, so Crab is good to me again. I'm glad I had a few months where I didn't have to look at triple Crab, though.
You got sick of eating Crab every day for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Yeah, I did. I really did. Playing it and commentating it, it's a lot of Crab.
It is a lot of Crab. Now it's back, though.
No, it's the right amount of Crab now. It's just a little bit.
Let's see how much further things come along. We'll see how things continue to play out here. But at the opening stage of this one, looks like Bet's going to have their control of the zone up first. Okami able to find a shark, finds one here onto Clef, and maybe will turn the tides here for Prestige as they look to try to find control of this zone. But they're not really pushing forward very much at all. Okami coming forward is going to be able to find one. Now finds a second onto Dante, and it looks like that'll be the cap here for Prestige.
Yeah, what I was about to want to say was that it seems like Lucina on that blaster has been doing a pretty good job of keeping Okami out. But the moment I said that, Okami found a way to break in, and now manages to get an incredible Zuka shot onto that Crab.
Beautifully done to find the back of that Crab. That is the vulnerable point. Now we'll get punished for sneaking a little bit too far forward. And here comes the strikes out on top of the zone from Dante in favor of Bet. 2 down now for Prestige. And it does look like the recap's going to come through. But even still, some of these members of Bet trying to do their best to test here as Lucina is still in the area. Will find one. And now is probably going to be looking to continue stabilizing things for Bet.
Yeah, it is really fun to see these blasters coming out to me. I do think the Splashdown Blaster is a neat kit. I think the amount of paint control it can do for a blaster is really interesting. And there is some advantage to point sensors, especially against comps that you know are going to be running splatter screen. You can keep an eye on people so much more easily.
Yeah, certainly, Dave. I think I assume point sensor goes through the screen, right?
It does, yeah.
Yeah. So if you have that, right, even still, if you don't know where the enemy team is, you can still throw it over there and see whether or not you come up with anything. And that'll give you just a little bit of an idea of that intel, of that information, which is exactly the thing that the screen tries to take away from you. But now very close back and forth. Here's Lucina up in the air. We'll cap the zone with a splashdown despite sacrificing his life for it. And Bet will go 2 down here to take the lead. Prestige slowly starting to come on back in, but now continues to get pushed away by things like these strikes. Dante's in position here, has bought enough time for Bet to continue contesting this zone, and Prestige just is not moving forward. Lucina back on top, finds one against Icarus here, and while Kataro's trying to zone away with this grab on this right side, it's just not enough from Prestige. They're not able to find the cap. Bet's able to hold on thanks to their stalling tactics, and now it looks like they might be able to just run away with the knockout here.
It definitely does. Lucina has Icarus in such a rough spot there, forcing them to jump out. They're going to have to just try and rush in. Bet doesn't have specials to contest that, but they know where they're going to funnel in from, and that just allows Bet to take the game. One thing I'd really like to point out there is Lucina playing around that podium in mid, just like we saw the Range Blaster do in like the opening trailer for Splatoon 3's gameplay. And that, I don't know, it felt good for a second. My brain got stuck there for a second.
Flashbacks. Ooh.
It was cool.
Deja vu.
First time we saw Squid Surge.
Yeah, that is true. Hats off to Bet there, but yeah, and I will say one of the things too, as I was noticing, Prestige didn't play very quick at all. They were very slow in terms of getting that ball rolling, getting that momentum rolling. And I think once Bet was able to realize that, especially a player like Dante that was able to sit in the zone, stall out for long enough, has the strikes, is not afraid to commit those strikes, to continue stalling out and punishing the enemy team who is very hesitant to actually run forward and actually get a play going, which admittedly is difficult on Splat Zones and Scorch Gorge in particular, because there are very few avenues to keep the pressure alive much further past the zone. But even still, right, it felt like Prestige was still stuck on their own side of the map. They didn't want to really move forward or really have even let Okame dive into the enemy's side of zone, instead playing very passively, and it was punished by members of Bet constantly keeping at least the smallest amount of pressure to the zone to make sure that Prestige couldn't find the cap, and it eventually netted them the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's what zones comes down to. You don't always need the most picks. I'm still pretty sure Bet had them. But you don't always need the most picks. You just need that pressure. If you can continuously keep people out, keep people jumping back, that accomplishes the exact same goal. And Lucina did such a good job spacing, making sure they were always within range of power on that charger to just make sure that they could continuously stay on that podium in mid and find those easy chip picks. And of course, a few directs here and there, because if you're playing Blaster, you might as well.
Right. And that's one of the things, you know, talking about those chip picks, talking about these things that Bet's doing. But again, I think if you're Prestige, now you get an opportunity. You're going down to the losers bracket. Find a little bit of extra confidence. When you watch players like Volty on a carbon roller, he's just not afraid to dive in and get stuff done, right? Yeah. And Alliance Rogue historically has not been afraid to commit as many resources as possible to make sure that that happens, right? So if you're Prestige, it felt like a lot of those resources were committing, but just need a little bit more, a little bit extra confidence or something to really get that team moving. So we'll see how much further they can end up going in the losers bracket. But as we mentioned, it is a stacked day today across the board. With seeding based on SendouQ, it means that our, what is this, 2 versus 7 matchup? Yeah, our 2 versus 7 matchup is Alliance Rogue versus Jackpot. Isn't that pleasant for Alliance Rogue?
It really is. Look, it'll still be, I think Alliance Rogue could put up an interesting fight, if nothing else.
Oh, certainly. I mean, and, you know, we don't get the chance to see all of these teams all of the time. The last time that these two teams went up against one another was in 20XX last month, where Jackpot took it 3-1. So we'll see whether or not Alliance Rogue can come back out here and take another punch. But obviously, this Jackpot team, a team that has continually proven themselves as one of the strongest teams, at least on the North American side of things, and certainly you know, this past year was able to prove themselves as North American champions. But now all of a sudden, Starburst is back and FTWin roster is back. And within the past month or so, it's been difficult for Jackpot to really cement themselves as this best team. Now, that said, My bet is Jackpot just isn't quite as isn't practicing as much, which is evident in the fact that their SendouQ rank is number 7 out of this, whole thing. They weren't playing in the ladder very much because they were so focused on preparing for the North American Championship, and then probably took a bit of a break, so they didn't burn themselves out too much now before preparing for Worlds. So we'll see what they've got and just how much ferocity they're coming at this one with. I know a lot of their players, though, are fired up. Based on some tweets earlier today, I think Leafy tweeted the gif of Doc Hudson revving up the little forklift guy from Cars. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I will give Jackpot one thing, and it's that they are very good at putting on a spectacle on Twitter, and they're actually making content, which is, great. I'm excited about
it. We'll take that. As someone who has historically tried to squeeze teams from every ounce of content that they could possibly give, I appreciate it coming into them.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I mean, look, I can pretend I don't have an EU bias, but that would be a lie. I've had an EU bias since I started watching this game. Sorry to be a North American commentator with an EU bias. It's very cringe of me. I'm aware. But I've watched Alliance Rogue players way more than I've watched any North American players, really. Especially like Gray and Kibber and Scar, I've watched since the Ghost Gaming Crack in Paradise days. Like, they are players I have watched a ton. They are players I enjoy watching a lot. I think Gray is an incredibly smart player. I give Gray so much credit. Gray is probably one of my favorite players, just in general. I think that they are so incredibly smart.
Yeah, certainly the case. And one of the things, too, is that when you talk about Gray, you talk about how much he's been around. And a lot of these players, how much have been around. But Gray in particular, being around since the early Splatoon 1 days, okay? This guy's been around, and he's been switching over. I think he's played probably just about every supportive style in the game he could possibly play, right? He's gone from everything from the Dynamo to the NZAP, right? So that kind of experience when you're talking about building a team, especially when you're talking about having a new patch with a couple new weapons come into the play to shake things up a little bit, having that flexibility, having that experience that you can draw upon to be like, all right, what's going to be strongest? What's going to work best for us? Is there something that we can consider here? And then, well, how do I need to change my play style depending on the weapon that I'm actually holding in my hand, which could be a weapon that I literally just got my hands on 2 days ago.
Yes.
Right? So, I think that level of leadership and awareness is certainly something to be commended here, right? And certainly something to be watching out for as we take a look. I don't know. I have a hard time believing that.
Oh, no. I think Jackpot will win.
Something new.
No. I think Jackpot will win.
Maybe they will. We'll see. My prediction was I don't think Alliance Rogue's going to pull out something new.
Yeah. I mean, I don't expect them to. I think their normal comp works so well for them that it would be unexpected. I think unless Scar or Kiver are maybe playing the new Blaster. Maybe.
Nah,
but I can't see them wanting to go splash down against Jackpot. And they also have a Carbon already, so Blaster just feels so finicky there.
I mean, the only other thing I'm thinking is if you thought that the screen was particularly good with your Carbon roller, and you really wanted to commit to that, and it feels like it could be in the same way that a lot of people have considered Tentabrella really good with a Carbon roller, right?
Yeah.
But it just feels like it's going to be so slow to get rolling. Yeah.
And that's just not how AR sets up Volty. They want Volty to be able to sprint. They don't want Volty to have to be paced. Oh, but okay.
There you go.
That's interesting. That's double tacticaler. Which is not uncommon, but definitely gonna work out pretty well for them. They'll be able to play really forward and aggressive with that. Seems like Kiver's probably gonna be on the more aggressive of the two zaps, based off that comeback that they're running. And of course, we do see that splatter color screen coming out. Going to be able to apply a lot of pressure. Kiver playing around that suction bomb really well, but not quite able to capitalize on it, as we're seeing Jared holding forward here with the vanilla dualies, a weapon that's been seeing a lot more play lately.
Yeah, Jared picking up these vanilla dualies, and I think the largest thing for Jackpot is they've got the range advantage at their disposal, right? With not only the main weapons of the dualies, you consider the Stamper here, and even .Q's pencil, but then you consider the special weapons as well with that Crab Tank, and even the Zipcaster's ability to continue pumping out things at a range along with the Triple Ink Strike. So certainly the range advantage here is for Jackpot. The only thing that Alliance Rogue can hope to do is keep the pace of play so fast that Jackpot doesn't know what to expect, but Jackpot's a team that'll see that trick coming, picks out Multi almost immediately. It's a 2-done situation for Alliance Rogue, and Jackpot's going to hold on to things here. Gray's going to commit one cooler as the rest of Alliance Rogue continues to try to push this, continues to try to make it so the Jackpot can't fully get set up, but without having a full engagement altogether, feels like Jackpot's just going to be able to clean things up here altogether, and they'll hold on to the zone all the same.
Yeah, Splattercolor Screen doing a good job there of forcing Leafy to back up a little bit. Zuga coming out, really great timing considering that all of Jackpot was so bunched up there, but not able to find anything. Volti looking to move forward now. They have one player down. There is a crab ready. They managed to flip the zone finally, and they could set up a good hold here, but it seems like they're going to rely pretty heavily on just those tacticalers consistently coming out and just being able to pester them by just coming back to life, like zombies more or less.
Like a never-ending thing of zombies that just keeps spawning and spawning and spawning, and no matter how many plants you put on top of your own zone, you cannot fend them off. It's exactly what Jackpot's trying to do, though, is they're trying to wrestle back control of this zone, but Leafy tries to dive in, immediately gets punished in the 2v1 for trying to go against this jump, and Alliance Rogue continues to swarm around this zone. They're now going to take a pick against Jared. That's a 2v1 that can very easily be won. .Q's going to be forced to back one away, and now Leafy is going to be the solo target here on the side, trying to bait everyone to come closer to her. Kiver will actually get punished, and now in the trade out, and it looks like the rest of Jackpot was able to clean things up, and now they're lunging for the control of the enemy flag.
Yeah, and they should be able to pretty easily hold it. They have so much mid-range pressure. They have a crab they can use. They have a pencil just able to hold everything off. Their comp is so mid-range focused that it's going to make any comp like AR's extremely hard to play.
Certainly the case, but now it's all a matter of whether or not Alliance Rogue can try to once again kick up that pace of play, find random engagements, find these picks, and punish some of these members of Jackpot that went a little bit too far forward, but looks like Jackpot's given Alliance Rogue a little bit more respect. They're backing onto their side of the zone, trying to maintain some kind of range advantage here, and now the firefights start to ensue. It looks like it's all to the favor of Jackpot, but Volti comes up with one here. Now it's going to get taken down, and Leafy and company will hold on to the zone to finish things out. Jackpot will take game one.
Yeah, and I mean, Jackpot's comp there is, I think it's a really, really cool comp. I really enjoy that comp. I like how mid-range focused it is. I like how much chip damage it has. It plays into that pencil so incredibly well. The dualies enable just so much movement and mobility and chances at getting in, along with having the crab tank for just kind of brute forcing ways in for Leafy and Madness. Like, it's just an incredible, like, that comp is just going to be very consistent against a comp like AR was running, where they're just short range, go fast, hope we can out mechanic. Not hope we can out mechanic, but hope we can find the picks we need to make this comp continuously work.
Right. The other thing, too, is that I think with that Jackpot composition, it's pretty versatile, right? Almost no matter what team you're going to end up going up against, you can either find ways to go for heavier engagements with timing up your strikes with your Zipcaster or something of the sort, right? So that you have a little bit more applied pressure, forcing it with your specials. Or you can do things like what Leafy was trying to do here, backing away and stalling, utilizing the range of that Stamper while you let everyone else come on in with their shorter range end zaps, right? It's something that composition, again, as you comment on, is very reliant on these main weapon firefights. And as long as Jackpot takes 2 steps backwards and continues firing, there's almost very little that most of the members of Alliance Rogue can do. And so even though they've got those respawns coming back in, it means that Jackpot can continue to keep them at an arm's length away, especially on a more linear map, such as that Inkling one. And Flounder Heights plays maybe pretty linearly, but there are other avenues to come on back. There are other avenues to come on back here, though, especially with some havoc that Volti can wreak.
Yes, and we have seen AR do very well on this map in the past. Definitely a map I think of as an exciting one for AR, but that is more due to thinking back to the Ink TV League way back when at this point.
Yeah. Oh, way back when it was 9 months ago.
That's forever ago in Splatoon time, K-Bot. That's 2 years in Splatoon.
You
I'm in a different country now. This is a new timeline to me.
We've been doing this for like 8 years.
Yeah. But we've only had Splatoon 3 for like 2. 1?
Year and
I know
a quarter.
how to do math.
Year and a quarter. Yeah.
I know how numbers work for sure. I don't have a history degree. I know how numbers work.
It's pretty easy to count it up now too, because now you just go by the season.
Well, but sometimes when I'm doing history stuff, the years go the other way.
What?
In BCE, they go the other way. You go up to 0.
Okay. Come on. You're not going to get me on that technicality. We see a little bit of an adaptation coming out from Alliance Rogue with the same similar style. This time, though, double Tri-Slosher, opting for this busy spam, but still maintaining the double Tacticooler here. We'll see whether or not this pays out. Even despite Jackpot, we see also switching over to some of these weapons that favor a little bit more this chip damage range.
Yeah, and we are seeing a great job here of the Tri-Sloshers of just holding this space. But it does seem like they're not going to be able to provide the jumps and they maybe wanted to. Jackpot can be able to move forward pretty freely here. A lot of pressure being applied to Kipper, being forced to back off. Leafy's in just such a strong spot there, but Volty finding a way in anyway, getting that trade. Decent trade. That's a 2-down situation on the side of Alliance Rogue, though. Not a ton they're going to be able to do with that, especially with, once again, we're just seeing Jackpot putting together these incredibly mid-range comps that just are hard to deny, and Leafy's just able to shut Kipper down there.
Oh!
Oof, that's nasty.
Leafy's played against Kipper one too many times to know where the flank is coming from next. And we'll immediately find that. Now, here comes Madness. Hasn't really had a play here, and now is going to get punished despite having that Zuka out. Looks like trades try to come through as Alliance Rogue is once again trying to brute force their way through the zone. But it seems as though Scar's able to find one. We're seeing trades still go back and forth. This Jared dives in. Leafy's trying to come out on top here as well, but the jumps come right back as Alliance Rogue tries to find this re-engage with these coolers. It looks like Jackpot is going to stabilize altogether. They retake control of both of these zones.
Yeah, Jackpot just goes, okay, you keep coming in. We're going to keep swatting you away like flies. We don't care how many flies there are. We have good fly swatters. Kind of seems to be their mentality here.
I would consider a Splatoon Stamper a pretty good fly swatter.
It seems like it. It's pretty big.
Metaphorically and physically, right? Like, that thing's just got to be real good at swatting those flies away. But nonetheless, seems as though Alliance Rogue, once again, looking to try to keep up the pace of play, trying to find these hordes of engagements. Now might be successful in doing so. 2-down situation. Volty tries to lunge forward here. Doesn't have a lot of paint support. Now will get traded down, especially as Bandits comes right back in on the jump. Now looking for one. He's going to find that fall off, though, and well done there. But again, more trades continue. .Q takes a couple steps back. Now gets a direct. Is going to get taken down. Volty's right back into the fray, but immediately gets taken down without finding a trade of his own. And it's still 2 versus 2 on top of the zone. This is such a long, drawn-out fight because, once again, Alliance Rogue gets resurrected from these coolers, and they're coming right back forward into these zones, but Jackpot is resilient in their ability to hold on.
Yes, Jackpot's doing an incredible job at just making sure they have enough players stay alive to get the jumps in. And obviously, Alliance Rogue needs to do the same. They need it to a less extreme, though. They're going to be able to find jumps more quickly and more easily. Huge pick there from Kipper being able to trade out there. Cooler coming out here. Once again, we're going to continuously see that. They really need it, though. Volty going in for a side angle. Kipper helping out with the flank. Going to be able to provide some paint support here, along with just, in general, more pressure. And it's just Gray left up, and I believe coming in from spawn.
Finally, everyone from Jackpot falls, and Alliance Rogue might have some breathing room here. We'll see whether or not Jackpot can try to find an engagement. Already, Madness is lunging forward with a little bit of extra chip damage, forcing Volty to back on away, and now spots him out with a point sensor here. Volty won't have the element of surprise as Jackpot tries to come on back forward. Here comes the Killer Whale coming in from the backsides, but Volty is able to find one onto Leafy, doing the exact same thing that the teammate did earlier, and Alliance Rogue will find the hold. They find the wipeout, and now it's just 20 ticks to the timer before they take the game.
Yeah, it's a very different strategy than what Jackpot's doing, but it's working out incredibly well for them on this map. They've been able to continuously use those coolers to their full advantage. Kivr should be able to find another on Madness here, almost able to. There's the trade, but they just need to hold on to the other zone. They just need to recap it a little bit, but it's just Volty up. Volty needs to try and find this trade, able to. Gonna look to go to the other zone, allowing a couple jumps in, trying to cap this just to prevent any more points from ticking down. They do recap it. Now that's a huge penalty. This won't be a KO now, and they have to work harder to make sure nothing goes wrong.
30 seconds left to go here. Jackpot still trying to claw tooth and nail right back into this zone, but it feels like Alliance Rogue is playing with 6 players on their roster instead of just 4. 20 seconds now left to play, and Jackpot still has a decent ways to go in terms of actually taking back the other zone, especially with both of those Tri-Sloshers online. Those Busy Bombs coming right over this bridge. Now Madness, though, tries to find engagement, but Kivr's come in on the flank with a crab tank from the backside. The backstab comes through, and Leafy will try to respond, but it's not fast enough. Alliance Rogue will take game 2.
Not often you see a crab on the flank, but it worked out so well for Kivr there to just be able to get that flank and have that crab on that wall and just be able to completely distract for the last chunk of that game. Like, Kivr was doing an incredible distraction job for the last, 30 seconds, minute of that game?
And let's be clear, I think that only works in the last couple seconds of the game.
Oh, yeah.
Let's not get this twisted, okay? Do
Absolutely.
not go for that play, like, within the opening minute of the game, right? Because at that point,
No, please do.
You're
I'll
not
laugh.
doing much. Okay, well, and I'll lose my mind. But to your point, it did end up working for Alliance Rogue there at the end.
Yeah.
I think most critically because there was pressure being applied from 2 sides.
Oh, yeah,
right?
yeah.
And that's the exact thing that especially Kivr's trying to do on a lot of those flags. That's something that, I mean, watching Kivr's play, you see it coming. I called it out in the middle of the game, right?
Yes.
With Leafy predicting it. But there too, right? You see Kivr go for these wide angle flanks, and it's all about whether or not Alliance Rogue can capitalize on it with the rest of the team coming back through. And in that case, it was those fizzy bombs that I called out as well that were coming through from those Tri-Sloshers to help seal the deal there, and just makes that that engagement just that much more difficult in order to try to find it all the way through. But look, even still, Alliance Rogue really had to fight for that one. And finally, it felt like this zombie composition ended up working, right? In terms of finally they were able to find the wipeout, but it really took them getting that 3-down situation, getting that complete wipe before they were able to get fully set up and find these holes that they need to.
K-Bot, can I ask you a very genuine question about Splatoon 1? Because I did not follow comp Splatoon 1 very much.
We'll see if my goldfish memory serves.
That's fair.
You can ask the question.
Is this is what AR is doing kind of what the QR era of Splatoon 1 looked like?
Oh, kind of. I mean,
I don't think it's the same, but it's reminiscent.
It's maybe a little reminiscent. Here's the ways that were different. Obviously, in Splatoon 1, it was like quick respawn stealth jump.
Yes.
So you didn't have the predictor, right, of like, oh, this person's clearly jumping in, right? The call out was literally made, watch the skies, because that was the only way you could see someone coming, was whether or not they were actually overhead.
Sorry, that was my reaction to seeing mincemeat on screen. My bad for saying what. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, you're valid for that one, I'll say. Now, though, Leafy coming in with the tent umbrella, which is interesting here for a couple reasons. We've seen Leafy pull out this pick on a couple of different maps, but here on Mincemeat, it's a little bit flatter. I can see the idea, but we'll see whether or not it's going to be enough to keep Alliance Rogue at bay, who is now switched off of this double tactical combination. Wait, no. They have switched off.
They have. Both teams have a pencil, but they have switched off the tacticaler. Both teams running pretty similar specials. The main difference between these two comps is going to be the squeezer versus the umbrella there, because everything else is exactly the same.
But you consider the splatter cooler screen probably acts a lot like a tent umbrella would. Right?
A
little bit more effective and a little bit more able to apply that kind of pressure. But you see Leafy finding this trade coming back through the zone to try to find this cap. Will get taken down in the process. It doesn't look like anyone else from Jackpot was trying to push forward. And now Jared's going to be an easy cleanup there. Alliance Rogue surgically picking apart one member by one away from Jackpot. But now Kibber is going to step a little bit too far forward and get punished. And the jumps are going to come right back in from Jackpot as they take back control of this zone. They're continuing to apply pressure in both these teams, having this push and pull tug of war here on Minsk.
Yeah, Madness doing a great job here trying to poke at this pencil. Going to be able to use Booyah Bomb, and with AR that bunched up, that's going to be a little bit devastating. Not in regards to getting picks, but they're just going to be so stuck in that corner. Allowing Leafy to move up like that, allowing Jared to move up like that, does get traded out, but still, Volty has this Booyah Bomb ready. They have the Splatter Sculler. You know, I'll get that word down eventually. It's a new word for me still. Still new one.
Say that 5 times fast.
I was trying, apparently.
You were.
It's a hard one. I wasn't ready for the tongue twister today, apparently.
In any event, Jackpot tries to come on through. Alliance Rogue actually finds the cap onto the zone. Not quite sure how that happened. And Leafy will try to come on in through pursuit here. But again, only buying a little bit more space. Doesn't look like a lot of members of Jackpot are there with her. And the engagement is going to fall apart. Jackpot doesn't find the hold that they want. And now Jared's in a 1v2 situation. Going to jump on away thanks to the buff of that cooler. And now is immediately right back into the fray.
Ooh.
Scar will pick up one. Looking for a second kill on Madison. At least finds that trade. Alliance Rogue still continuing to look to stabilize, but we'll see whether or not Jackpot can try to hold on here. Looks like they're not too comfortable with actually moving forward. Maybe that'll change here with a screen coming out. No, actually, Booyah Bomb caps the zone for Jackpot, and now we see the Inkback come through here. Face fired at the feet of Kibber, who's going to get taken down. Volty gets taken down on top of the zone as well, and Jackpot somehow, despite everything, will still hold on.
Yeah, Jackpot doing an incredible job here of just applying this constant pressure. Of course, SendouQ is going to seem incredibly comfortable on that pencil. That's unfortunate for Gray. You don't expect to get picked off like that when you're doing a cooler jump, typically. You feel safe in those. But sometimes you're not. Kibber just kind of going in there. Chose to pop Crab for some reason. Don't know what the Crab was going to accomplish there other than maybe some stall. It's kind of a waste of Crab in my eyes a bit, but I'm sure Kibber had some plan cooking. Just didn't quite work out. Oh, they had coolers. Never mind. It worked out great.
Alliance Rogue's got to take care of something now, and this Inkback on top of the zone going to make it that much more difficult. Here comes the cooler screen, but we've switched back up to Madness, who's trying to chip away at some of the members of Alliance Rogue. Will trade his life for it, but Jackpot's going to maintain control of this zone. At least AR was able to find this penalty, and despite not coming through, oh my goodness, Jared dropping on top of one, now picks up a second and immediately will jump away. It's 3 down for Alliance Rogue, thanks to Jared's quick thinking, dodge rolling right into the party, and Jackpot once again will continue to hold, now entering the last minute of the game.
Yeah, Jared makes those dualies look so devastating, and obviously they are in the right hands, but there are plenty of people that try to make those work and just haven't quite gotten there yet. And we see another vacuum at the ready from Leafy. This should be a pretty easy hold right now for Jackpot. They've got the specials for it, and right now AR doesn't have a lot they can do to contest it. Even if they just throw pain at the zone through these specials, they should be okay.
Actually, no. Finds the cap once more. Madness now looking for a couple of extra picks. Will find 2 there. And now Kibber makes a drop here, looking to try to come up with something, anything for Alliance Rogue in desperation. Given by the fact that we're close to the end of the game here, and actually Kibber's able to come up with one as Jackpot kind of dissipates and lets him pick on a 1v1 fight. Looks like still trying to come on back here. There's the Crab Tank trying to zone away SendouQ and some of the members, but the Inkback in response immediately gets popped. Volty will take out that Inkback with a Booyah Bomb that now gets thrown down. Alliance Rogue will once more take back control of the zone, but they cannot push fully forward. There is so much utility tool that is coming in from Jackpot that is keeping them alive, allowing them to maintain an ounce more space, and now they'll wait for just a moment. Jared, though, immediately drops, trying to collapse on this play on the other side, and they all will collapse onto Kibber, taking down one member. Leafy now moving forward in this umbrella, but Jared's going to try to jump away, gets taken down in the process. Now Madness dives in alone, only finds one trade, and the rest of the members of Jackpot are trying to come on back in. We're still in overtime, but actually they were able to find the cap with the ink coming in from the Crab Tank there, and no one was back from Alliance Rogue to find the paint. They won't hold on to the zone.
A lot of what happened there is the vacuum came out too. So Alliance Rogue also just couldn't paint.
The vacuum wasn't It doesn't reach that far into the zone, right?
It doesn't reach that far in, but there were Alliance Rogue members on left that were maybe counting on being able to paint a little bit from that way if it came down to it, and they couldn't because there was suddenly a vacuum on them. There's not a lot you can do when there's a vacuum.
That's true.
You've got to try and fill it just to try and keep the game going, or you've got to just accept that it's there. And in those overtime situations, your only option is to try and fill it.
Yeah. So Jackpot, able to take that game back. One of the things I want to comment on, though, with that composition adjustment from Jackpot, you might be like, okay, well, it didn't really look like Leafy's Tentebrella worked a lot of the time. I think that's probably fair in saying it didn't work a lot of the time. Now, obviously, we just commented on the ink fact that was able to secure them the game. The other play they were going for, though, earlier was that one time that Madness worked his way all the way up to the right side, was able to chip away with that machine, and then threw the Booyah Bomb back while that Tentebrella was coming over the enemy grates, trying to apply pressure to that other side of the map. I think that was an incredibly strong play that Jackpot couldn't quite find the ability to get set up because they realized that they just wanted to play faster overall. It looked like they wanted to dive for more engagements rather than go for those more prolonged setup plays, as we saw by this play from Jared, who was able to dive in. That was kind of the turning point here, and Jackpot just continued to actually give AR almost to taste their own medicine by continuously running at them.
Yeah, and definitely I do think this map, like, Jackpot didn't have to make as major of comp adjustments as Alliance Rogue did for this. Just because I view Alliance Rogue as, like, if Volti's off Carbon, they're not necessarily weaker. It is very different for them. They do have to adapt way more. And they're not, like, I don't see them run Pencil super often. Like, obviously they run Pencil sometimes. Every team seems to run Pencil sometimes right now. It's a great weapon. But it definitely is not something they run as often as Jackpot does. And things like that can make such a huge difference in those scenarios, especially when you're switching from double Tacticooler to just the one. That must be a huge mental jump.
Now that we're going to Hagglefish here, we'll see what Volti ends up picking up. It is the machine opting for that. Makes sense. I feel like you could see either one come out here. But Volti is going to opt for that machine, but we're right back to this double cooler identity for Alliance Rogue. Meanwhile, Jackpot maintains the same composition, the same versatile composition. We'll see whether or not they'll be able to keep the zombies of AR at an arm's length away once more.
You know, it does seem like that is going to be a little bit easier here than on Flounder, at least to me. There's more alleys you can play around, but there's also, at the same time, less space for those alleys. You're more aware of them, typically, than you are on maybe Flounder.
Certainly the case. Now, Volti immediately gets taken down, punished off of this jump, and you see Alliance Rogue continuing to try to keep up even just some ounce of a presence. They'll take control of the zone and try to draw the members of Jackpot away and buy some space in order to give them the ability to respawn in and stabilize before attempting to make a push of their own. Now, though, Badness gets taken out here, maybe a little bit early, and here comes that screen. That feels like a weird position for the screen. I haven't seen that one.
I mean, to be fair, we haven't seen most of them yet.
That's true. That's true. Screen jump scare sometimes is the case here, but nonetheless, engagement on the side here on the map. Volti steps forward, right in the members in the waiting arms of Jackpot, and Jared will find one with the crab tank as well. 3 down now for Alliance Rogue. Jackpot might be able to just run away with this one here.
They definitely might. It seems like they're very comfortable. They've got specials at the ready. AR doesn't really. It seems like they're going to have a hard time breaking in, especially with coolered up Jackpot. I don't quite know what they do here. Like, obviously the Splatter Speller screen is going to come out. All the specials they have are. Cooler's not going to be able to help them much here. They need to just start diving at the zone. They're not going to be able to, as all of Jackpot knows where to look. They aren't going to be able to cap. That was just a very good hold out of Jackpot. They just knew what they wanted to do, and it doesn't seem like Alliance Rogue's fly strategy worked quite as well in that situation.
Yeah, I'm going to go with probably not. The other thing here, though, too, is what things did they actually have to answer for some of those longer range weapons, right? I think that's one of the reasons why Flounder Heights worked incredibly well for them, is that all of a sudden, sure, there was a little maybe less range from Jackpot across the board, thanks to the fact that they went over to the Rapid Pro and the the Tri-Slosher, right? So there was a little bit less range, but even still, with the threat of the double Fizzy Bomb, with the threat of some of these other things, you're able to see more opportunities for Alliance Rogue to come on back and find some of those engagements, find some of these longer range picks. But instead, once again, Jackpot comfortable just holding onto the zone, keeping a step back and away from things. And this screen is great, but it just isn't fast enough to get the rest of the members of your team in. They weren't able to find those engagements off of that screen. And Jackpot, once again, able to just step back, keep control of the zone, and maintain things, giving us the same end result that we saw last month in 2026.
Something I have found really interesting watching these games with Splatter Sculler screen today, because this is the first time I'm seeing top level gameplay of it, really. It almost seems too slow for most of these teams, but you also don't really want it to be faster because it's too obscure the vision. It seems like it's so much better on a hold than on a push.
That probably seems fair. I mean, it's going to depend, right? I think on a couple of things. Probably for splat zones, I think I would generally agree with you. While it probably can be useful in some pushing scenarios, in order to try to make sure that the hold can't fully take shape, right? Things like suddenly, if you're able to get that in position, let's run the thought experiment back on Haggle. If you're able to get that in position and you notice Jared pops the crab tank, immediately throwing the cooler or the screen at Jared means that crab tank basically can't see anything, can't get any picks, is going to be virtually useless, right? Maybe it lays down a little bit of ink on the enemy side of the map, but that's about it, right? No one's able to dive in off the space that crab tank is able to generate, right? So that feels like maybe, you think about that there and you go, all right, well, maybe I see it, but I think I generally agree that it's going to feel like it's better of a holding tool. But I comment on it for Alliance Rogue because they didn't have an engagement tool, right?
No.
I mean, Volti was on Vanilla Machine, right? So they didn't even have have the Neo with the Zuka.
No, Volti was on Neo. Volti was on Neo for Haggle.
Well,
but still, the Booyah is not, I don't view Booyah as a great entrance tool, to be very honest. I think it's a fine entrance tool. I don't think it's a great one.
Well, I mean, but that's my point,
I was surprised they got rid of their crab for it, is more where I was at, because crab is it's really good on Haggle. It has a lot of really good angles on Haggle. And I find it to be very consistent there for teams, just across the board.
If you want to run double cooler, you don't have any other options, which is the thing that I want to point at, right? This cooler, it's great. Yeah, it helps you respawn faster. It does, what doesn't it do? Well, it doesn't actually force you in. It doesn't actually give you space, right? It gives you more opportunities to take more fights, but it doesn't actually give you space outright. Things like a Zuka can pick up a couple of kills. Things like the even a Booyah Bomb could do that. And maybe the screen. I keep wanting to call it a splatter cooler screen.
Yeah, it feels tempting. I do believe it's splatter color.
Yeah. It's not cool at all, actually. It's very cringe.
The screen is cringe? That's what we're landing on?
Yeah, the screen is cringe. That's the conclusion I've come to.
Okay. I like that one.
I'm just yapping. I've watched 7 games of it just like you. But next up,
I've played some games of it.
Next up, the COVID era Splatoon players will enjoy this one. FTWin versus Starburst, baby. We are so back.
We're back. Can't go wrong with FTWin versus Starburst. Always going to be an interesting set. Although, let me look at their rosters real quick. There's something I want to check. I want to see who has Biscuit. Who gets to have Biscuit today?
FTWin gets Biscuit. I think FTWin gets Biscuit in general. Yeah,
I do think so. But that was Biscuit was a big part of how Starburst was playing through the start of S3. They were setting up Biscuit to run in. That was how they that's how they played during crab meta. And it worked really well for them until it didn't.
Right. Of course, FTWin also Kyo and Biscuit coming back, but riding out their roster is Zeras, which is a player obviously hasn't been around so much and not a North American player, so less familiar maybe to the North American fans, but was someone who really was all in on the Stamper at one point or another. And now we are seeing not only like the vanilla Stamper continue to kind of come back or certainly find its spot in the meta in a lot of cases, depending on certain pilots, but now you've got an extra kit to work with, right?
The new kit is cool.
Yeah, which we haven't seen yet today. I was kind of, in some respects, I'm kind of surprised that Leafy didn't pull it out, but then you consider that, okay, well, Jared wants to play V-Dualies anyway, so that works. But even still, this Toxic Mist crab take here out of the
I really think the kit is... I think that kit is incredible for it. Yeah. I don't think we're going to see it super often, is kind of where I've landed. I think we'll see it more in top level than any other level of Splatoon, because it is just so strong. But I think it's going to feel less rewarding to Stamper players, so they're going to be a little less drawn to it.
But I feel like it could work here for Xera's.
I agree.
Who used to play an anchor role, so come on, not really used to very rewarding play in general.
That's true.
And so maybe likes taking that step back, doesn't necessarily dive in all the time, and maybe can play a little bit more supportively or just favoring Kyo in general to be that pace setter for this roster. So I'm excited to watch how this one plays out. Of course, other thing to mention though, rounding out the Starburst roster, Zero enters once again into the fray here. And I think Starburst didn't play at 20XX, right? Yeah.
I don't believe they did. I could be wrong.
I'm looking at the bracket. They did not. They were not in attendance, or they weren't in attendance on day 2, but come on. They weren't playing.
There were some very weird upsets in 20XX. It is an option. 20XX was a very weird upset-heavy tournament.
Hey, I'm sorry. Starburst is going to beat teams like Moonlight and Bet and who is Zenith? I don't even know who Zenith is.
Zenith is, I believe, a +2 player. I could be wrong.
Oh, it's a team.
Well, I think Zenith is probably on Zenith team. I could be wrong. Maybe. But I think I'm right. Idea.
My point in saying that is that Starburst probably beats them.
Most likely.
99 out of 100 times. So, anyways, tangent aside.
Sorry, my genuine excitement about Humpback is...
Tell me about it.
Is it a good map? Maybe. Not really, though. It's a very special spam map. I love that when it's not top level Splatoon, you can play very silly on it. You can play Junior in S2 so aggressively on this map that it forever warped my brain. And so now I just get excited when I see this map because I played too much aggressive Junior on it and got quads here, and I got too much dopamine from that, and now it lives in my brain.
Well, welcome back, everybody. If you think you got in a time machine and went to 2020, you would be correct. FTWin versus Starburst is right back in semifinals here of the Season 1 finale for SendouQ. And seeing some pretty traditional comps, it feels like, across the board. And I was right in saying Stamper, but I was wrong in suggesting the other kid.
You know, that's how it goes sometimes. Definitely, this map I can see not wanting as much crab on. It's definitely still a good crab map, because every map is a good crab map. I will say I love getting to see all of these buckets come out, something we would not have really seen in Splatoon 2, even on this map. Although I guess we did see double try here sometimes. It wasn't unheard of.
Yeah.
Out of FTWin especially, it wasn't unheard of.
Right. See what else comes out of this here. Interesting to see Bagel opting for the pencil here. Of course, one of these
such a good weapon.
Yeah, one of the more supportive backlines, but you don't really consider Bagel like a charger or a bamboo player historically. Now,
but I do consider Bagel a good support player, and it's a really good support weapon.
Everyone loves pencil.
Everyone loves pencil. Some players hate pencil and play it anyway. Yeah, Starburst just seems to be eating this map alive. They seem so comfy here.
The setup there coming through with Ice turning that corner of the crab tank, so much range, and then piled on top with that Zuka coming in from the other side means that FTWin virtually had nothing to do. Now Bursty tries to get back in with this crab tank, but even still, FTWin continues to struggle without an ability to actually dive on top of much of anything here. And it looks like Starburst might be able to just find the response. Ice finds one against Kyo. Now we see the drop coming in here, but it's just not enough at the end of the game. It will be Starburst taking game 1.
Yeah, Starburst very comfortably taking game one at that. FTWin had that tiny hold at the start, but like, look at that map. That looks, that's just not what you expect a humpback map to look like at the end of the game. You don't expect to see that much of the other team's ink in your street necessarily, unless it's a KO like that. They seemed ridiculously comfortable. They seemed like they didn't have to put up much of a fight against anything FTWin was doing. And I'm interested in seeing how other maps go for FTWin, because maybe they just don't know humpback very well. Could have been a pick that was more in Starburst's map pool, like that is an option. I could also see it being an FTWin's map pool though. They have a Stamper player, they have Slosher players. Like, it should have been a map they were comfy on. It favors their weapon pools very well. Although Starburst can kind of just play everything under the sun.
I mean, Starburst is the team that's, at this point, been around for longer, right? FTWin kind of took a little bit of a hiatus. But just their ability to continue keeping things up. And look, I think Humpback, you don't think of it as a lockout heavy map, but certainly these teams are trying to play it as such, with especially that play that we saw for Starburst with Ice getting prepared on that corner with that crab tank ready, shooting down, and then the layering on top with that Zuka coming in from the other angle virtually made it so that at that point in the game, with 50 ticks on the timer left to go, FTWin doesn't have any possibility of actually getting back into the zone. So beautiful setup and execution there coming in. And look, you can say all of these things that you want about, map pool this, map pool that, but at the end of the day, Starburst made it incredibly difficult to find any level of an engagement. And FTWin really had to feel like they were rushed in order to get something back. But now, riding into a map we haven't seen yet today, Sturgeon Shipyard will be coming out, which should be interesting here overall. I imagine this is one that Xera's probably likes a little bit with the Stamper.
Probably. I would imagine so. It definitely seems like a really good Stamper map. It seems like it would be incredibly good for the new Stamper kit, especially to me, because it is, it's a good crab map. The spinner is such a good spot for crab. Getting on their snipe is so good for crab, and Stamper is so good at wanting to hold those spots already, Like, it just makes sense together.
Mm-hmm.
Although that being said, because I said it, we're not going to see it.
Of course. Why wouldn't we? I'm still trying to figure out who is who on this other team.
Yeah, that's fair.
That is.
That's how it goes sometimes.
That is Biscuit picking up the new machine, not Kyo. Kyo is the one on the Tri-Slosher, so bear that in mind. Meanwhile, what was this from Xera's? Diving into the enemy side of the map almost instantly to try to find a trade or some advantage or something of the sort. Now FTWin tries to find a response here, and Kyo will be able to come up with one, meaning that it's a two-down situation here for Starburst. Well, FTWin's able to hold on to the zone for the first time, and now jumping into the courtyard here, Xera's continuing to keep the pressure, does get caught out, but even still, FTWin, so much pressure, such a blitz play that pays off for them at the early stages here.
And I'm going to be honest, blitz plays are what we've always seen out of FTWin. They have always been a very aggressive team. It's nice to see that identity has stuck around for them. They are still very new to being back. It's been 2 months? Something like that? Kyo's been playing the whole time. First he hadn't though. And the other two players are pretty new to FTWin. It is still weird to me to see FTWin without Shaq. I'm not gonna lie.
Finally, though, Starburst looks to try to make an engagement here, and now they're starting to stack their specials. Kyo, though, comes in on the flank, is able to find two and shut down part of that. And now FTWin, the rest of them is going to find the rest of the cleanup. Bagel tries to jump in and get something done as a latch-disc effort, but it's just not enough. FTWin responds with a map of their own in an incredibly strong lockout, keeping up the constant pressure.
Yes, incredible job there out of them. That was FTWin gameplay. That's what they look like. That's what they do. I would also like to point out that the two teams that we associate most with Splatoon 2 days, only Splatoon 2 maps so far. 2 for 2.
Are we going to see all Splatoon 2 maps for the entirety of this?
Look, they're not running missiles and armor. It's okay with me. I didn't get to commentate any other eras of Splatoon 2. To me, there was only missile and armor to commentate. So I'm happy to see anything else.
Fair enough. Speaking of things you didn't necessarily see in Splatoon 2, that blitz play at the beginning.
Yeah.
I don't even know how he got there that fast, frankly. He didn't have Zipcaster at that early stage of the game.
But held forward.
And like, look, right? You go, okay, well, finds a trade, so maybe not exactly like the best thing in the world.
No, it drew
right?
everyone's attention back there. It allowed FTWin to set up in zone, allowed them to get the spinner, allowed Kyo to get on that spinner, which is absolutely massive.
Yeah, and with Kyo getting on that spinner, able to keep up the pressure of Boar, and then you constantly have this squid advantage on the map. It's very easy to see how things can snowball out of control, and then you continue to apply pressure. They applied pressure to the enemy court without ever actually full-on committing for the enemy court.
Yeah.
Too, right? Zeras went in, Kyo dove in to find one, and then immediately jumped away, and Zeras was the only one that dove in and actually was taken down, but even still, they were comfortable with that, and then Kyo was able to set up for another flank to shut down that final push at the end of the game that we saw. We'll be going to a Splatoon 3 map now. Sorry, Nox.
Unfortunate. It would have been such an interesting narrative to see only Splatoon 2 maps. I say as I am sick of most of the Splatoon 2 maps. And those are the two that I don't get annoyed with seeing. Just a little bit of hypocrisy from me.
just maybe a bit. But so we'll be seeing this. Folks, to give you a brief idea of what's going on in the rest of the bracket, we're holding the other winner's semifinal, which is between Jackpot and Heller. Heller is the team that beat New Meta, who is coming in that third seat. So we'll see what that one has in store for us in just a moment. But for now, back to our Splatoon 2 throwback match. We see very similar things across the board, though a little bit of differences from Starburst, most notably Bagel switching over to that ballpoint, opting for a little bit of extra range.
Yeah, I mean, obviously ballpoint isn't as strong as it was, just because Inkjet's not as strong as it was. Still ridiculously strong. Also, surprised Zeras lived that Fizzy Bomb. I'm going to be real. Sometimes it feels like Fizzy Bombs have active tracking. That time, it didn't.
Not that time, perhaps. Now, though, dives in for the play. This time, Starburst is ready, but now, even still, Starburst was turned around, and they get taken down 2-0. Zero tries to jump back up, but now immediately gets punished thanks to Zera's jumping right back into the fray, and now also has the Zipcaster at the ready to make even more of a threat. You see Bran get back into the corner, but is still able to stand his ground somehow. Finds that pick versus Zeras, and maybe an opportunity here for Starburst to start moving forward. Pops the Booyah Bomb that gets thrown right towards that Crab Tank, trying to cancel out any pressure there from Biscuit, but even still, no one from Starburst can really fully find their way in. They haven't been able to find clean picks on a clean engagement that they want to, as FTWin continues to hold with a lot of their main weapons, and now Brand's gonna get punished. It looks like Zeros is looking for another target, and now Zeros looks to be it. There's the Zuka that'll finally take down Zeras, and Starburst has slowly made their way back in, has applied a penalty at bare minimum, and now will be looking to try to find a hold with a further engagement.
One thing I want to give Zeras a ton of credit for here is the amount of aggro they're consistently able to draw. Zeras does such an incredible job of just putting so much pressure on, and now we're seeing Bursty's Crab being able to follow up on that pressure, and they're just continuously able to force Starburst back despite having less range.
Yeah, certainly the case now, and see whether or not they're able to keep doing that, though. At this point, FTWin 2 down. Starburst starting to move forward here a little bit more. And you see, I think, really, once again, these Fizzy Bombs that continue to come out. We saw them at the beginning stage of this game. We're seeing them now even still. Starburst tries to maintain some kind of footing, but FTWin is right back into the fray. Tactical it up and all. It'll immediately take back both these zones, thanks to taking down Kyo on the enemy team sorry, no, that's not Kyo on the enemy team. I'm getting my teams confused because all of the teams are mixed around in their rosters since the last time I watched both of them. In any event, they're starting to come on back through here. You see the Booyah Bomb get thrown, and now Starburst is 3 down thanks to the play that happened on the other side of the map. It looks like FTWin might be able to extend their lead and even go for the knockout here.
Yeah, just incredible gameplay here so far out of FTWin. They're doing such a good job of moving in together as a unit, finding the areas where their damage numbers meet up really well. And Bursty, I'd like to point out, has been putting just a ton of pressure onto Bagel very consistently, not allowing them to get set up with that ballpoint, which is absolutely huge. But as I say that, Starburst able to start breaking in, able to cap at least one zone, looking for the other, but Biscuit able to keep it out for a little bit. Starburst does get the penalty now, but Kyo looking to put on some damage.
Looking to do just that, stepping forward in the way that you know Kyo to do. even if it's even with that. Tri-Slosher tends to play a little bit more supportively. Now, though, see trades back and forth. Ice starting to move forward here a little bit more on the Tri-Slosher as well, but can't come up with much value and will elect to drop back, maintaining something here. We'll see what Zero can do now. Sharking for a moment, waits for the play to get made, and now tries to find one on the Bursty, but immediately is able to find the response with that trade. Now Zeraz dives in, looks for one on the ice, and is able to find it. It's a 3-down situation as FTWin has won all of the individual firefights on their individual fronts.
Yeah.
It'll now be looking to once again solidify their knockout here.
Yeah, FTWin is just doing, I mean, it still looks like a lot of very classic FTWin plays of, we know what we want to do, we know where we want to be, and we're going to make it happen. There has always definitely been a lot of planning in the way FTWin plays the game, and they're still doing that incredibly well, and be able to just continuously put out this really intense pressure because of it.
Now, though, Starburst able to step up with a bit of their own, staggering their specials one on top of the next with that Booyah Bomb thrown to the right side, allowing the Inkjet to start coming forward, and then Zero set up on that Zuka. But now, all that pressure is dissipated. They've committed all their resources, and it's FTWin's turn. Crab Tank comes out, Booyah Bomb to the enemy zone. Bursty tries to come on board here, throwing some more burst bombs towards Zero.
Ooh.
But now it's a 2-down situation once more, as the dive-in does not convert this time from FTWin. Starburst might be able to continue holding here, as they've got Tacticoolers that buff with them as well. Zero, another Zuka, looks for one, can't find anything there, and FTWin's looking for the near zone once more. 2 down from Starburst, still haven't been able to fully push through this zone as FTWin, and Starburst is trying to hold on. We're in overtime now. They're looking for both these zones at the same time. Haven't quite found it yet, but Joe's left uncontested, and there's no one back to paint for Starburst. FTWin will close it out.
FTWin having a little bit of a scary ending there, but managing to keep themselves together just enough to get those zones capped. Kyo doing a great job there of just finding the zone nobody was looking at, making sure it stayed painted, and hoping that his teammates could take care of the others, which is what you have to do in those double zone scenarios. Because even if Kyo had just held that zone and they had stayed looking at the other zone, that still would have been FTWin's game eventually. It would have taken a little bit longer, but I don't think much longer considering how long they were in that overtime already.
Yeah, very back and forth. Every time, you felt like FTWin was about to stabilize. Like, it felt like they won a lot of fights, but even still, Starburst was able to find a couple of their own. They were able to go for more of those longer pushes, and even some of those times when FTWin was trying to make those engagements happen, felt like either not all the tools were quite there how they wanted to be from FTWin, or Starburst was just able to find responses, moving away from the Booyah Bomb, moving away from the Zuka, things like that, preventing everything from crumbling. And so Starburst was able to punish that, making it come down to the wire. But even still, FTWin able to find once more a couple of those fights towards the end of the game. I mean, it was I think it was one of these pushes here where I just remember FTWin coming in immediately going 2 down because of how spread out Starburst was and their ability to improvise and collapse right back on that play. Yeah,
FTWin is just such an incredibly powerful team. Like, every player on that team I expect to be able to win firefights against even other top teams. Like, they are players that I just have a lot of respect in their ability to take fights. Biscuit is a player that's always been great at it. Kyo, of course, just known for it throughout the years. Bursty kind of slept on for it, but took a lot of really good fights during, obviously still now, but also at FTWin's peak back in Splatoon 2. And just Zera's obviously on that Stamper, just going to be able to take ridiculous engagements, sometimes find a way out of them, taking advantage of that Zipcaster and the burst bombs and stuff like that. And it's just such a solid, aggressive team. And when you put the double burst bombs in there with the Tri-Slosher and the, not the Tri-Slosher having burst bombs, but with the chip from the Tri-Slosher and the Stamper, it just goes a long way.
But the other key part of that, right, that I think a lot of Tri-Slosher players don't really do, that Kyo will certainly have the tendency to do, is to be aggressive.
Yes.
You do not need to sit back and charge up for your next cooler. Once you got that cooler out, go. Dive in on something, make a play happen. That's what Kyo is known for, and that's what he'll continue to do. FTWin now up 2-1 here, looking for this victory over their former rivals. We'll see whether or not they can pull it off in this new era for the team. Now onto Shipshape Cargo Company, and it looks like FTWin already has a little bit of momentum with that nice one coming in from Bursty on that crab tank, but even still, looks like Starburst was almost going to hold on right up until Zeros popped this Zipcaster.
Yeah, great Zipcaster there from Zeros. Almost manages to get the jump out. Doesn't quite, but still drew attention back, drew attention away from the zone, and gave their teammates a little bit more time to get set up. Always so important to do. I think FTWin's probably going to sit back for a sec, wait to get their specials, wait to get some more stuff to try and get in with rather than try and brute force this. Though, of course, Zeros could prove me wrong.
Certainly could, but now we see Ice starting to move forward just a little bit too much. Immediately gets punished for it, and Bran gets taken down as a result. The split advantage is so heavily in favor of FTWin that despite Starburst coming on back, it looks like they'll still be able to hold on. Although, wait a minute, Bran coming in with a little bit of damage here, comes up with 2 or maybe 3 there, and now we'll find another trade on the exit as well. Opens up this window for Starburst to keep holding, and now they've got the high ground.
Yeah, Starburst has the high ground. This map is one that plays around high ground to such an extreme. We do see the Crab actually managing to live the Zuka there. Always surprising to see considering how much damage Zuka does to it these days. Cooler coming out here from FTWin. They're going to look to move forward with that, but they don't have a ton to do with that. Obviously, they have their Stamper ready, but they're in a 2-down situation. They don't have a lot of time to work with. They have a Zuka to get in, and that's about it.
And here comes that Zuka, and now you see Joe start to move forward, has to dive on top of the zone, but the paint is just not there. Starburst once more finds a response, and we are heading to a Game 5. Oh, yes! Give it right back to me. We're so back.
We
FTWin
are
versus
so
Starburst.
back.
Woohoo!
Look, it can never be said that these teams don't put on a great show when they play each other. It is a good show every time. They are such incredible teams that know each other very well at this point.
And think about how many of these individual players have played on teams with one another and against one another, both simultaneously, right? Bagel has had opportunities to play with FTWin. Ice was one of the members on the original FTWin roster, right? Bran has played in pickups. Zero was played with Kyo so many times. There's so much familiarity. Right, and Biscuit, right? Didn't even mention Biscuit. There's so much familiarity across the board between all of the individual players, and watching them play up against one another when they know each other's tendencies, when they know what each other is trying to do in general, and then trying to do like the 5D chess and trying to predict what the enemy player is going to do like 5 steps into the future because you know how the interaction is going to work. That's where this rivalry is going to start heading here pretty soon, if it's not already there. And you're starting to see some of that play out, especially with some of these lockouts towards the end of the game. You know exactly what the tendency is in order to try to make those last ditch move forward, trying to find that cap happen altogether. And Nox, you didn't get your wish for those 3rd and 4th games, but you're getting your wish for the 5th one here on the classic Inkblood Art Academy to round this one out.
They've played each other here probably more times than I can count, most likely. It's, it's the map that we play from Splatoon 2, this and Mako. So, everyone knows how to play it. It's very consistent. We are still seeing that Tri-Slosher coming out from Kyo. No changes there. And not really any from Starburst either. Starburst definitely playing a more patient kind of comp, though.
Sarah looking for a flank play immediately gets caught out by Bran now. And so advantage early to the favor here of Starburst. Looking to try to come on back through here, but even still cannot move forward at all. FTWin maintains their range here, and Bursty now tries to move up on this left side. Now looking for Zero, and is going to at least find the trade out. And now it's a 1v2 here, with Starburst taking control of the zone first.
Yeah, we're seeing Zera's trying to find a little space to play with, but not really going to be able to with that pencil and that machine launching everything. They have some specials online. Zipcaster not the best at helping your teammates necessarily get in, considering you can't help follow up once it ends. Zera's does go down. Should have been coolered, though, I believe, so should be back pretty quickly. Bursty going down there is huge, though. Zero able to get that jump back, and this should be a really comfortable situation for Starburst to play in. They should just be able to hold here, especially with that Crab at the ready. Trying to push Bagel back, trying to prevent that Crab from coming out, most likely. But not going to be able to find a way in. Kyo can't get in alone there. Does eventually get picked off. They don't have time to paint the zone. And that's Game 5 going handily to Starburst, saying, we remember Splatoon 2. We got it.
Once again, right? These teams' abilities to know when it's best to engage, know when it's best to back away, know when it's best to keep your range. All of these sorts of things are critical in understanding how best these teams play. And there, at the end of that game, what made it most out to me was Zero's play there towards the very end. He picks up 2, elects to not run up to the enemy's plat, and jumps back immediately. He knows that the rest of his team can clean up. He knows that regrouping is more beneficial. And when you have that tactical cooler buff, the sped up quick jump, getting out of there as fast as possible and back to regrouping with the rest of your team is just so much more impactful and helpful rather than trying to make that push happen. Zero recognizes it, and that is character development, my friends, because Zero would never have done that if he was given the option to in 2019. So that's fun to see across the board. These players continuing to evolve and change the current meta. And it looks like Starburst has got the edge here today, at least for the first time that these two teams will compete. But I imagine we might be seeing them again. We'll see.
Yeah, it's always an option with these two teams. Both of them can easily take on most of the teams in the losers bracket, most likely. No offense to those teams. It's just FTWin and Starburst, so I give them so much credit. As they have really earned.
There are very few teams to actually take it to either one of these two rosters. One of them, of course, being Jackpot. And feels like Alliance Rogue, not quite there. At least in the past couple of months, right? Feels like it's these three teams right now, and Alliance Rogue is struggling to find an identity that really works for them. But up next, we'll be taking a look at the other winners semifinal here between that very Jackpot team we were just mentioning and Heller, which is another team that is coming together here. Isaac, Stalk, J Sushi Pony, and Riff Raff is the tag listed on Sendou.Inc. So this team of obviously very individually skilled players coming together, and they've been playing together in some form or fashion for some time.
Yeah.
Just probably actually had the ability, and one of the things here too with the SendouQ system, right, is that people can just queue up when they're available, right?
Yeah,
they're able to find matches when they're available. They don't have to sit down, commit to a 4-hour tournament or something. They can just play one match or so with a couple of their friends, with whoever's around. And I think that certainly favored some of these pickup groups like Heller, who have come on back together and now might be continuing to pick up something a little bit stronger in terms of team synergy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure SendouQ is actually helping a lot of these players get that together quite a lot more. It gives them a lot more space to play with, and a lot, like you said, it's a lot less time commitment. On the other hand, it can also be a lot more time commitment, which I'm sure is what these teams actually ended up doing.
Well, it's more time commitment when you look at the broader picture, but like on a per day basis, you play like 2 matches for 2 hours and then you call it, right?
Sure, we can pretend that's what these teams did.
Come on. Probably. That's not what they did every day, but you're not going to play like 6 matches in one day, right?
Sometimes you do. Sometimes you sit down.
You need to do a lot of other things than play Splatoon for 6 hours consistently.
K-Bot, I once played 1,500 hours of Splatoon in like 8 months. I just think you should know that information.
You're wild for that. You're wild for that.
That was the end of Splatoon 2. There was no good reason to play that much. It was just missiles and armor. I just was like that.
I have something like 700 hours in Splatoon 3, where probably the vast majority of those are spectator hours.
Wow, really? You've spectated Splatoon a lot?
I know. Wow.
How many collegiate teams were you coaching this year?
This year, I've sat down with 3 different teams.
Yeah, just a casual 3, and then also coaching Sonder, right?
Yeah, but they're kind of on hiatus right now. So
yeah, but I mean, for a while, you were just actively coaching, like, what is that, 20 people?
Right, something like that.
That was the battle being ended. Yeah, no, I was fully ready to wrap up that statement, but I'm just going to point out that you were just like regularly coaching 20 people, along with sometimes being willing to just do it for other people.
Yeah, well,
got to do something with your free time. Your whole 2 seconds of it.
Right. In any event, apparently there was a roster issue there. .Q is in fact not on Heller.
That
so
would make sense.
We're fixing that real briefly.
You want to trade any players? Jackpot wants all of their players?
I think they do. I think they do.
But, one of the big things here that we don't always bring up when we're talking about this higher level play is that having a 4-player roster is a big deal. Being able to consistently play with the same 3 other players all the time, know exactly what each other are going to do, be the only people you all really play with, makes a huge difference.
And by the way, that's one of the reasons why this Jackpot roster, right, is kind of taken a little bit of a break over the course of the past, month, 2 months-ish, right? And now they're kind of, or maybe the past month is a little more of a less true, right? But certainly thinking late September, October, didn't really have a lot going on, took a step back and kind of regroup things. Now they're coming back. They're still able to keep up that synergy because they still know how each other wants to play. Mm-hmm. They still know those general tendencies, and they have that on lock. Meanwhile, you look at these rosters like Starburst and FTWin, while all the players are familiar with one another, now they have to figure out what their own team identity is. And things like Kyo switching over to that Tri-Slosher is just going to be different. You saw him try to go in alone there at the end of that Inkling game, and it just didn't work because that's not what the Tri-Slosher does.
It can't do that anymore. It did that in Splatoon 2 because it had that burst bomb and armor. It can't really do that anymore. It doesn't have that role anymore. It wants to sometimes. Sometimes you can force it, but it needs a little support from teammates.
Yeah, so we'll see what comes through here as now we head on to this next one. Splat Zone's Eeltail Alley finally comes through, and this is a pick that I was curious to know whether or not we'd see from Isaac. It is that Blobber coming out on the straightforward map of Eeltail certainly makes a little bit more sense.
It definitely does. It's a weapon I think is very interesting. I don't expect to see it played very often. Like, Pika doesn't play it anymore. I don't expect to see it super often. I do really like it, though. I think that it's a really good pseudo-anchor for situations like this, where maybe you don't want a full anchor, but you want something that will hold space really well. And if nothing else, the blob will give you the space you want for at least a little bit, using that rain and using the endless bubbles it throws out.
So we'll see whether or not that's able to keep up the pressure here versus Jackpot. Seems as though Heller able to take control of this zone first, and Jackpot goes 1 down. That's .Q, and the pencil getting taken out means that tactical rebuff is not going to come online here for Jackpot. Right off the bat, you can tell they're not committing to a play right off the bat because they're waiting for that cooler to come on back online. They're still trying to chip at this zone, trying to keep it neutralized, and now that cooler is going to get sent down there to that left side. You see the dive in from Jared, able to find one, and now looking to the other side of the zone as Axis will be forced to jump away. Jackpot, well done engagement to make control of that zone happen.
Yeah, Crab coming out here from Jared just to make sure they can hold it a little longer. If the other team hadn't been tactical alert, it probably would have been a little bit early, but perfect considering the timing. Jared now going to be able to move forward a little bit, playing around this pillow, just trying to find something, able to find Isaac. That's a great pick to find. And we're seeing the machine looking to move forward here, going down to that Stamper though. And Jackpot seems like they're starting to set up a hold here. There should be jumps into .Q to allow them to keep this going.
Yeah, certainly looking to do just that now. 2-down situation. Looks like Heller might be able to take back control here. Bandus getting zoned away, and that cooler wasn't quite able to get reached by some of these members here from Jackpot. Heller trying to keep up the pressure here. But again, that's one of the things with this competition. Feels like they don't have a lot of holding power in a lot of their specials. Sure, they've got a decent amount of engagement, but with things like that Zuka, if it doesn't get a pick right off the bat, it's not going to force the members of Jackpot to stay away. Jackpot's going to be able to run at them with that, Leafy and Jared especially teaming up, or whatever combination of players really, once they get that tactical buff, and it's going to convert a lot of these zones right back to Jackpot.
And on top of that, .Q just gets such incredible sightlines on this map, and now we just see them up in the mix of everything. Not a player we often get to see move up quite this far, but .Q not afraid to, trusting their teammates to be able to hold this space for them until it's time for them to back off. And by being this far forward, they'll be able to put the cooler where their teammates need it even more easily.
Now just a few ticks of the timer left to go here. Heller needs to find an engagement, and they've got the specials to do it. Booyah Bomb coming out to the center of the zone, and will neutralize things for a moment. Isaac tries to get that paint down with that blobber, but Jared's trying to zone away some of the members of Heller with that crab take. Now 2 members in this corner, but actually they're able to find the cap. Jared tries to make the dodge roll, but Axis is able to read it and get that punish down. Jackpot will lose control of the zone, but Heller goes 2 down. Leafy's still up here trying to bully away some of these members, and now Jackpot's going to take control of the zone right back despite getting that penalty.
Yeah. Jackpot just took such good advantage of being able to keep 2 players up. Both players that had gone down jumped back in, able to create this very high pressure scenario. We have a crab tank at the ready, a cooler just came out, and we're gonna see just more, like, Jackpot's just good at the pressure part of the game. They know what they're doing, they're able to just play cleanup, and they know how to trust each other in these scenarios.
Booyah Bomb up in the air once more out of badness. Gets thrown towards some of these members. Now Leafy tries to find the engagement. Stalk back in the corner this time. Leafy's going to be able to find it with a Zipcaster, and now immediately find one onto Isaac as well. That's 2 down now for Heller, and Leafy's going to continue storming forward. Looks like we're seeing a little bit more here come through from Heller. They get the jumps back in, and now they're going to hold the line to this bridge. But they've got to push that line back to the zone, and it looks like it's not going to happen. 2 down once more as Axis tries to dive in, and Jackpot will secure game 1.
Heller put up a good fight, but Jackpot's just such a well-oiled machine. Like, the thing that I always like to emphasize about having an anchor like .Q on your team is that you get to have those jump-ins. And when you're having players like Leafy and Jared and Madness just be able to continuously go in with that cooler, having those jump-ins makes a world of difference.
I mean, hey, we were talking about that happening with Alliance Rogue, right? In fact, their entire identity is built around trying to do that exact thing right now. So certainly the strategy is strong, right?
Yes.
And while you might not see that come out with the same level of frequency, it's about that consistency. It's about how safe those jumps are when Jackpot's coming in to do it, and then able to come on through. They've got the cooler, and they can start teaming up. How many times did you see Leafy and Jared approach a fight from 2 separate angles, making it near impossible for the one player they were targeting to get the kill onto both of them? It sounds like a very basic and simple concept, but when you watch Jackpot do it with this level of consistency, it's no wonder why they're one of the strongest teams we have right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's like watching a machine. They know what they want to do. They know when they want to do it. It almost feels like, obviously they're having to comm information, but I'm sure they're having to comm less a lot than even like an FTWin or Starburst right now, because they just know what each other want to do more. They're probably just making shot calls that are more major things rather than I'm going to individually do this, because they see what each other are doing and are just able to react.
Yeah, definitely the case. And we'll see whether or not Heller can try to find a response here. Because like I said, right, how are you going to start shutting down this team? It's probably going to be something where you've got, like, I said that the composition's incredibly versatile and can do a lot of things for Jackpot, but at the same time, it feels like I want to see a little bit more holding power out of Heller in general. And that might be more important, or another thing that you could play around here. Maybe not more important, but certainly something you can play around when you go over to Mahi, this tight quarters map. But this thing got reworked recently, right?
Yeah, it doesn't feel that different. Like, it's a little better, but it's not a big rework. It's not like it feels like, you remember Schellendorf's rework in Splatoon 2 and how it was like kind of just not much? It's okay if you don't.
Yeah, Goldfish Brain over here is not.
That's very fair.
Computing.
It wasn't like, there's a few little blocks that have changed. There are some areas that are a little bigger. It's a little less tight, but it's not like, it's better. They made it better. They didn't change it, if that makes sense.
Right. Yeah.
It's still the same identity of a map. You're still going to be doing those close quarter fights. Crab's still going to be great here. Triple strikes are still going to be great here. It's still going to be a map that sloshers and blasters do great on. Obviously a good vacuum map with Isaac choosing to pull it out there. And we're seeing the same we're seeing Tentat Leafy again, but this time with the Zuka, which is, I think, a good call. I think that's a little bit better here for them than back.
seems to be the case, right? Especially when we were just talking about things. What are you going to do to hold, right? What are you going to do to try to challenge when the enemy team is coming back on down? Having the Zuko for the little bit of extra range could be useful, but it looks like Heller might get the first lap here, as they were able to find a 2-on situation versus Jackpot and continuing to storm forward.
Ooh.
Leafy caught off guard, immediately snapped on and turned on by some of the members here of Heller as they're looking forward now.
Yeah, and we're now seeing that vacuum coming out, really going to be able to prevent Jackpot from coming in for a minute, but they're going to have specials to come in with once they do. They do manage to take out Leafy with that vacuum shot, though. That's a huge pick. Madness might go down to this Inkjet, but no, Crab going to be able to fend them off. Not quite, actually. Jared using this Crab incredibly well, though, able to put on a lot of pressure. Leafy looking to move forward with Jared with this tent, really just shutting down this entire right side of the map from Jackpot's perspective.
Starting to come on back in here. Now SendouQ looking for something a little bit more, but here comes that ink back from Isaac, trying to help the team get in a little bit. Doesn't look like it's going to be that successful, though. It was zoned away by a single triple ink strike coming out there. And so now Jackpot will continue to hold on. It's another 2-down situation now for Heller. And Jared might even think about running forward. No, okay, we'll decide to back on away, but Madness will certainly take up that opportunity.
Yes.
He does get punished for it nonetheless. But even still, Jackpot in a really strong position now. Leafy tries to hold out one part of the map. Jared immediately gets shredded here out of the crab tank, but now will drop back away, and even still, it's just a 2-down situation. Madness comes up with one before getting traded away, and he'll stall out enough time for Jackpot to take the zone and count that timer down to 0. One more game for Jackpot to advance. Yeah,
Jackpot, once again, just doing a great job there. Really consistent team, obviously. And just knowing how to play off of each other really well there. They got called out a little bit at the beginning, but they regrouped. They waited out the specials they needed to, and then were just able to hold without much of a fight at all.
Yeah. And I'll say it. Jackpot's the better team, right?
Yeah.
That's not an understatement coming into the day-to-day. Despite the fact, I suppose, that Heller technically has the higher seed because they probably played the SendouQ ladder a little bit more. Jackpot is just so consistent, as we've been continuing to mention it over the course of the day today. And Heller's going to need to make some adjustments here, right, in order to try to limit the effectiveness of what each of these members of Jackpot can do, and hopefully try to not isolate themselves too much either, right? Because that's another thing that Jackpot will do consistently, and these higher level teams will, without question, punish any slight overstep, any slight desynchronization that you've got with the rest of your team, and also know when to ignore some things, like the ink fact that was just completely ignored on that side, right? One strike was thrown at it, and it was basically rendered useless there for a while, with no one else from Heller playing through that ink fact coming out of Isaac. So we'll see if they are able to find any adaptations here, but at this point, it might just be regroup and hope for a better run, hope for a better draw an opponent maybe in the loser's bracket.
Yeah, Jackpot's just a tough team to beat. Like, it would not surprise me at all if Jackpot won all of this. If anything, that's sort of what I expect. Like, don't get me wrong, Starburst and FTWin are fantastic, but Jackpot's kind of on another level lately.
Yeah. I mean, that said, Jackpot did lose to FTWin in 20XX.
That's true. They did.
There's an ounce of weakness. We'll see how trained this Jackpot team is, specifically on zones, moving forward against that very team. But now we're seeing this come on back through. We see that Slosher and triple ink strike actually come out here from Heller, changing things up a little bit, hoping to try to pick things out. And once again, getting the first lap is Jared's the first to fall. Now Stalk will find one on the Leafy. It feels like just another ounce of just aggression coming in from Heller.
I will say, Heller has had these really, really aggressive openings. That's what they've been doing. That's what they've kind of been focusing on. They just haven't been able to hold and maintain them. But maybe this time will be different. It does seem like they're more able to pick off members coming in on this map. You can easily see where anyone's coming from. They're trying to shut down Madness here. Gonna be able to with that Blob Blobber. They're close to another triple strike. Gonna be able to pop it here, keeping them out of that left side, forcing them to reposition. They've gotten all the way down to almost 50 already. Crab Tank coming out though. Madness gonna be able to call that out. Looking to find a bit more pressure. Triple strikes of their own coming out now. Looking to cap this zone, should be able to. But that was a good solid hold from Heller.
Solid hold from Heller will only end in 3 of them getting taken down. And now we'll see if Jackpot can return the favor. But Madness, once again, steps too far forward and immediately into 3 members of Heller who are going to clean that one up almost instantly. Leafy gets taken down as well. But SendouQ, longest range pencil pick I've seen in quite some time, will come away with 1. But Heller's looking for this re-engagement. Tripling strikes going back to their own stack as Jackpot's trying to regroup back on that area of the map. But even still, Jackpot wins a lot of these firefights, and they'll be able to clean things up. They take the wipeout, and now will take back control of the zone.
Yeah, and SendouQ getting ready to get another Tacticaler online for when this one runs out. Madness doing a great job trying to hold that angle and getting chip damage like crazy onto that plat area. Bloblobber coming out trying to force Madness out of there. But we see Trip Strikes at the ready. They're probably going to try and move up with him, but Leafy's just out here causing chaos.
They'll be looking for something more, potentially looking to push this plat area now, especially with this zip cast. Immediately turns to find one on the stalk. Not afraid of it. Knows that either that will be the kill or someone else will be able to clean it up. We'll get 2 before trading her life. And now Jackpot in the lead. We see the tripling strikes coming out now for the zone. Axis starts to move forward here with that Tacticaler going down, but the Slosher didn't grab it while they were back up there. So now he's trying to just move back into the zone. Approaching from this right side, but Leafy dives right on top of it. It takes care of business. Jackpot nearly putting the exclamation mark on the end of this set. They are coming right now for Starburst.
They are. I mean, it's Jackpot. It's what they do. You might get the opening. You're probably not going to get the game. Heller did have incredible openings consistently, though. I'm going to give them a lot of credit for that. They had great openings.
And we'll say, with some of that openings that you can catch out by surprise or try to mix up what your opponent's doing. Exact same thing that we saw FTWin doing a little bit earlier. I didn't watch the 20XX set myself, but it feels like it would be not out of the ordinary where FTWin could take an early opening advantage and translate it into further success later and later into the game, just due to their overall nature. But Jackpot certainly able to come back, win a lot of those fights, win a lot of those, in Splatoon, you can't necessarily coordinate everything. You can't necessarily plan everything on the X's and O's. But what you can do is once you build up enough confidence, once you build up enough just mental know-how, knowing how to approach these fights on an individual basis with a weapon that you're currently holding, is exactly what Jackpot knows that they can do, and certainly knows how they can do it together and try to coordinate things together.
Yeah, and that coordination just makes a world of difference. And Jackpot's been playing together so consistently for so long now that they know what each other want to do. The more you play together, the more organic it becomes.
Yeah. So, folks, as we take a look at the bracket here, we're at the point now where we're starting to get down to the last few teams remaining already. In the losers bracket, it is FTWin versus Alliance Rogue happening. That, unfortunately, will be a match that will, I believe, will likely just take place off stream, because up next we'll have the winners final between Starburst and Jackpot. Other teams remaining in the tournament still are Moonlight and Bet. Moonlight is currently up 1-0 over Bet. The winner of that match will go on to face Heller as they look to try to contest things. But we'll see how the rest of this finishes out. It's Alliance Rogue is Europe's last hope right now in the top 6 for the SendouQ finale. Alliance Rogue just coming off of a victory over New Meta, getting that European team kill, I suppose, unfortunately.
I mean, Alliance Rogue is used to being the last team standing from Europe. That's pretty normal to them at this point.
So we'll see whether or not they can do it and who will come out on top. That'll be it from Nox and I today. Thank you all so much for listening, but don't go anywhere. There is more high-level action coming to you for the SendouQ Season 1 finale. We'll be right back.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the final set of block of games of tournament sets going on here for SendouQ season number 1 finale. I am Popgun, joined by Keone, and we got a doozy of a set for you guys to start off right off the bat. Starburst taking on Jackpot.
Yeah, we saw Jackpot and Starburst both on stream earlier today. Jackpot, of course, has just been on a wild run that winning their way through. They actually just ended the previous set on a sweep, so this will be a lot of fun to watch. Basically, the team, probably one of the best teams here in Splatoon versus probably one of the older guards, I guess I could say now, from Starburst here.
This is Starburst here. Yes.
This
is not your. This is not the same version of Starburst that went 50-0 at the start of Splatoon 3's life cycle against teams from the West. Their roster's been gutted, and ever since Ink TV League, we haven't really seen them rise up to the par of the level that we're used to seeing from a team named Starburst. But this, if there's any team that has the most to gain from this tournament today, it's maybe Alliance Rogue, but probably Starburst. And they have a great opportunity to make a name for themselves right here. They're probably going to be a heavy underdog, as everybody is in the West right now, to Jackpot. But this is winners finals. This doesn't decide the entire tournament. This is a best of 5 set, and we're going to be kicking off at Mako Mart game 1.
Yeah, we're kicking off Mako Mart game 1 here, and actually liking a lot of the weapons that are being dished out. No surprise to those to some of these weapons that are being dished out here. You got the dualies and of course that stamper. Leafy has the stamper, of course, on there, along with SendouQ with that pencil, of course. Starburst is going to be going more with pretty much an all-around composition. We've got double TriZook and the cooler, of course, but of course the splash crab tank as well. So love to see what we got going on over here. As Jackpot, they just strike first, but then already right into the penalty points. Starburst will take advantage of the zones to start off.
Is it a crazy assumption to make that New Jeans is ice for Starburst?
Well,
I'm just this. Everybody else is going by the name you would assume they go by, so that just leaves by process of elimination. New Jeans must be ice. So there you go. As who's got control of the zone here? It's the yellow team. It's Jackpot.
Yeah, it's Jackpot.
It's Jackpot.
Yeah, Jackpot has some control of the zone right now, but both teams are kind of just grabbing things out as we speak. You got the cooler being dished out there, Zero, and of course we should say Ice. Ice is assuming the identity of New Jeans here as 2 are down on Jackpot, and Starburst is just out of the penalty points there. SendouQ is down on top of it, and this will be Starburst with the lead here shortly. Still trying to push themselves up, but Zero may have just chased up a little too far. But Starburst should be able to have control of that zone. Jackpot able to neutralize it, may be able to fight back here shortly.
Yeah, until somebody pops a crab. Right.
Yeah.
By the way, is there no Ink Zuka on the side of Jackpot? In fact, there's only there's 2 on the side of Starburst. That might be the difference so far, as the specials have been allowing Starburst to keep control of the zone, as a lot of bombs are being thrown in there. But Leafy gets taken care of, I believe, by like a residue Ink Zuka shot right there, as the rest of the players forced to back up. And Starburst, the underdog, might just get a 2-minute KO right here, unless Jackpot can find something. A special somewhere. Some ink strikes being thrown into the zone, but they lose 2 players in the process. Game 1, we hardly knew ya. 2 minutes go by, and Starburst is gonna take it.
Yeah, it's Starburst. Well, they may have put themselves here as saying, well, we might be the underdogs against probably one of the better teams in the West in Jackpot, but this was pretty much no slouch here. 2 minutes in, and that was very convincing all around. Most of the shots being fired across the bay there, especially with the TriZook, as you mentioned, of course. I think Jackpot might be trying to get themselves a little good up here after that sweep in the last one. But hey, nice start for Starburst overall.
By the way, if you watch the Starburst FTWin set right before this one, all 3 wins that Starburst got in that set that went all the way to a game 5 lasted about 2 minutes. So Starburst is not too eager to drag on today. If they're going to win, they're going to do it very quickly. And if they lose, it's they're going to drag out the set a little bit. But I don't know if they're doing just like opening gambit play style and just let's just knock this out before the other team has a moment to respond. But this fast-paced openings they've been pulling out here has been getting them the results we've been expecting from Starburst of old. As right now they're up 1-0 on Jackpot.
I think you're right. I think Starburst might be in a hurry to try to get most of these maps through, trying to not give another team an inch to work with there. And Jackpot pretty much down 1-0, but this has been no surprise before. In the earlier sets we've seen them, even though they have won the sets, the first two matches actually, they've only dropped just the one. So maybe Jackpot trying to repeat a little bit of that same script there. But yeah, as you mentioned, Starburst just going out with these very quick starts and then trying to just wrestle control the entire way through. There were points where they lost control of the zone there, with Jackpot able to quickly get it back. But at the end of the day, Starburst is just able to wrestle that one back home. And hey, they made it in 2 minutes. Now we can see museum zones coming up here, Pop Gun, and no surprise, I think Jackpot will be a little bit more awake after that one.
By the way, speaking of being a little bit more awake, I've been spending most of the after brunch period wrestling with my son.
Oh, yeah?
So I've been vaguely paying attention to this. I just now noticed Jackpot's the 7th seed.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming the seeding for this is just based off your final placement in the SendouQ season. Which is why we have number 4 seed Starburst taking on the heavy underdog number 7 seed Jackpot. So maybe that's why we're seeing Starburst being up 1-0 right now. As we do see the old squeezer. What a niche pick here coming out from Leafy.
I actually like this pick there. You don't normally see Leafy with that squeezer more often than not, but Leafy able to dish that one out. Now Jackpot, of course, has that Trizuko that's available, and Starburst going 2 down, make that 3 down right away. That's gonna be Jackpot. Now they're fully awake into this one, and let's see if Matt is able to get anything back. No, Ice able to at least trade, but now Jackpot loses 3. Oh, a total wipeout. Starburst is making this one insanely fast from the previous one, and now we get to see Starburst right into enemy territory here on Jackpot, and Jackpot needs to find a quick response.
Well, Jackpot's got time to work with here, and what they have to do is just let Starburst make the play into them. Look, again, Starburst, when they win, they do it very quickly, so they're going for the knockout blow right here, and I like what you saw out of Jackpot, especially .Q, just backing up. Let's not feed into it, and let's just force them out slowly over time. It's okay to chew away some of your, let the opponent score some points there, as long as you keep yourself in the game, got complete control of the zone, and now it's Starburst being faced with their first lockout of the set.
Yeah, now Starburst having to face what Jackpot is trying to get back there. So with Starburst locking them out just earlier there, Jackpot is just trying to do the exact same thing to him. Bagel dishes out the cooler there. Brand Bagel picks that one up as well. Leafy's just down on that back side. This will be Starburst putting down all that paint. Crab Tank's there to help support him, and that will be Starburst getting control of that zone back. Jackpot does not lock them out as well as they could have. Jackpot's already 2 down. Respawns are going to be coming back in. And now again, Starburst is back to pressuring Jackpot out of there. They're again trying to make this one as somewhat quick as possible for about past 2 minutes. So it's not quite that 2-minute match that we've seen before.
Did Brand think they could land on that little sliver in between the ledge and the little paintball blow-up thing? I think that's what we saw right there. Instead, Brand staying alive, trying to ledge camp with the machine there. There takes care of .Q. Can they get one more on top of it? If anything, they're backing the players up away from the zone. And now look, everybody from Jackpot is kind of corralled into this one corner right here, and they're just going to get dunked on top of it. .Q's the last player left alive, responded back in. Starburst playing like the true team that's seated higher right now, technically, up 2-0. How long did that game last? 2.5 minutes?
Gotta be 2.5. I think it's a little longer than 2 minutes there. I feel this is almost somewhat turning into the Starburst of old here we're seeing so far. The very convincing 2-0 start for Starburst there. Then again, both teams just quickly trading zones. I like what Starburst had in mind after the zones cap again with a lot of the higher level teams. Just trying to, once you have multiple down, they're gonna try to punish you and lock you out as quick as you can. And as you noticed at the very end, Jackpot was just put into that corner there where the rest of Starburst just collapsed onto it. .Q just didn't have a chance to respond whatsoever, and Jackpot down 2-0 is quite the surprise so far.
It's a very much a surprise.
Yeah.
New jeans, same old Starburst team, though, it seems like, as they're taking care of business early on in the set. And by the way, this is the situations where Jackpot has been in the past month or so. In the big name tournaments, They've shown up, except for 20XX, where they had for their standards, a below their own expectation standards, I believe finishing 4th place after getting swept out by Fiesta, who ended up winning the whole thing. But when Jackpot gets down a couple of games, you start to see them play a little bit more panicked, not so much more the calm, collected, hey, we're the better team. We don't have to rush things. We can take our time and slowly work our way back into the set. But in the past, we've seen them try to force plays that aren't really there. Starburst's aggressive play style might be speeding up Jackpot a little bit right here. And if I'm Starburst, you need to win this one. You need to win this game right here, because you don't want to get Jackpot calmed down and get their confidence back up. Starburst has to go for the kill right here.
Absolutely, and with the way Starburst has just been playing a very fast pace there, Jackpot needs to pretty much play to their pacing as well. But they go 2 down right away. Crab Tank quickly pop. That's 3 down right out of the gates there, and now a delayed wipe. Starburst is just on a mission here. They're playing this one fast. This is pretty much the same script from the previous 2, and they're trying to lock out Jackpot the exact same way. Jackpot just can't really play to their confidence nor their strengths at this point. Their Bagels just pretty much planted up top with that sniper. Now we get the Crab Tank on the other side for Jackpot here. Jackpot just has trying to find their way in. I think Leafy's just trying to find something with that Zipcaster. Can Leafy find anybody with that Zipcaster? No, goes down on top of it. Starburst still has control of the zone here, Popgun.
Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about. Leafy trying to make a 0 Zipcaster play. And I guess they had Soda because they came right back, but there they get wiped out. They were going right into 2 players. They're not going to win that fight, but they're trying to just make something happen right now. And are they seriously just going to get erased without ever touching the zone? Starburst keeping the fight away from them. There's a Crab ready to go. There's some Ink Sights being thrown onto the zone as well. Nothing's going to be enough to stall. They need to get some splats on the zone. 3 players instantly go down. Starburst runs Jackpot out of the map. 3-0, and they're moving on to grand finals. It didn't even look close.
That was the most convincing set I have seen so far. Starburst plays fast, trying to lock you out fast, and they did it for effectively 2 of the 3 maps there. The Museum Zones map took a little longer, let's say, that go-around, but that was very convincing. Jackpot, that was the most convincing victory we've seen in Inkblot Zones so far there. Jackpot I don't think Jackpot even had a retake of the zone whatsoever. That was all Starburst the entire way through. Maybe 1 neutral from what I noticed there. And Starburst is just playing on another level. Jackpot down to the lower brackets, and as you mentioned, Starburst to Grands, that is phenomenal.
But we just got to call that like that is. That whole set, gameplay-wise, lasted 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And that's Jackpot doing it against. Jackpot is literally the world champions. They won the world championships last week, and they just got their ass beat. There's no other way to describe it other than that, against Starburst in this winner's final. Now, the tournament's not over for them by any stretch of the imagination. They're going to go down to losers finals, which is going to be best of 5, and they're going to have a long, nice little wait to kind of recuperate from that. But wow, that is... If you've been paying attention to what Starburst has been doing since they had their little remodeling of their team here, which, by the way, their team, when you stop and think about it, Starburst isn't that much different now. They've lost Biscuit, and it's really just 0 subbing in for Biscuit, which, by the way, hats off to 0. This is the best placement that player's had in a tournament like this style, probably since like Genesis 7. Where they went to winners finals and lost to FTWin in the game 5 in that one. So this is a huge step forward in what this could mean for the scene if Starburst were to be truly back, if they were to find a way to win this whole tournament. Interesting storylines going on here. Long way to go, but that was an impressive win.
I'm still in awe with how convincing that set really is there, Popgun, because yeah, you mentioned they're one of their best placements so far, and I feel like we talked about it before. This is not really the same Starburst that we've seen, at least leading into this particular tournament here. And Jackpot, they just literally were off of a Spot World Cup World Championships in the full side of the fence, where they won against FTWin, I believe, in Grand Finals 3-1, and I don't think I've seen Jackpot be that just ran out of the building just like that in winners finals in quite some time. And hey, maybe this could be something to keep an eye out on in the lower brackets, because that's where Jackpot, that's where FTWin, by the way, is as well. So there's a lot of thoughts that are going through my mind, but at the end of the day, Starburst is at grand finals, and yeah, I'm still at a loss of words for sure.
Well, again, that set could mean nothing in the grand scheme of things. Jackpot could still come back and collect themselves and find a way to get a win here. But we'll deal with that storyline later, because right now we are dipping down into the loser side of the bracket, which, by the way, the entire loser set are all best of 5. So buckle up, boys and girls. We got a lot of Splatoon left to play before Starburst might want to go ahead and find some dinner or something, because it'll be a while before we see them again. This is losers round 4. So we got this set, one more set, and then losers finals, and then grand finals. So we got some ways to go, and right now we're going to be dipping into Heller versus Moonlight.
And hey, Moonlight and Heller made their appearances so far. I think this is Moonlight's first appearance actually on stream here today too. So Moonlight pretty much a team that we've known for quite a long time. The names like Basil, Omega, and Nolan and SendouQ to note as well. I've had the opportunity to cast some of them actually at Riptide just this year too. So love to see what Moonlight has to dish out. So I'm familiar with Heller on my end, but at the end of the day, it's still they're still going through the losers bracket. And I'd like to note, by the way, the winner of this one plays FTWin in that losers round 5. So I think they may know what's ahead of them, but they gotta go through this losers round really quickly here.
You know, this is the first time Moonlight's been on stream today, but I think I have commentated every single Moonlight set that they've ever done on an IPL channel. I can't avoid these guys, and it's fine. Like, Moonlight's cool to commentate. But here they probably got to be sick and tired of me at this point. Regardless, SendouQ, Basil, Omega, and Nolan going to be taking on Heller. Now, Heller we don't see a lot in tournaments in general. In fact, this is the first time I think I can think of in a long time where we've seen Heller actually play as a team. They signed up for Ludi, got DivX, and then I think has yet to play a single set or dropped or whatever, so we haven't even got to see them play in that sort of action. But they have had a pretty decent run all the way through this tournament. But they haven't really played somebody. Well, they played New Meta, strong team, 3-1 that they beat earlier. But they also played Rabid in round 1, which, no offense to Rabid, but they are the odd man out when you look at the teams that are playing in these top 12. No offense to them. I don't think they would take any offense to that. And then they got to play Jackpot, and while they were serviceable against Jackpot, there was clearly a different animal from the other teams they've seen up to this point. Lost to them 3-0, and this is their first set in losers bracket they're actually going to play. So for Heller, their tournament literally started the last set that they played. Or their tournament run really just starts now, where we find out, is Heller legit, or can their blob not carry them in these zone spats? And by the way, that is the new stamper from Omega. So they're going to be keeping the crab to come out with that, and also Toxic Mist to go along with Nolan's Kraken.
I think I've seen a few of that new stampers so far here as well, though my unfortunate memory is not remembering which team it has dished out. But we get to see that new stamper out in play. Blob is being dished out there from Heller as well, so I'm going to be curious to see how that's all going to work in terms of the spacing there. But as Heller loses 2 right away, Nolan's able to get a couple with that Kraken that they just dished out, and then the second one onto Homicide down there on top of it. But it looks like this will be Moonlight taking well, I was going to say an early lead right until neutral just happened there. Will Heller be able to get the zones back? Might be a little bit of extra time that they need. Now they do. Should be out of the penalty points here shortly, and now looking to possibly provide more pressure onto that enemy side. But the blob just gets caught out there as well, and that will be Heller still taking down on some of those points there. Moonlight has lost one by one, now a delayed 3 on top of it.
Well, Heller doesn't really care if Isaac's getting taken care of, because whenever Isaac is down or pushing up, they have soda in them. That's what I've noticed these last 2 times. When Isaac has soda, then they're starting to push up. And then when they die, who cares? They come right back they start painting the zone and start getting some splats, and they save their special on top of it. So they're doing a good job of maximizing when to move up and back with that blob, and that's allowing them to keep control of the zone and still apply pressure at the same time. That is why Heller is looking really strong right now, starting to clean up the rest of these players, unless the pencil can do something. But again, the problem is they're not going to outpaint this blob.
Not really. That blob is still providing a lot of paint output there. Moonlight goes 2 down, and this should effectively be Heller's chance to secure this first game, and they definitely will. That with that delayed 3 down just like that. Heller will just take this first map convincingly, and you mentioned, or I guess somewhat convincingly, and you mentioned before, Isaac uses that cooler to help provide that pace and be able to push Moonlight out of their base. That's exactly what they did, and Moonlight just had a rough go at it, just trying to even contest zones for about a few quick moments.
And they were a little bit spread out. You saw Omega open up on the left, the rest of the team kind of going for the right, trying to kind of, I guess, force everybody into a certain spot to where Nolan's Kraken can start lighting some people up, which it did do initially. The problem, again, is the comp that they're seeing from Heller, as quote-unquote off-meta as Moonlight is, they're probably not used to seeing things like Heller unless they've particularly practiced against them. Just because they're so used to seeing a bunch of Zuka nonsense and well, maybe a lot of point sensors flown at Omega's way. But here we go. Counter pick. Now, if I'm being totally honest, which I always am,
Of course.
I don't know I have no idea what the counter pick rules for this is. I'm just assuming the loser picks whatever they want, and they just can't go back to the one they want on. Humpback pump track is the pick they're going with here. We've seen some crack and shenanigans coming on this map for Moonlight in the past.
And I wouldn't be surprised if the Kraken does come back.
Maybe Carbon too is what they're thinking as well.
I think there's a lot of options. Wouldn't be surprised if Nolan comes back there with that Kraken in mind. And yeah, as before, actually there is going to be no counter pick rules here, Popgun. It's just pulling from a match from the map tools that the team actually made. They just rolled humpback pump track zones here, Popgun. It's not in an exact counter pick from Moonlight, so.
Okay.
You rolled humpback pump track. Now you got to figure out how to work with that.
Wait, what do you mean rolled?
That's
what are you talking about?
I mean, the algorithm
teams do not pick. It is an algorithm that pulls maps from a map pool. I see.
Yep.
So this is.
Yep.
That makes more sense. So it's like, what maps do you want? What maps does the other team want? And then you can get a combined map pool based off of that somehow, mathematically. Okay, that makes more sense.
And the best part is that the map pools were 6 maps per team before the tournament even started. There was actually already a set earlier where they had mincemeat zones get played.
I saw that.
Which was phenomenal. Yeah,
I saw that, and I wasn't going to question anything. I was just going to let it happen. I was like, all right, this is the thing we're watching on stream right now, and we're also, by the way, no Booyah Bomb, I guess, which was the broken strategy towards the end of humpback pump track splat zones in Splatoon 2. Still Nolan going to be working around this left side. Omega's just going in, by the way, just taking a fight deep on the right side of the map. The Shadow's just trying to hold it down thing. That is Omega on the opposite side. This is the enemy's base that Omega's just in right at the start. Now forced to come back to the zone because the rest of their teammates are starting to fall apart right here. Props doing a good job winning that 1v1. Finally, just taking it all over the map. Props ultimately getting the win. Zone going into control of Heller, and now they're starting to push up with the crab tank on top of it.
And now to use that crab tank to get all that paint on, make sure that Moonlight is kind of pushed further onto the other side, giving them no chance to contest for that zone. We do get to see Humpback still working large. By the way, Kraken just got popped there from Nolan. Blob has also gone down on top of it there. Stamp being used by Omega on as well. And that's the Stamp. Actually, that Stamp who gets one of the members off screen. That was nice. As we do see a little bit of brawl there. 2 down on both sides, by the way. And it looks like Moonlight will be able to get the zones back here shortly. This probably might be a little bit more short-lived as that blob is still working large. There's going to be a lot of paint being thrown there. Trick's not actually enough to neutralize the zone until that exact moment. Velvet being used there by Shadow, just trying to protect the rest of the team. But even then, so with the points to neutralize, Moonlight does get the lead back.
And that's all Shadow can do in that situation, where you got the blob so far away, just raining down bubbles across the zone. You just try to just outpaint it, maybe put down a bubbler to see what happens. You just sit there and paint and paint and paint and paint. ultimately getting them the lead, but it's not going to last a whole long. Nolan's Kraken going to chase some players out. Homicide gets taken out. I almost made a Homicide joke. That's not going to fly well. Let's just keep moving on right here. Is Nolan able to get the splats necessary for things to move on?
Thankfully held off there for just a tiny moment there, Popgun. I was getting a little worried there, all things considered there. Crops is right now lurking on that side while we're still cracking up a little bit. I do notice with Heller, they do have that trip strikes that is available if they want to take advantage of it. Moonlight does lose control for just a few quick moments there. Isaac using the blob, not quickly going down though, and there is that trip strike being used, but it's actually not kind of across the board. They're not enough to neutralize it for, well, it is enough to neutralize it for about a few seconds, but Moonlight still has decent control of the zone and a little bit more about it, but both teams are kind of describing about across the map here, but Moonlight still has control of that zone. Isaac and Homicide still trying to work their way in. They got to put in a blot of ink to the zone, and Moonlight knows they just got to paint over it to do just enough.
Look at this.
Wait a minute. There is a lot of fighting here. Nolan gets the Kraken, Crops goes down, and they still get control by the end of it. And just like that, Moonlight, I believe, takes this one up 1-1 apiece.
That basically just came down to who was going to get their special first.
Yeah. And
it was Nolan's Kraken, because all 8 players were just dogpiling onto the zone, which you almost have no choice but to do at that point. Shadow, you know the Splat Zone Guard badge that you can get? I have no idea what that actually means, but there's no way anyone but Shadow got that one. I don't think Shadow left that wall at all the entire game. They just stood on that wall, kept throwing down bubbles, and just painting over everything over and over and over again. With support from Basil from the bunker area as well. But once they get the Kraken, it forces... There's almost nothing you can do from Hellish perspective. You just got to run. And ultimately, that's how that one ended.
And really the theme of this entire game really was that it was just pretty much fights pretty much happening across the board. Not really one team getting total control. And I have to note a lot of the special usage you mentioned at the very end there was all thanks to Nolan's Kraken that really just helped set everything up, especially with the game-winning fight at the end. We do get a few replays here. It was just pretty much fights pretty much happening everywhere. You get members just getting traded off. You either get 1 down on both sides or 2 down on both sides. And that's just kind of how it all turned out there. Moonlight, however, did assert control for a long point in time throughout the entire map. And, I mean, Moonlight able to at least nod the setup 1-1.
Yeah, is this the final? Yeah, this is the spot here. Just look.
Yeah.
Everybody just throw things onto the zone. And Omega even has a hammer that they kind of use to create a pincer with the Kraken as well. So everything just kind of lined it up perfectly to where Moonlight just had their specials and Heller did. And maybe even if Heller... Oh, God. Even if Heller maybe had their specials, maybe it didn't really matter at that point. But regardless, we're tied at 1 apiece. And this is a map that is being played in this tournament. So there it is.
I feel like we kind of willed it into existence. Okay, maybe I kind of willed it into existence, just mentioning mincemeat zones earlier. I didn't expect it to just
Oh, yeah, I'm not taking any blame for this. You were the one. Yeah, 100% you.
Yeah, no, it took me a moment. I was like, wait a minute, no, I think I definitely was the one that mentioned there. Yes, this is indeed a map that is being played right here. I think the second time we saw it on stream, both teams having to deal with mincemeat zones. So I'm gonna be curious to see how both teams kind of adjust for a tiny bit. Of course, no surprise, Blob is still back there. We do have the vanilla 10th umbrella being dished out along with the squeezer from Shadow and Nolan respectively. So which I like the umbrella choice overall for this particular map.
And if Pencil wasn't in the game, which obviously see Basil just instantly painting up and getting a soda because they have to have soda if they want to do what they want to do. But if Pencil wasn't in the game, you would see E-Leader right here. E-Leader is so, like, unbelievably stupid on a map like this. You just control everything from so many different angles on your own side of the map. But regardless, you do have the tint from Shadow, who is probably very thrilled to have an opportunity to use this weapon in the game and not have to sit and be the zone guard for the entire time. They can start to push up, they can start to bully some of these players, and Moonlight is in control of things. It's going to be difficult to break out of this lockout right here.
Yeah, and right now Moonlight is just trying to set everything up for that for that lockout. We do get to see both Squeezer and the pillar from Shadow and Nolan going down. Omega's the only one there, and you made mention to it too. I was kind of half expecting the E leader to show up there, especially in respect to Basil possibly dishing out, but no. You mentioned that pencil is the fact that pencil is probably one of the more popular weapons right now today. There's no surprise that I've never seen that instead of that E-leader there, as the impact is being used, kind of just being dished out here from Moonlight, being able to get control of the zone. They lose to Anywho. It's gotten a lot more closer right now. Isaac using the blob, trying to pressure Nolan out up on that right-hand side. Nolan does go down. Shadow's still lurking behind him, and this should possibly be Heller getting out of the penalty points.
Well, the pencil is an E-leader, but it's still, on this map in particular, really, really good. Yep. And even though, like, there's still plenty that Heller has to counter with it as well. They still got the Zuka, obviously. Crab working out really well. We saw Crab break out of the lockout earlier, and now it's doing a good job of boxing these players from Moonlight in until it's done, and then there's an Ink Zuka shot halfway across the universe that just erases that player and caps the zone on top of it as well. So is Isaac up on the enemy side of the map? They are. Could Isaac get kind of a cheeky kill right there? They're being the annoying fly on the wall. I think they ultimately jump back, saving themselves alive, and they still got their special ready to go to try to cap the zone right here. But now, the good news for Moonlight is they got all the players in front of them, but they do lose their Squeezer. Prop's doing a good job of coming back into the zone, got some Soda as well. They're not going to save the lead right now, but surely they're going to cap things soon, right? As soon as the stacking's done?
Surely. Yeah, and now they got it, and now Heller is able to get that back just nicely, and then with that ink pack, as you mentioned, expiring just like that, that will be Heller's time to get the zone back, as you mentioned. Just pretty much just a matter of time here for Heller to get that all around. Nice shot from Omega with that try. Zuka able to get Isaac out of the picture. Their blob is going to be gone, and now we're going to get to see a little bit of an interesting fight having around that zone. Or I guess just both teams kind of stuck in neutral, trying to contest around this mid until one team builds up. I'd imagine just one of the specials need to be built up here in order to get this zone fully capped in. But right now, Moonlight has it just like that. 2 down, by the way, on the side of Heller. That's 3 now, and this will definitely be Moonlight's chance to get Heller stuck in their base if they can, and that'll have to be the retreat. Now it's the Moonlight's time to keep pushing up forward.
Crop staying alive right there is huge because now they got this crab ready to go. And that's the special they need to initiate things with. They can pop the crab with the Zuka, but here comes the vacuum right at the perfect time as that Zuka was coming out. I don't know if they absorbed any of the shots, but it does bully the rest of the players back. Isaac, being the last player left alive, is not going to survive Shadow's tent as there's another wipeout. Say goodbye to Mincemeat Zones. We're moving on to game 4, and no drip pick here, but there was no way Heller was getting back into that one. Very nice use of the vacuum and the tent from Shadow.
Shadow honestly just played that one beautifully. Not just the ink vac to block the shots, and then just able to land the shot from that ink vac to take out one, and then followed up with a nice little double there with the Brella assist on top of it. And Moonlight just wanted to say goodbye to Mincemeat Zones just as quick, just like that, and nice little fist bump there as well for even greater style. So we can say goodbye to Mincemeat Zones there. But I mean, both teams kind of describing out. But I do love, honestly, just some really good ink vac usage overall there from Shadow throughout Moonlight in that particular game. Obviously with the game-winning fight at the end, but there were several key points where Moonlight was able to get a lot more points out of the board, just in large part to some ink vac usage. Here's just Shadow from the beginning of the game, just able to get a few picks there onto the back, and then the rest of the team able to back Shadow up.
So this is a 2-1 lead for Moonlight. So, okay, so this means, as I'm slowly learning the rules of the tournament that I'm commentating here just now, it's going to be a map that Heller picked before the tournament started, right? Like, that's what's going to be popping up
theory.
Here. Okay. So, I mean, that would make sense, because obviously Moonlight, that was a great map for them in particular, with everything that they wanted to do. And obviously, whenever you can get Shadow off of Junior, not that Shadow's bad at Junior, but they just really know how to cook with this this tin umbrella that we saw be used to mass effect right here. So this is Heller's decision to go to Mako marked splat zones. Moonlight can do pretty much anything they want here. Omega's 50 different weapons that they use, all of them work out on this map. could be roller, it could just be going back to that splatter shot, could be going back to one of the wipers or stampers that they've been using. Everything, it works out really well on this map. Heller, again, they kind of got to find a way to get back to what worked for them well in game 1, which was keep Isaac alive until they have Soda, move up with them, take advantage of the situations to where Moonlight is kind of spread out a little bit and just kind of collapse on the players left and right as they kind of space themselves out there and just get a nice lockout. I mean, easier said than done, but here we go. Potential tournament elimination points for Heller. Moonlight trying to end the set right here.
Yeah, and we get to see, well, Nolan quickly goes down. Both teams just moving very fast there, and as you mentioned, just enable the blob over from Isaac and then get the cooler setup. I'm pretty sure you're definitely right. Just trying to go back to what won them that first game and follow that exact same style is gonna help really for Heller's case. They will get the cap of that zone just like that. Special is available from the White as well if they want to use that Ultra Stamp to keep it in note. But it looks like it's gonna be. I think the Ultra Stamp was just used just a bit earlier, but Omega is not able to find one just like that. And Isaac does go down there as well, though Heller is going to be able to cap the zone for probably about a few quick seconds. They did lose 2, and now this is going to be delayed 3. Moonlight will have the zones back.
Axis is going to have to jump out of there, yeah. Make sure they save that Soda, which is going to allow Heller to get right back into the action here. Isaac's going to be very far away from the Soda. Nolan, I'm about to say, if they could find a way to take care of that blob right there, that's just going to open up the door for this push to be extended even more. Instead, they're able to take care of the Slosher player. Props using this crab tank in a bit of an awkward spot. Isn't going to get anything out of it. And Shadow somehow wins that 1v1. Okay, plot armor working out for them. And now that's basically a delayed wipeout. And Moonlight's got no penalty points in their way and a lot of specials built up on their own. They're not going to have Soda to work with. Heller is. They're going to have Ink Strike as well and a bunch of other specials ready to go. So this might not be a death sentence for Heller right here and now. But they're not going to... Oh, they're going to cap zone and they're going to lose one of their players in the process.
Yeah, they just lost. Yeah, that's going to definitely be it. Yeah, that's definitely it. And now the delayed wipeout to just add the cherry on top. And that is Moonlight taking this one home 3-1. They play FTWin here in just a few short bit there. You meant, and I was kind of eyeing on that special usage that Heller had. They have a trip strike that was available, cooler which just got popped right away, right as that cooler was available, and they had to get Isaac led in. Isaac led in along with the rest of the team to get any chance to neutralize zone and possibly get a few members of Moonlight out of there, but to no avail. Moonlight was able to take them out one after the other, of course, with that delayed wipe at the end, and it's a 3-1 victory for Moonlight here in this losers round 4.
So the cooler in that last 20 second or the last like 20 points has taken down, and so yeah, that helps, but it's even with cooler's fast quick respawn, if you don't cap the zone early, stall the zone, you're not going to die and respawn back quick enough to where you can fully cap it into your favor. So just because they had Soda doesn't mean they could just all dogpile onto the zone to try to make something happen. So really it was just that Ink Strike that they could use to try to neutralize things, but they just didn't win the fights or had to just tunnel focus onto the zone. As we see, this is the play right here. Nolan being behind them, creating this little pincer situation to where they all just kind of had to funnel in to a trap that Moonlight had set up. So nicely played by Moonlight, able to get control of the zone, did not look back. It created a situation to where the Soda was useless because there's just so few time left on the clock. So even if you go and get Soda, it's still not going to be enough to make as much of a difference.
And I think it's one of those cases where even if you can't really take advantage of the quick response, but at least try to speed up your team a bit, just trying to work their way in. But you mentioned before, no one was able to put them in that pincer situation at that point in time, and then just losing 2 right at the end, just not enough manpower or squid power left in the tank for Heller to just fight back, and that is tournament elimination for Heller there, just concluding that set 3-1. So Moonlight gets their next assignment here, and that's FTWin winning in the wings, which, by the way, they were the number 1 team out of SendouQ, at least in the ladder there, to note. So I guess if you want to consider overall seeding it for all intents and purposes, according to SendouQ, FTWin is that number 1 seeded team there. But yeah,
in the format that got this team into this tournament, which is basically the same format they're playing in today. They were the best, or at least they played the most of it. Of that one, so it's fair.
That's true.
Now, Moonlight and FTWin have some-ish history against each other. You saw it firsthand. In person. To some extent. How'd that go?
Yeah, I was pretty much there in the audience, just witnessing whatever was there between Moonlight and FTWin. Definitely on stage, I believe in grand finals. It was let's put it this way. All I could recall is just Kyo screaming in stage. To probably talking to Basil. That's as much as I know for sure. There were several things I could have made out of it, but it was definitely a thing that was witnessed there in Riptide this year. That was. I don't think I've had enough words really just to kind of describe what I saw there at that final scene there in Riptide.
Well, the matchup itself, the chirping aside, if you just looked at the set, now it wasn't 100% Moonlight. They had Arashi instead of Omega, and FTWin had a Toon instead of Xeris, which they do right now. By the way, Toby's on the roster right now, but I didn't see Toby playing earlier. I think it was Bursty that was in for Toby. And I believe Biscuit is going by Lana Del Rey, which is something I always Google whenever I look at Biscuit or I'm commentating them, but I'm still not familiar with any of their songs. I'm just not that.
Yeah.
I'm just not that good at paying attention to pop culture, but hey, you're watching a Splatoon tournament, so you idiots in chat probably aren't either. Regardless, this is not the same. The Riptide is a good example, but it's still not the same exact rosters. However, the team players from Moonlight did at one point sweep FTWin. Now, FTWin came back in 6-0'd them and said goodbye, but there's still a capability, potential, if you will, of Moonlight to beat a team of this caliber. We haven't seen them do it yet, but if they are the team that they want to become, this is yet another opportunity for them to get that big resume win that they've been looking for.
And one thing to note with Moonlight and FTWin, at least going back to Riptide, you mentioned, yeah, definitely not the same rosters to boot. It was basically, I think, a mashup of Last Resort and Moonlight for that particular tournament. But you're right. We did see that mashup able to sweep FTWin, so there is definitely a possibility that Moonlight can pull off a victory against FTWin. Of course, all that being considered, they are going to be loading into Blindwater Spring Zone, so it is definitely there. But of course, FTWin is not. This is also not the same roster that FTWin had at Riptide. I wouldn't be surprised if we could be seeing a lot of back and forth really between the two teams. That's what I'm at least hoping to see here in this loser semis matchup. But hey, this could be a defining win for Moonlight if they're able to do just that. Of course, FTWin wants to prevent that as much as possible.
But let's not disrespect FTWin. That is still a big if. FTWin has been playing really good since they quote unquote came back. Like we haven't seen Kyo and Biscuit and Xeris and Bursty playing a gazillion tournaments this year. No, the name FTWin is back, but it's not like these players have been on sabbatical training in the mountains by themselves, isolated from the world for 2 years. They've all been a part of the scene very actively. But since they've come back as a team with FTWin, they've been doing really good. Technically, the world champion runner-ups, if you want to play that card from last week as well. They beat Jackpot in the 20XX tournament. In fact, finished second place in the 20XX tournament. And have a good situation, even though they lost the Starburst. Keep in mind, Starburst swept Jackpot, swept Moonlight, and swept their round one opponent, who's named Bai. So the only team to take games away from Starburst is FTWin. They've taken 2 away from them. So FTWin is still a very strong team to win this entire tournament.
And I'll still end up using that card, I'll admit, for that Splat World Championships from the past week. They were, of course, the runner-ups that were losing to Jackpot 3-1 in Grand Finals there. And as you mentioned, this is still a very solid team, even with some of the results as of late. You still want to keep an eye out on FT as much as you can, even if the rosters have been somewhat consistent there with Kyo and Biscuit to boot. But I'm still gonna be wondering though if Moonlight still has that fire to say we want to take out FTWin for sure. I mean, of course they definitely want to, but in this case, so it is a very tough assignment. Also, to add in mind, winner of this one does play Jackpot, so obviously whoever wins this one will have to take on Jackpot in that loser's final matchup. And I'm sure both teams will be eager to look forward to that one, but of course having to take care of the set first.
By the way, a little side comment to Greg in chat, who's calling for the firing of Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin. The Steelers have not had a losing season since the vast majority of people in this chat were born. I don't know if you're being serious about that. I promise you're not going to find a better head coach. So if that is truly how you feel, I feel sorry for great Steeler Nation. Regardless, back to non-ball sport action here. Lana Del Rey, taking a break from performing, I'm assuming that at concert somewhere, is going to be using the Rapid Blaster Pro. And there is nothing to... there is a crab, but that pencil, the Chargers work out really well here. I guess it doesn't really matter if two of your teammates instantly die, though, because then your Charger has no point but to back up.
Yeah, we're losing two. That poor little pencil will have to just retreat back a bit, and especially with this being run water zones in particular, this is just a very lockout-centric map. As Moonlight right away loses three, it's already a delayed wipeout. I think FTWin may want to have other plans in play as Moonlight is just kind of stuck into that base. We get to see Zera there with that stamper trying to get so much value out of that Zipcaster that was just used on top of it. Moonlight needs to find a way to attack this zone as soon as they can. There's Nolan with that Kraken. That was a nice little find onto, of course, Lana Del Rey, who is here in this map all around, and Moonlight will get the zones back. A little bit dire initially with that double blade wipeout or that wipeout to boot. But Moonlight was at least able to get the zones capped on FTWin. Hello there, Joe, with that double. FTWin has the zones back here, Popgun.
Okay, so there was Xeris. You're going to push all the way up into our base and splat us. Nah, we're going to get revenge on you. Fall into a trap. They get Xeris, but then they're just stuck in a situation where Kyo literally dunks on them like LeBron, getting a triple and then opening up the door for FTWin to move forward yet again. The monkey paw curls. You killed Xeris, but at what cost?
Kill, I think maybe just put the entire Moonlight, half the Moonlight team on a poster with that little surprise. That was beautiful from FTWin. But now we're stuck into this neutral position to move. FTWin was able to get that one back, and that will be the crab from Omega going down on top of it. And that will we see the zone be neutralized for at least a few quick seconds. The rest of Moonlight is kind of bunched up to this left-hand side there. It's probably going to take a few fights to secure it for either team, really, at this point, as it's going to be 1-for-1 trade. FTWin still has firm control now. We'll be able to get paint over to this zone. It's still stuck in neutral. They haven't flipped it quite yet. With 2-for-2 trade, Moonlight does put FTWin in the penalty box with 60 points to go. FTWin does come back, but they have to get through these points first.
Nice job by Basil, both by staying alive from the various little shenanigans going on there, and also applying enough pressure on the zone to where Moonlight is still in this game. Moonlight has no business extending this game at all, but they're still technically in it. If they can find a way to get some picks right here, they do got some specials to work with, and Kraken is online. They do just take care of Xeris. Lana Del Rey working around this left side, and Kyo's forced to retreat a little bit. So Moonlight very scrappily staying in this one, and they finally get their first opportunity to try to get a push going. If this Kraken can make some plays, and it is forcing those two players into the zone in a possible pincer situation. Okay, Kyo not surviving it right there, but there's Xeris once again stuck along that left side, this time with nobody to come and help.
Yeah, and this will be FTWin. This is going to be the first time I think we're going to be seeing them play extended defense here. FTWin does get that zones back, and there's Xeris with a nice find onto Shao. There's that Zipcaster deep into that base there. Oh my goodness, just shut down right in front of them, and that wasn't really going to happen too much there, but he did get some with that stamper to boot. But Moonlight is able to still get this one back. Now they're trying to set everything back up in front until Lana Del Rey, of course, says hello with the Inkjet. able to get one out of the picture there, and it's pretty much still 2 down, but Moonlight still has the zone. They're still taking down on some of these penalty points, at least for a short while, but this will likely be FTWin getting this zone back just nicely, and just like that here, Popgun.
Yeah, a minute, 10 seconds. There's still plenty of time to try to get back in this one if you're Moonlight, but if you're FTWin, step 1, just blur that Kraken away. Make sure you survive it, which Biscuit does not. Biscuit getting served right there. And now, okay, what is going on here? Is Nolan just going to destroy everything with this Kraken? It went away, and then even though they were pincered, kills one player, forces the other one to jump out. All the penalty points are gone all of a sudden for Moonlight. They do have some specials built up, although FTWin does have a little bit of soda and an inkjet ready to go, as well as the zipcaster, so they can fire everything they need to on top of the zone. But if Moonlight can get some sort of miracle splat here, they can win the game, and instead it's Xerath that's going to take care of one player, zipping in, trying to harass Basil. Just make sure those shots do not go into the zone. In fact, they actually get a split, but they still haven't capped the zone just yet. It's tied right now, and the lead goes into Moonlight somehow. They're going to get the KO. Oh, wow. Moonlight, who once again had no business extending that set, made the most of that opportunity and gets the KO at the end.
I cannot believe that entire sequence there, and I think that, and you mentioned before, Nolan with that Kraken deep into FTWin's base, able to get a few out of there, and you mentioned Moonlight was just somehow extending this match all the way home, and that looked really dire from the very start here from Moonlight, getting that wipe out, then getting locked out really quickly. Somehow Moonlight able to get the zones neutralized with 6 points left, and they needed that neutral in order to stay alive, and FTWin just kind of got spread across the win. Nolan just went down. Then FTWin just could not win any more fights afterwards. There were a few moments where it was just 1 or 2 down, but Moonlight was able to keep that paint onto the zone nicely. And that was really beautiful Moonlight by the end of it, as we do get a few replays here of the initial push where FTWin was just able to lock out Moonlight to start.
And this is, again, a great opening by FTWin. This is what got them that huge lead. And I think this is the play right here where everybody just funneled down on trying to take care of Xerath, and then ultimately this Kyo just jumped on top of them and got that triple with control of the zone, mind you. But I'm really curious how Moonlight was able to hold onto the zone at the end there, at the final kind of minutes right there, because they got us pick on a player. Xerath ultimately got the trade with Basil, but most importantly was keeping Basil from applying paint onto the zone. So, like, what happened back at the zone? Like, it seemed like FTWin was going to at least neutralize it, and I don't think they did. And this is the play that completely opened it up. Look, how? Just how?
Nolan was just left unchecked for a good time, and yeah, this is going to be the final side. It was somehow 1-for-1 trade. This was pretty much Xerath just trying to get any value out of that Stamper, able to get one out of there, but they did lose the splash, which might have been some of their painting out of the picture there. Moonlight was still able to just paint over that zone the entire way through, so it was just kind of like a few picks that were being traded left and right from at least when I saw, and it just wasn't enough paint left from FTWin to just counter whatever Moonlight had. So I think both teams are now having to mentally get back into the swing of things, as we're here in undertow zones to boot.
I think it came down to Biscuit's blaster was not going to outpaint Shadows Jr. at that final kind of confrontation right there. Moonlight up 1-0 on this set as we're going to undertow. Machine coming out from Biscuit. By the way, can you still do the thing where you can like glitch a machine shot underneath the glass area and get a splat on someone, or did that get patched out?
I'm not sure, actually. It might have gotten patched out for all we know at that point. So I'm gonna be curious to see how that's all gonna work out there. But this is the small little quick 2 zones map here. Moonlight is at least able to get the zones captured for at least a few quick seconds. Both teams kind of just scrapping it out there deep into their base. Moonlight does go 2 down by the end of it. Kyo does go down to Shadow to boot, but no zones isn't quite capped yet. Both teams kind of just trying to find any sort of openings that they have at one time. So keep an eye on the specials there from Moonlight if they want to use the Kraken or the Zipcaster. There's Nolan, of course, on that Kraken, just kind of spacing out FTWin out of that picture to contest.
Spacing out and coming back to the soda so they can get right back into the action. This is going to be one of those maps where it's not the easiest to... It's easy to cap the zone, but it's hard to kind of hold on to it and get points. It's kind of like Piranha Pit back in Splatoon 2, where it's just points are coming at a premium. As you can see the zone, you just kind of sneeze on it and it completely stalls everything out.
Yeah.
Until somebody gets complete control of things. But right now, it's just kind of a bar fight in mid as Omega surely is going to make short work of the player jumping in, using this hammer right now to chase out somebody along the way, keep them away from the zone, as FTWin does not get control of the lead. But honestly, at this point, who really cares? It's been almost 1 minute and 40 seconds, and we barely have any points scored on the board right now by either team.
Yeah, and we're like going 2 down there just with that. And you mentioned it before, just a little bit of pain, just throw a few bombs in there, and all of a sudden the zone just gets flipped so fast. We're gonna probably be seeing a few moments there yet where you're gonna probably see lead flip and control just flip on both sides of the board as Bale just runs too close to the Booyah bomb that was just being placed there, but no one's able to get the return fire onto Lana Del Rey there. All things considered, though, FTWin does get the lead back, but you mentioned there too. Undertow with this 2-zone map, harkening back to the Piranha days from Splatoon 2, these zones can get flipped very quickly. So really, for either team, they're probably looking for the time where they can get maybe 2 or 3 out of the picture and in such a position where they can't contest anymore, such as this possible point here where Moonlight goes 3 down, and that will be FTWin pushing up further. That's a delayed wipe.
And that opens up the door for FTWin to get a huge lead, if not a KO. But again, look how close they are to that Kraken and Soda and Hammer coming online as well, whereas FTWin is not close to any of their specials right now. So everything's going to collapse onto the zone. Nolan's going to be taking care of the right side as one player gets taken care of. Omega's going to be following up to make sure they cap the zone. And there's not much you can do to stop that, honestly. Now, still, FTWin got a whole heck of a lot of points on top of it, so it's fine, but still, that's been Moonlight's MO so far in these first 2 games in the set. They're really, really hard to put away, and they take the most advantage of these small little windows of opportunity that you give them.
Yeah, and right now Moonlight is just trying to take as much advantage as they could, at least initially, until FTWin has both those points to boot. Basil's just right here with that Inkjet here, trying to see if they can find anything else. Nice little cooler toss there to make sure Basil definitely gets that Inkjet, and now Nolan's just trying to set up for the team once again. Lana Del Rey is out, and Moonlight has both zones. Nolan's has just been on a tear with this Kraken, able to get so much value out of it, trying to just face out FTWin, and FTWin is now kind of just being pushed back a bit here. Moonlight might have a chance to take out some of their points that were still remaining.
Is Nolan specifically targeting Biscuit with the Kraken? Like, literally, I think that's the 4th time Biscuit has died to Nolan's Kraken. I don't know if that's the game plan or it just so happens Biscuit's always in front of the Kraken. But they're oh, wow. Okay, so FTWin capped the zone. That's going to save them the lead right here because they got all these penalty points they got to chew through. But, yeah, I wonder if that's genuinely the game plan. Find Biscuit, kill Biscuit with the Kraken, because that's what we've consistently seen, at least from the spec cam perspective.
Yeah, it's entirely possible Nolan may not just be targeting Biscuit, but also just getting as much value with that Kraken. You can trust Nolan with their Kraken during key moments there. Omega may have just flown a little too close into kills range, and that's just a little unfortunate now. And Moonlight just really can't afford to lose both those zones. Anywho, they're still hanging on to it for as much as they can, and yeah, it's still neutralized there for a quick bit, though. It's still a lot of a scrappy fight in between. FTWin though takes out 3. They should be able to get both these zones, and not enough time left on the clock here. Popgun delayed wipe again for another cherry on top. FTWin is on the board now, 1-1 in this loser semifinals match.
When you can get behind the defense, which the Zipcaster allows you to do, and get the splat on on the enemy anchor, that just completely shuts down everything. It's like taking the top off the defense, and then all of a sudden you can start pushing up, knowing that there's not going to be any support coming from the back lines right there. And that's ultimately how FTWin was able to close that game out and tie up the set at 1 apiece. But my goodness, how scrappy is Moonlight playing in this set? Keep in mind, something you can't ignore. FTWin has nothing to gain by winning this set. Like, if they beat Moonlight, nobody cares, right? Like nobody cares if they beat Moonlight because they're supposed to. On the flip side, if Moonlight wins this one, Twitter's going to go nuts, and rightfully so. So all the pressure's on FTWin to get it done, and Moonlight seems to be rising up to that challenge so far, at least in this set, knowing they have much more to gain in this one, and they're playing like it. And
honestly, a lot of their play has definitely been conducive to basically just having a lot to prove for themselves at this point, just trying to find ways to get FTWin out of the picture as much as they can, and we get to see a lot of the scrappy fight here. The game-winning wipeout effectively for FTWin to boot. But you mentioned before, Twitter's gonna probably have a field day, as you mentioned, if FTWin loses this one to Moonlight, and Moonlight probably wants to prove everything wrong here. As dear, as hey, Moonlight has looked really solid throughout this set, even with that loss on Trail Spillway. Still a lot of maps to go through in this particular in this set rather. And but FTWin, they definitely needed that win to at least stay on the board, as Mincemeat Zones is back again on this third map.
Okay, so nobody's forcing these players to play on this map. Like there's nobody that's making them do it. They wanted to pick this. I'm assuming this is Moonlight to put it in their map pool.
Gotta be.
Because as we saw against Heller, they like using the tent here in combination with the pencil, which they're pretty much going to use anyways, except for that last game where they used ballpoint. Still use NZAP so they could keep the Zoda. But Moonlight is wanting to go here, and their comp is going to be favored because of it. Is it going to be enough to get them the win and get back into control of the set 2-1? And did they not? Okay, there's the 10. I saw the squeezer first before I saw the 10. But yeah, they got it right there. Nolan's not using the Kraken, by the way. They still got double Zuka.
Yeah, so they're going back to this double Trizuka and Cooler. Well, at least they're dishing out the double Trizuka and Cooler comp here. But the big thing is that Tenderbrella with the ink back to boot. So FTWin is going to be their first is going to be the opponent here to deal with Mincemeat Zones. As pretty much no surprise, both teams kind of just combating around the zone overall. Looking to see if there's anything more. Kill goes down on top of it, but really both teams are kind of just wrapping things out, just trying to find anything that they could. Maybe Zerk could find somebody with that zip castle for value. Not quite yet, but FTWin does have the zones at least in the meantime, and nobody has gone down so far at this point.
Only cool guys jump into explosions and walk away to tell the tale, as Zaris was able to, I guess, get lucky with the vacuum shot timing on that one. But if I'm Zaris, and I'm going to do what I did at the end of that last game, I'm just going to keep the Zipcaster and find ways to harass Basil to make sure that that pencil player doesn't have all that space to work with to attack the zone and pump out soda after soda for the tent and the squeezer and the splatter shot to work with right here. Regardless, the zone is in control of FTWin. That is Shadow using the vanilla tent, by the way, not the Zuka one. You don't really need triple Zuka, and they really know how to make the most value out of the tent, or the vacuum version of that. Probably put some beacons down as well. It's kind of awkward jumping back into this map. It's so lockout heavy. Having some beacons to work with would be nice, but right now just having some players alive would be nice, as Nolan can't even escape that without it being a trade.
Yeah, just beacon place is going to be very important here out of the tentacle, because they'll give you your team some chances to find some of those angles. Just try to find some of those areas to jump to, just to be able to test and then find FTWin where you least expect them to. Speaking of FTWin going down, that's going to be 3 down. That's a total wipeout. That will be Moonlight getting the zones back. Now they should be able to set up further if they so choose, but they got to get paint down first and then try to make sure that FTWin has no entrances to work with. They're out of the penalty points here. Zaris is just looming large. Nolan firing with some of the Trizukas to no avail. There's that ink back to help protect this Trizuka shot from Omega. Splashes, by the way, down on FTWin's side, and maybe Moonlight will be able to get lead back here. Oh, and they definitely will now.
The only thing more frustrating than Inkzuka is Inkzuka combined with Vacuum. By the way, that's exactly what Zaris is trying to accomplish right there. There's Basil. Let me go get it. But the problem is they didn't get the splat on Basil. Basil stays alive. Everybody else goes down, but it doesn't prevent the lead from switching back into Moonlight's favor, as Zaris is once again starting to push up with Kyo. Ultimately, they realize, oh, wait a minute, that squeezer kind of outranges us. But again, look at they know who they need to go after if they want to shut this team down. Vacuum ready to go, however. FTWin likely going to get lead unless Omega can do some shenanigans with the Vacuum behind them. It gets a double with the Inkzuka. And, okay, Zags controls the zone, cleans up Biscuit on top of it. Kyo's being left alive. For how much longer, I'm not sure. But Moonlight's still keeping holding serve here.
Moonlight, I think Kill was actually starting just a bit, just trying to play this one patiently, and then boom, before you know it, just an Ink back Trizuka just waiting in the wings, getting a double out of that one, slows FTWin down. by a bit. They pretty much lost control of that zone, which means even more penalty points to boot. And that was pretty nice overall to at least stop this FTWin push from happening. And Sarah gets that Zipcaster splat there onto Basil. And now we get to see the same attempt again. 2 down, by the way, on the side of FT. When their Shadow just using that Ink Bat to protect the team and then throw it into the zone to get the cap for sure. So both teams kind of just trading zones left and right. Nobody really having true control of it so far. Maybe we'll see if FTWin can take advantage of this crab tank from Bert Send there, as FTWin does get the crab tank, the zones back, but it is going to be 2 down, though, on the side of FTWin. Moonlight's back in control with less than a minute to go.
In theory, FTWin really doesn't have to do that much to get the lead right here. They just have to hold the zone for barely a little bit. They don't really have any penalty points at all. The problem is when they get control of zone, they're not being able to find space to create these lockouts. Their attack on Basil aren't landing. Basil keeps staying alive. They don't really have an answer for this vacuum up until this point. And Shadow's not really hoping to get a splat right here, just trying to be a distraction. Hey, look at me, the annoying fly on the wall, and make sure you don't attack the zone, because we're getting some very critical points right here. Even if we can't get the KO, it gives us a much better cushion that we're going to have to use in these final closing seconds, because FTWin finally has the lockout they've been looking for, and they don't have that much to do to get lead.
No, they don't have that much now. They're set up for that lockout successfully here. Here's the Ink back from Shadow trying to protect the rest of the team.
Wow.
Zera is down, cannot get that Ink back out of there. It is going to be 2 down, but 2 down, though FTWin is going to be at least push this one in overtime. I think the respawns made are not going to be in favor of Moonlight here whatsoever. Basil just has to throw in as much ink as they can down the zone. The 10 umbrella is going to go down. Is it going to help matters? FTWin takes out 2. FTWin gets the lead back in OT. Pop gun. It is going to be FTWin up 2-1 with match point ahead of them.
They had to use their specials early just to survive the pressure by Xerath. Even though Xerath got taken care of because there's nothing they could do fighting a pencil in a vacuum, they still had to burn their specials earlier instead of having a way to use them into the zone right there. So FTWin applying the pressure, forcing things out a little bit early, opened up the door for them to get the win ultimately in the end right there. By the way, in no point in solo queue will you ever have somebody use a vacuum to guard you while you're firing your Ink Zuka shot. Like, this is something you can only see in competitive play, is actual combination of specials. And we saw right there, even though they lost, vacuum in conjunction with some of these other specials makes them even more broken than they already are. Case in point right here.
Pretty much the difference between solo queue mentioned and comp is just special coordination. If anybody pulls that out, and you get a rando that has ink back, it's just trying to protect you the entire time. Either that's the smartest rando you're gonna see in solo queue, or they are just doing that coincidentally. But that was some beautiful coordination from Moonlight overall to make it work. Unfortunately, losing it at the end when FTWin was able to apply so much pressure and get themselves set up in a lockout scenario there where FTWin was able to bring that down to that game-winning point. There were points where it was neutralized, but I noted before, Moonlight had to spawn in during that OT when FTWin was already out of the penalty point, so they were at a huge disadvantage. Most they could do is just try to rush in and find a way to get the zones back as soon as they could. Just didn't happen, and FTWin in match point, and Moonlight unsurprisingly needs to win the next 2. Has to start humpback pump track zones.
And keep in mind, if FTWin doesn't win this one, because this is the map Moonlight went on against Heller in the previous set, where we saw Basil just sit in bunker, Shadow kind of sit on the ledge, and they both just paint zone, while Hammer and Kraken shenanigans went out from Omega and Nolan to clean up the rest of the players right there. If this goes to a game 5, it will be a map that slightly favors what FTWin wants to pick, potentially. So this is obviously a must-win for Moonlight, but if you're FTWin, you can't win this one. You're still going to be feeling pretty good going into that game 5, regardless. The pressure, like, Basil's not going to be able to just kind of set up shop in the bunker this time around. We saw that happen in the last game. They're clearly using Xerath to target and make sure that they can't just sit there and fire pencil over and over again on the zone. So they're going to have to be a little bit more movement going on, I guess, this time around. And by the way, that was Omega using the using the wiper with Hammer last time we saw him on this map. This time going to Carbon, I believe for the first time on stream today.
I think this would be the first time we will see Omega on that on that carbon for sure, and I think the second time we're going to be seeing Moonlight, so that wouldn't surprise me with that he's going to be dishing that they're going to be dishing that one out rather. To know FTWin's going to start this one off, by the way, with capping that zone, pretty much effectively similar-ish comps there from FTWin. As Xiao does go down, and it's just going to be a bit of a trade really on both sides. FTWin has a lot of command around this mid area there. TriZuka being fired from Omega, trying to get FTWin out of there as soon as you can. The trip strikes are being dished out. Oh my goodness.
I am not accepting that splat. That was just a, please God, let this hit somebody, and it just so happens to destroy Biscuit from halfway across the map. I'm sorry, that is not valid. We need to replay this one. I am not accepting that splat.
Let's start all the way up to the top. We cannot allow it. I definitely agree. We cannot allow that anymore. Miracle TriZuka shots are not real whatsoever. It does put FTWin out of the zones there, at least for a few quick moments there. And Moonlight's able to take it down to 79 points, remaining pretty much back to the same score for FTWin. So Moonlight's going to need to find any avenues that they can to push themselves up forward, though. I don't think they're going to try. I don't know, though, with the fact, if you're going to be able to get a few more shots with that Miracle TriZuka, if you're able to farm that one nicely, hey, maybe it is valid again, Popgun. Who knows? As Moonlight does get the zone here so far.
And when they have control of the zone, we see Shadow taking control of the backside, making sure there's paint on it. Nolan trying to get the splat. The RNG of their weapon not working out in their favor right there as they ultimately, technically don't even get the trade, but still, there's still control of zone by FTWin. Omega trying to work around this left side. This Crab is going to stay pretty safe along this side as well, but they are losing a couple players in the process. Oh my gosh. that one's justified, though.
Gotta be.
Yeah.
It is absolutely justified. It was a straight shot. I think that the kill was definitely lurking around the corner there. Probably just saw one person move up from FTWin. That happened to be Kyo, and then just fires that TriZuka shot. Boom, it lands. It was definitely not a miracle this go around. Moonlight's able to take two out there. They do have control of this zone. They should, and it will be in the movement onto the side here. Nolan probably waiting to farm this Kraken as soon as they can. Just going to retreat back to mid. As Moonlight will take that lead with halfway through this map. So far, can this Crab Tank be able to put pressure around the zone, make sure Moonlight has a chance to retreat here? It doesn't look like it, but I think just some special formation might be enough to get to flip the zone and FTWin's favor. No, not anymore now. Bubbles there to protect the rest of the members there. No one's on the Kraken, and there goes Biscuit, and there it is.
And look who just so happens to be around the Kraken when it gets popped. It's Lana Del Rey getting eliminated, but already back into the action right now as Kyo gets care of Omega, and that's going to be enough players going down. It's Shadow and Basil being the last two players left alive. Surprise, surprise, the zone guards of all zone guards right here. But look at the lead that they got. It's a pretty substantial lead. The problem is FTWin just got done of their penalty points, so they're putting permanent damage up on the scoreboard. You need a Kraken and Ink Strike ready to go, and it looks like they have all that stuff. They're not going to have to worry about Ink Strikes coming in from the top of the zone as Biscuit, I'm just so used to Biscuit dying to that.
No.
Instead, it was literally everyone but Biscuit that time around as Moonlight gets back control of zone, but damage still done by FTWin on the scoreboard.
So we're going to switch targets here. Let's get Kyo, let's get Xerath instead. We're no longer focusing on Biscuit, even though Biscuit was definitely near their base. And that was a much-needed Kraken, too. It looked like FTWin was going to get a huge momentum shift there, but FTWin might be trying to kickstart things back into gear as they take out 3 from Moonlight's end. We're about a minute left on the clock now. FTWin has to get through some of these penalty points. They do have trip strikes available if they can take advantage of it here. Nolan and Xiao's kind of just waiting a little bit, looking to just quickly retreat.
Those Ink Strikes did nothing. Maybe it opened up the door for Kyo to move in a little bit closer here. The problem is the Kraken's going to chase everybody out of the zone. They're going to use the Inkzuka to clean up everybody else, and then Shadow and Nolan, or Shadow and Basil, just hop in on top of the zone and paint it. So FTWin, they have to get splats before these specials come out. Otherwise, it doesn't matter how many times they flip the zone back into their favors these last 30 seconds. All Moonlight has to do is build up their specials, and they just auto-cap the zone. So, well, step one is they have to even get control of the zone the next 15 seconds. And even that seems a little bit in doubt as they have to burn their Ink Strikes right now.
Yeah, and like members are going down one by one on the side of FTWin. Moonlight has full assertion of that zone. FTWin just has to find a way to contest over this. Will they even have enough paint to force neutral? They don't. They don't at all. And we are going to a game 5 here, Pop Gun, in this loser semifinals matchup. Someone's gonna have to win this set eventually, and it's gonna happen on whatever this 5th map is rolled for.
That is a true statement. Someone technically does have to win. And much to our streamer JPEG's delight, Clan Blitz is not in this tournament, so the game 5 can't be a tie. So we are going to be seeing an actual winner in this one coming up here. Can we get a replay of that? JPEG, I know you got it. And we're going to have chat. We might have to force a replay on this. I did get confirmation from the TOs. If that Inkzuka shot was just so stupid, that we might be forced to replay. It looks like it's a little bit too late, but still, we might queue that one up. But that's just what the special does every now and then. Regardless, though, this special's pretty bonkers as well, as it did a good job of cleaning up a lot of those FTWin players. And again, constantly chasing them away from the zone.
Yep, yeah. A lot of the specials that were being dished out here is no one gets that double nut to everybody not name a biscuit on that front there, and it's a lot of these special usage did a lot to get FTWin pretty much in a place where they can no longer contest. And you mentioned before they had specials that were pretty much readily available, but the key thing to know is they gotta find members out of Moonlight first before you burn any of it, because Moonlight's gonna be surrounding that zone with all their might in the last seconds. There, the trip strike pretty much as that was used earlier just did nothing overall for FTWin, and then just members going down one after the other. There was virtually no paint left in the tank, and that is pretty much how we got to that conclusion. Although, and I'm sure hopefully we'll find the replay where that miracle Trizuka shot landed will be considered legal. Maybe we'll have to restart game 4 at some point, but right now the result is 2-2. Someone's gonna win the set, and it will be on Mako Mark zones.
And this is a pretty neutral, I would assume, kind of a neutral map between both teams. Like, this is, again, Moonlight just won on this one against Heller. And obviously, it's not, so the two counter picks, quote unquote counter picks from Moonlight, are slightly not niche maps like Mincemeat and Humpback, where they can, I don't want to say cheese, but with what we've seen them counterpick with ship-shaped Clan Blitz in the past with how they do their Kraken stuff, those counterpicks worked out into their favor. This one seems like it's more neutral, and we're just going to have a bar fight for potentially 5 minutes with one team left standing.
I wouldn't be surprised if at all, as you mentioned, if we get that scrappy bar fight, if you will, between both of them, where they want to just find ways to catch everybody out by surprise, and Moonlight's just thrown by surprise right away. To go down right out of the gate, and now Moonlight's just trying to move themselves up. Xeris is just trying to find the splat onto Shadow to no avail, and that will be Xeris being punished on top of it. And it looks like, again, it's just back to this scrappy fight, kind of just fights happening left and right there, and that Trizuka is actually accurate this go-around from Omega, as it should be the point definitely be flipped, as Moonlight will be able to get that one shortly, with Xeris going down on the side.
You know, if I'm going to be stuck in a bar fight, I would like to have a weapon like Omega or Xeris where I can just bash people over the head with something. So far, those two players have been pretty effective for their respective teams, but Moonlight has control of the zone. However, FTWin has control of the lead. And in the opening minute, a lot of back and forth between both teams. Neither one really able to establish complete control of things. However, FTWin's in a decent situation to try to get a lockout going right here if they can locate Omega, who's trying to make some plays near the zone.
Yeah, right now FT1's just kind of lurking large right now. Moonlight's kind of just pressured out just by a tiny bit. They're trying to use that bubble, really just to give them an entry point to move right up ahead, and then that Cartman on that side goes down. Shadow badly going down on top, and Nolan just trying to set everybody out with that Kraken. Kill jumps on top of that stag, not able to get him.
The true counter to the Kraken. Oh, that was so sad. I can't reach you with my little tiny Kraken arms. Keo survives, gets the splat on top of it, and oh, by the way, FTWin still hasn't lost control of the zone. They're staring down a KO possibility. They just got to weather the storm here. Here comes some bubbles on top of some Inkzuka. Finally, the zone slips back into Moonlight's favor. Of course, they're scrappy. They're not going to let it go down, but I think we finally found an answer to the Kraken. It's just that little wall right there.
That little wall in the stag. The Kraken can no longer reach him. Nolan was just trying to get Kyo out of there as soon as he can. Kyo was just happily jumping that entire way through and just survives with a little bit more on top of it. That was incredibly sad, but also unfortunately very silly and funny at the same time. But to boot, FTWin does have to weather through some of these points there. Moonlight's going to need to find one entryway in as Zera's does go down on the side there, so that will be the Stamper out of the picture to boot. There's a cooler being dished out on top of it, trying to get everybody to speed up there, but Moonlight will be able to get control back. I'm kind of reminded back to this first map there where Moonlight, he almost has no business to stay alive right now, but Moonlight loses 3. FTWin still has control of the zone despite Moonlight's valiant attempts to get it back.
I was thinking the same exact thing, where FTWin was like, okay, here's your situation to put them away, and they didn't put them away, and they got burned because of it in the end. Moonlight, as long as there's still time on the clock, has an opportunity to make something happen as Bursty, able to get an assist to one player and force the Crab out here to keep the players away from the zone. The problem is they do have the special.
Oh no!
The Kraken gets eliminated before it can get popped as well. Oh wow! The nice play. The specials can't even be used at all as FTWin finally puts Moonlight away. It wasn't easy, but they escape with their lives and they're moving on to losers finals.
They did not have a repeat of map 1 where they lost it in overtime in that Brine Water Zones matchup. They needed to make sure Moonlight had no chance to attack anymore. And I did catch it for a split second there. The Kraken was just a few seconds too late there. It was pretty much popped out of the picture. And then, yeah, the 2 and then the delayed 3. Moonlight had no chance to contest. And FTWin survives the Barn Burner 5-game set against Moonlight, but they got another opponent waiting for them soon.
I was just looking at the top of the screen because we knew those specials were coming from Moonlight, because they've always come out from Moonlight when they need them the most in this set. And somehow, somebody from FTWin was able to eliminate both Nolan and Shadow basically at the same time. So no Bubbler, no Kraken, and that's GG at that point. There's not much you can do to get back into the zone in that kind of situation. So when FTWin needed to clutch up and make a play, which we've seen them do for years, they did it yet again. And oh, bless your heart right here. Here's your Twitter moment. I can't reach you when you're up there. That's not fail.
Oh man, that is unfortunately one of the saddest moments there. The Kraken not able to reach Kyo, trying to just get him as soon as they can. Kyo with a few jumps for going back into the action. That was one of those fights where at the end, I hope we did get a replay of it, but I don't think we did. Where the Kraken just need a little bit more time to boot up, but got caught by surprise by FTWin at the end of it. I think that was a defining moment, because had that Kraken gone off, we could have probably seen something a little bit different from Moonlight in that small test, even if it's probably for a few extra seconds or possibly even the entire match there. But that's that. Really, FTWin takes out Moonlight, and we have a very familiar scene ahead of us soon in Losers Finals.
And that is, FTWin versus Jackpot. To close out that last set, what we kind of said going into that one, FTWin's the favorite, as they should always be in that matchup. Moonlight showed yet again they have the potential to do it, but at some point, when are they going to actually do it? We may never know the answers to that question, but if anything, they made it interesting. They're just still not ready to get over the hump yet again. And regardless, a matchup we should be pretty familiar with at this point. The world champions, the champions of all of known humanity on planet Earth, and I'm assuming Splatoon hasn't been created in a galaxy outside of our own. I'm sure it's possible given how vast the universe is. You could say Jackpot is the universe champions going up against the universe runner-up in FTWin. A rematch from 20XX where FTWin beat Jackpot in a game 5 as well. So very much a good back and forth between these two teams, which seems to be the premier rivalry going on in the West right now. If it wasn't for the sudden resurgence of Starburst today, who like to throw their hat into the ring, but right now it's just these two teams duking it out yet again.
I feel like some of us probably expected this to possibly be the one that either it would be in Grand Finals or at Winners Finals, but Starburst wanted to derail some of that script a little bit there, and we get to see these two teams in Losers Finals. And the key thing here, the loser, of course, gets eliminated, and the winner going on to take on a very resurging Starburst. But you pointed out, too, these two teams have duked it out in 20XX. and in that Splatoon World Championship from this past week. So I mean, hey, a lot of rolling back and forth, or I guess a lot of games being traded back and forth between two. It's gonna be so much fun to watch these two teams go at it. So hey, a lot of excitement and possibly something to look out for as we see this set possibly develop.
Unless this is like the Jackpot Starburst set, which between those 3 games literally lasted 5 minutes total. Which case it was exciting to see, but it wasn't necessarily fun. This set, well, it's just a lot of history between these two teams. Not even when they're FTWin and Jackpot, but when these players trade with each other all the time. Like Jared was on Starburst at one point. Players from Sayonara have been combined with each other. Theo and Leafy have played in several pickups together as not FTWin, or like all these players are just very familiar with each other, regardless of what the name on the front of the jersey is. And just another chapter to be added into this one. And do my eyes deceive me? Mahi Resort is game 1 coming out.
Your eyes are not lying to you. It's not. We get to see reworked Mahi, especially being dished out here. So I'm still remembering the old Mahi layout there, where everything is all cramped up. So this is a little bit more wide open. Yeah.
Wake up from the nightmare. It's over. Things are better now. We don't have to think back to that. By the way, I highly doubt we're going to see Kraken come out from the side of Kyo and FTWin, because the last time these two teams played on this map, Leafy used Tint, Kyo used Kraken, and found a nice little glitch where if you use Kraken against a deployed Tint, you somehow get sent down to hell. So we're probably not going to see that kind of... might learn from that little comp change. Maybe we should change things around a little bit here in this upcoming set.
If they were dished out, either they have something cooking, or they have not learned their lesson from the last time. So hey, my point hopes that they've learned their lesson. They don't get to dish out Kraken in this matchup here in Mahi's zones. And I mean, hey, both these teams going to be running another chapter. The question is who will come out on top. There's a lot of ways that this map can get approached. I'm still eager to see. Now that I'm thinking about it, though, Popgun, if that Kraken does come out, I'm gonna be very nervous to see how it gets played a little bit, only a little bit.
Also, another thing to note is this is a double elimination format where losers is best of 5, so there is a little bit of weight for Jackpot. And keep in mind, the last time we saw Jackpot, did we really see them?
Not really.
Starburst just kind of erased them very quickly. And that was about an hour ago. We played 2 best of 5 sets since then. So it's not like Jackpot doesn't know how to handle long waits. They're usually in winners, grands, or losers finals, so they're kind of used to this. But FTWin coming off of I'm assuming a draining best of 5 set against a team they would probably see as their little brother, who's trying to, who gave them everything and more that they could handle. Like, what is the energy level of both of these teams going to be going into the set, I guess is going to be the question. And I bring that up because I think we're still waiting on one more player from Jackpot to join the lobby. So, they're going to be around.
That is a very fascinating point too, because Jackpot just got quickly ran out of the building against Starburst, but which I guess means a little bit of an extended time to wait until the previous set, Moonlight versus FTWin, gets played. And FTWin had to go through a slog of 5 games, especially with the first map going into overtime, and then everybody just kind of fighting left and right. So we could imagine that FTWin kind of got drained a little bit there, kind of similar to how other teams just kind of fell apart. The best comparison, I guess, is basically a basketball team just getting drained after probably like a 2 overtime matchup, and then boom, they got to play again the next day for sure. So there could be some exhaustion settling in from FTWin's end, and hey, we'll see if that does affect FTWin throughout, and if Jackpot feels a little refreshed and a little bit fired up after getting ran out by Starburst.
Well, I think just coming out here and getting a win at any point would just erase that bad taste in their mouth that they had going out at that point. Game 1 of Losers Finals, FTWin versus Jackpot, and 2 Stampers coming out from FTWin, one being a crab, the other being a zipcaster. Some sword shenanigans going on here at the swimming pool.
And double crab on top of it too, so I guess it's almost fitting that that the swimming pool, I guess, has some semblance of crab tanks being nearby. So that's what we're gonna be seeing from FTWin's end. We're gonna be looking to see how they can take advantage of not just the double sword, but also the double crab tank to help pressure Jackpot out of there as much as they can. This is again turning into a very similar script where both teams kind of just scribing each other out here. But this is gonna be 3 down on the side of FTWin, I believe. Jackpot is gonna be 2 up though, all things considered. And we do see that Zipcaster being used. Will it get any value? SendouQ has to retreat. Control is being lost for about a few quick moments there as the tricycle is being fired from distance. And it looks like with any abandon there, FTWin does get the zones at the end of it, forcing Jackpot into the penalty box.
Very back and forth kind of situation right now. But more importantly, teams are just waiting for the game to actually start, which is the map lowering and then everything kind of opening up right here. But I found out you want to be in control of the zone when this happens, because you still have the advantage. You get to paint up all of mid if you got a little bit of a lockout situation going on. It's pretty easy, or not easy, but it's easier to get a huge lead when you're the team that forces the thing to lower down and you don't have any penalty points to worry about. And are they going to continue this push? I guess is the question. It looked for sure like they were going to lose it. Instead, they're coming right back in. And this is your grab bag round for Jackpot to get up as many points as they can. Are they still not going to cap it?
My goodness. That's when going to be able to get the cap. I don't think they will, at least in this intro. They do see
surely, yeah.
There it is. There is the cap. And that will put Jackpot not just 3 down and on top of a delayed wipe. FTWin has control of the zone. They are out of the penalty points on top of it. So look for the chance for FTWin to continue up with this pressure there. As we can see, Biscuit there with that crab tank, trying to see if they can get Jackpot out there. Yes, able to take out Madness on top of it, but they leave the zone at least unchecked for about a few quick moments there. Can Jared be able to get the contest with the Dualies in mind, able to pressure them out for just a tiny bit, but FTWin still has control at least until then.
Jared was looking for help from those Ink Zukas, but once Madness' Zuka just kind of ran out, they realized, oh, I need to get out of this situation. By then it's just a little too late, but still, the rest of Jackpot able to clean up, get control of zone, and now they're getting the splats on top of it as well. They got a lot of penalty points they got to chew through before they start getting some more points up on the board. Doesn't really matter at this point because they have control of all of this space in mid to work with. Build up their specials, get their sodas, get their crabs, get their Zukas and Ink Strikes ready to go, whereas they're keeping FTWin back in their own spawn at this. Look, they got a pop crab all the way back there.
Yeah, they had to. That was the most defensive crab they had to just even stay alive and be able to fight. As Biscuit will follow up with the second crab in tow. FTWin is able to get the zones back, and that will be Madness going down on top of it. And that is not a delayed wipe. Excuse me. That is a full wipe on top of it. FTWin is going to try to do the same thing that Jackpot did to them, but we got to see if the success is there.
One more little win of an engagement. And FTWin is going to find their way into the lead right here. These Ink Strikes just trying to do something, just keep Kyo pinned down for like 2 seconds, ultimately not accomplishing a whole lot. Now they're starting to attack the zone a little bit. Kyo's getting some soda down just for themselves, while the rest of the players of Jackpot are nowhere near the zone at all. They're back at their own spawn, as Biscuit is making sure they can't come down the left side. It looks like they're guarding the right side as well. There's just no room for Jackpot to break through. Finally, they're trying to have to force something, but there's not enough there. FTWin holds on and gets the win in game 1.
You mentioned earlier you want to be in control of that zone when the water level is lowered down to around 60 points, and Jackpot was able to take it down to 23 points-ish before losing control, and then FTWin just got it back with a quick wipeout and then locking out Jackpot before they could even fight back. So unfortunately, that condition where they needed to retain that zone when the water level drops was not met, and that FTWin was able to crawl. Not even crawl. They were able to fight themselves back into winning that one by the end of it there. So great work by FTWin to basically be able to win a lot of those key fights. Even some of their crab tank usage was stellar there. As you get a few replays there, with Madness going down with that Stamper in mind, there's that wipeout to boot.
And this is something to keep in mind, the mental aspect of the set that's going on right now. Jackpot is now down, has lost they've lost their fourth straight game, all of which by KO. That one lasted 4 minutes, which was better than any of the ones against Starburst. But Jackpot, it seems like they feel the most pressure out of anyone to win every single tournament that they sign up for. Whenever they lose, they're always going on Twitter, and it's like they're trying to offer an apology to everyone for not winning the tournament. Like, it's fine, but that's the pressure they put on themselves, and that seems to come out in their gameplay, especially in these situations where it's like, okay, we got this huge lead, and now we're starting to lose it, and now we're starting to try to make some hero plays, and we're not playing the style that we're used to playing as Jackpot. FTWin with the more momentum at their backs right now. And by the way, the biggest lead Jackpot got in that last set was off of that push where they did lower the power water level. Afterwards, They only scored one more point across the whole time, and FTWin was able to come back. So, game 2 now, going to Mako Mart, which is a map FTWin wants to go to anyways. We know from the previous set.
Definitely, and you're right. I mean, Jackpot probably has put themselves in that pressure where they want to win almost everything they sign up on site. But sometimes performance differences can be the key there, where you may not perform up to snuff. So Jackpot needs to pretty much get a win regardless of the situation. They've dropped 4 in a row. 3 to Starburst, 1 FTWin so far. They have a great start right now with 70 points remaining, and Jared popping the crab tank into FTWin's enemy territory there. Jared's not able to pressure off just enough, but it may have done just enough for FTWin to be pushed back for a few extra seconds to get some points out of there. As the trip trick has been used, Leafy's just pinged over the zone, at least for now, and they still retain control by the end of it. Here comes that crab tank, and that crab tank, is that crab tank going to do enough to get Jackpot out of there, or even get the zones capped in their favor? We'll have to wait and see on that one as Cooler's being dished up, but Jackpot still has control, even with it going back to neutral for a few times.
No, as long as .Q is on top of that area right there by the blocks, Jackpot's going to be in a situation where they can always at least keep the zone neutralized, especially when everybody on Jackpot is starting to win their 1v1 fights and keeping things back up. Booyah Bob's going to chase everybody away from the zone. Jackpot not going to weather those ink strikes, though. Nicely timed ink strikes. Nobody got splatted. It didn't matter. They were timed and thrown perfectly to where they couldn't really deal with it. So auto cap for FTWin. They don't get control of the zone, but they do put all the penalty points back on the Jackpot, keep themselves alive in this game.
I mean, any extra few seconds or even extra few minutes that you can afford is going to be key there, as Jackpot gets 3 out of the picture from FTWin, and Jackpot is able to continue to prove themselves up again. The mental game here, try to win this game to at least get yourselves back on track. Let's see if Jackpot still has .Q now planted on that right stack, just trying to make sure to get paint down and get the Coolers to help support the rest of their team. The Stamper and Squeezer, by the way, both down. Leafy has gone down on top of it, but it's going to be 2 down on FTWin's side. We may be seeing the penalty points getting out of here shortly, unless FTWin is able to contest.
I like the movement there by .Q, which I guess I might reference here in a second, because it looks like there could be a KO unless they can find a way to take care of the Stamper player, which it looks like they don't, but it doesn't matter. 5 seconds left away. Here comes those ink strikes yet again. And look at the placements of those ink strikes, but it doesn't matter this time around because Jackpot had enough players left alive to paint over the key areas to keep it going. There's no way they're going to hold onto it right here unless Jared just goes bananas, which they kind of do, but still ultimately FTWin finally wrestles away the zone to keep themselves alive in it yet again, but nowhere near close enough to where they can hold on to more. And some other player just fell out of the sky and instantly just evaporated right there. Not sure what that was about, but maybe now it's FTWin that's getting sped up.
Yeah, FTWin might be trying to take some of that momentum in their favor there as Leaf, but all that being said and done, though, Jackpot did get controlled back just earlier, and there's not much penalty points left in the tank. This has to be a few fights, and the zone having to be forced into neutral to at least buy themselves more time. But Jared has other ideas. The crab tank gets 1 out of the pick. That might be enough, as that will be a delayed 3 on top of it. Jackpot will for sure stamp a victory here And that is a much-needed victory there. They snapped their 4-game losing skid, and they tied the setup 1-1 apiece.
That was a must-win for them.
Yep.
If they lost 5 straight, their run is over at that point. But yes, been able to win, and in the fashion that they were able to win that one. It wasn't really close at all at any point in that game. Jackpot was able to get control of things early, build up a massive lead, and anytime FTWin was able to do anything to the zone, it was just barely flip it back over to their favor before they instantly have to retreat or just get completely bodied to where they have to respawn back at their own spawn anyways. So they, at no point was FTWin in any situation to accomplish anything in that one. And it really just comes down to that pencil of SendouQ just being alive the whole time, pushing up with their teammates, getting the right stack. But as soon as they were in any kind of danger, automatically retreating back to the left stack, hiding behind the cover of those little uninkable blocks right there, and making sure that they could just still attack the zone over and over again. That's why FTWin couldn't keep capping the zone back, buying more time for the rest of the players to come and get the splats, push FTWin back. Game goes to Jackpot. They stop the bleeding.
Yeah, Jackpot, and as you mentioned earlier, SendouQ just being in position to be able to paint over that zone very well was going to help their cause, because FTWin was not able to wrestle it back. FTWin needed several picks out of their against Jackpot even to be able to do just that. So we get to see Jackpot win Mako zones. It's 1-1 apiece, and Mincemeat is back again in the third map of this rotation. Well, one of these two teams, I think it was FTWin that had Mincemeat in their 6 maps.
Yeah, but that was clearly a Moonlight thing.
Yep.
I think, I guess this is like an FTWin favored map, isn't it? I was thinking like Jackpot, Leafy can use Tent. Obviously, they're going to use Pencil for pretty much anything. Pencil works everywhere, but it works out really better than normal here. This seems like a situation that will favor Jackpot in particular, but this is why they play the game. And just another reminder, FTWin does have the power of Lana Del Rey on their side, so that's got to account for something. But they're bringing back the double. What's going on here? Is this double sword, one of each variety? At least they're different colors, so they look kind of cool side by side to each other. But there it is. Worked last time.
You know what? If it worked last time, why not dish on it Mincemeat? I guess you have the double sword. They also have double crab on top of on FTWin's, and so maybe something cooking with not just the sword and the crab tank to boot. But of course, as you mentioned earlier, Leafy, I believe on that tent umbrella as well, where Leafy's just been on a tear with that. So love to see how this one progresses through. Jackpot is gonna probably be contend with this map, all things considered. Loses the Stamper duel though, as that Stamper finds 1. Jackpot is 2 down to boot, as we do see the Slipcaster can't find anybody else. No, not quite, not able to connect to any more, but FTWin does have control of the zone by the end of it.
By the way,
at least
if you were so tired of the shooter meta, there's only 2 shooters of the 8 weapons in this game. I mean, they're both splash schematics, so that's unfortunate, but hey, this is what you guys been asking for this whole time, right? Here we go. And Crab, well, it's always been really good, as Jared's been showing off so far between the splash and the dualies they've been using in this set. But Jackpot taking advantage of this map that is, I'm assuming, favored towards them, and right now has control of the zone. Madness pushed up along here, can do a good job of arcing their machine shots, but the rest of the players do go down, including the pencil of SendouQ. But everybody's stuck in. Okay, so I'm about to say, how does nobody die to that? And it ends up being 2 players. Madness throwing the Booyah Bomb in the perfect spot. There's no way to get away from it. Gets bonked on the head before they can jump away, but still damage done. Jackpot adds a lot of points to their lead.
The rest of FTWin is just kind of put into that corner there, and that Booyah Bomb was pretty well placed. Yes, it didn't get both of them right away, but it was 1 and then just a follow-up to boot. That just gave Jackpot a lot more points to go through, and that was just in a bad position for FTWin overall. So FTWin just has even more points to try to wrestle back on that side of the fence, as Jared does use that crab tank. 2 bull swords, by the way, went down on FTWin's and their kill using that tri-slasher. He gets a trade at the very least with Jared, but that's really all it's gonna be. Still a bit of a scrappy fight across the board, though. Not one team really finding the answer quite yet, but FTWin will be content with control of the zone, and then they have to put a lot of Del Rey on that grab, at least for a quick while. See if FTWin is able to find any more value here, as this zone is stuck in neutral until FTWin gets it then and there.
Zera's having a little bit of difficulty getting those Zipcaster shots to line up to where they could accomplish anything. There was a lot of players right there and the potential to get a splat or 2, but ultimately having to recline back without anything. Leafy pushing up and just falling back slightly, ever so slightly. Probably just didn't feel like, I don't know, maybe they felt like some bomb pressure was coming onto him. But regardless, the penalty points are gone for FTWin, and so is 2 of their players. So that might be a little bit of an issue, as Bursty's the last player left alive. But providing jumps for their players to get back into this one, Jackpot has yet to wrestle control of the zone back into their way. And if you're FTWin, you really want to hold on to things here. You don't want to have to burn through penalty points. You only got a minute and a half left to go. It's a lot of time, but still. Oh, okay. And actually, it's not a whole lot. 20 penalty points, not really that big of a penalty. But still, Jackpot able to hold on to control of things, at least for now.
Both sword users have been going down so fast on top of it from FTWin's end. Zera's going down on top of the other, just giving Jackpot enough room to work with pretty much the squid advantage to boot. And we could see Burst able to get 1 with the crab tank. 20 points is, as you mentioned, isn't enough, but they have to get some levels of control with the zone, but they can't keep losing some of these fights all across the board. Delayed 3, by the way, on top of it. They're gonna have to escape nut there, and Jackpot's gonna be able to burn more points out of there. We could be seeing a KO shortly if Jackpot's able to lock FTWin out of here. We might, and it should be happening soon, unless FTWin gets one last fight in. And it's just a lot of ink being thrown into the zone. Jackpot gets it by the end of it. The crab tank is shut down, but it may not matter too much. Booyah there is gonna be done to fully secure it, and Jackpot is up 2-1, 2 in a row now for Jackpot.
What a difference just getting a win underneath your belt does for your team.
Yep.
That loss that FTWin handed down to Jackpot on game 1. Ever since then, whatever has been plaguing this Jackpot team in previous tournaments in similar situations, they seem to have overcome it. They looked really solid in that game 2. That game 3, they used their comp to their advantage. Leafy never overstepping the bounds with that tint. Whereas you saw a lot of FTWin players, they didn't have a lot of range to go with at all. I mean, they had their swords were their longest range weapons. Tell me how that makes sense logically. But they just had to keep funneling in to try to make plays. It basically used Bursty as a bit of an anchor splash, if that makes sense. Bursty was just trying to make sure they were capping zone and having crab that they could use and providing jumps for their swords to come back in and try to make plays. But the plays the swords were trying to make just never really landed, and Jackpot was able to take advantage of that.
I get the sense that FTWin tried to base a lot of their win conditions around that two sword, the double stamper and the double crab on top of it. You do have you mentioned before just the anchor splash, but probably I think that was pretty much the approach they tried to go with the crab tanks. But Jackpot was just able to find ways to work around it. Of course, the sniper and the slosh machine to probably neutralize some of it too. But another thing I noticed here is Wahoo Zones is he's here soon. I'm gonna have a lot of thoughts about that, but before I do, so let's put it this way. A lot of the two swords went down so fast in Mincemeat zones, so they couldn't find ways to contest. They had to keep resetting back each go around. So FTWin was pretty much having to play from behind for a good chunk of it. So that's how. So FTWin is down 1-2. Wahoo Zones is here.
By the way, Hydra's really good on this map. Not that just you would ever see it, but this is a map my team would always counterpick in those Nintendo tournaments. We would just go here all the time just because Hydra always worked. The problem is Zone really worked here, or E-Leader really works here as well, until they decided to add a pole in the middle of it, which makes this all kind of weird. But I think this is the first time I've seen this played competitively since they added the poles. So we'll see how that plays a factor into things. But still, it doesn't really matter. You're still going to use pencil now you're going to bring out Zuka from Lana Del Rey. When you're facing possibly be eliminated, just put Biscuit on the Inkzuka and try to make something work right here. But it really just comes down to, honestly, I don't know. It's been a long time since I've seen this map. I don't know how to play this anymore.
We don't normally see Wahoo zones that often. I think there's only like maybe one tournament in the last like handful of maybe half year even where Wahoo zones was even played. But I have to gather my memory banks on that one. Yeah.
To be fair, again, this is only here because the teams put it into their preset maps before the tournament started. So this is probably a map they've been using a lot over the course of the season. So got to be feeling good about this map coming up. Regardless of the fact that they haven't seen it in other tournaments, doesn't mean they haven't been playing it a lot in this season here.
That's very true. Just mainly for some of us having to see it again. For that note, well, either the spectators are crying or the spectators are happy to see Wahoo zones. Who knows at this point? As zones is going to be neutralized on both sides. They're managed to find a jump for Leafy to hop right into the swing of things. And it is going to be FTWin, by the way, with the early lead here with Racing and 15 in, but it is going to be 2 down. Blue Bomb being dished out here on top. Stamper's going to have to just retweet, and it will be Jackpot taking down on some of those points remaining. Their nice find, by the way, from Leafy. From range, I think it was a max range squeezer spot, if I'm not mistaken.
A very nice splat indeed. But how is FTWin going to break out of this one? You can either kind of dogpile on the left side of the map, which Jared is. I think you lost track of the Jared. You're gonna get punished for it. Sharking right there. I mean, that's just kind of knowing this map is realized. Okay, they can either just drop down from the right side, or the mid, or go all the way down to the left. And if I just shark right in this one spot, I can cover pretty much everything. But that this route that it looks like that one player Kio's trying to go to on the opposite side right there. But if somebody else guards that one, it creates a great lockout opportunity where it's very, very difficult for FTWin to get back into this one. And it looks like that is not going to be the case.
Nope.
Jackpot wins 3 straight since FTWin packing, and they're very, very eager to get into a rematch with their old-time rival Starburst in Grand Finals.
Yeah, congratulations, Jackpot winning that losers finals and moving on to Grands there. And that second map, I look back at the second map of the set in the Mako Zones one, the one they needed to win. It's a very big difference between being down 0-2 to just tying it up 1-1. And Jackpot, knowing they have a cushion to work with, just pretty much played back to their usual styles. Of course, with the assist of Mincemeat, where Leafy can be back in 10th umbrella duties. Jackpot looked like they were back to their usual selves there. FTWin just did not have much of a response. Yes, FTWin did get an early lead, but it didn't really amount to a whole lot. Jackpot was pretty much in very good control for a good chunk of that map. And yeah, as you mentioned, they're eager to face Starburst again in Grands.
Well, actually, I don't know how eager they might be, considering did they really even face them the last time? It was just so you blinked and the set was over. So we're going to be queuing that one up. Are we just rolling right into that set? I guess is the question that we're going here. Are we taking a break? We're cool with whatever here. Keon, you've already eaten today, right?
I have eaten today, so I am set.
You got your water on hand.
I got water. I got everything.
We're good. And the question is Starburst good? Because they've been chilling for a bit.
Yes, I mean, Starburst has had a pretty long break since what? I guess almost an hour and a half ago. It feels like, and they made quick work of Jackpot. So, hey, maybe Starburst is either been waiting eagerly, or they've just been out and about trying to make sure they got food in their system. But I think I'm hearing word from streamer JPEG here that I think we might be rolling on to Grand Finals if we are. If of course both of us are set for it. Let's do it. So
let's go.
Yeah.
The crowd wants to see it happen. They want to see the storylines in this Grand Finals. Is Starburst back? Are they going to win comeback team of the year? Which is hilarious considering where they were back in May to where they are now. Losing Biscuit, traded in Zero, who's playing for them, but that's really the only change when you stop and look at the roster. Ice is still here, aka New Jeans. Bran never went anywhere. Bagel's still part of this squad. So this Starburst team trying to wrestle away. They're like, hey, we used to be the kings of this one. This used to be our kingdom. And now they get a chance after just sweeping the snot out of Jackpot in Winners Finals, a chance to do it again. And I don't know if it's fair to say that would make them the number one team in the West at that point, but it still makes you realize, okay, these guys are legit. They're back and they can compete for anything. Whereas Jackpot is looking to say, I want to make sure nobody ever talks about that Winners Finals loss that we had against these guys. Let's destroy them right here and now and put that set to bed. Because that's going to be the case. If Jackpot wins this one, that win Starburst had in Winners Finals, who cares? Because it ultimately meant nothing other than Jackpot just dragging this set out to a bracket reset.
I mean, effectively, whoever wins Grand Finals is going to almost be a legacy, or I guess a Twitter talking point here, because Starburst winning this one, as you mentioned. This is their chance to show we are back in the scene. We just got to get a few more big results here. Win against Jackpot is going to help their cause. Jackpot, on the other hand, just trying to add another tournament win to their list of other tournament wins that they've already had there on top. Just a little cherry on top with the with that World Championship victory they had in this past week there. So pretty much a lot really to gain for Starburst, and somewhat some to gain for Jackpot, I guess, if you wanted to compare how important it is for both teams. But you're right, like people could look back at kind of similar to how kind of a very similar story here earlier in the set we had Moonlight and FTWin, where basically the matchup between Moonlight and Last Resort swept FTWin. Barely, not many people really, I guess, talked about it afterwards, because FTWin would end up rolling their way through the Grand Finals. Could be the same story here, really, where Jackpot could try to erase whatever happened in that Winners Finals matchup and see if they can take it home, take this one all the way home.
By the way, if you don't think the "what does this do for LeBron's legacy" meme is something these teams don't care about, you're not paying attention to Twitter, which kudos to you.
No?
You're set for life if that's what you're doing. But it very obviously means a lot to both these teams that they're playing against each other in this stage. Again, Jackpot, they're world champions, so even if they don't win this one, it's not like we're gonna think any less of them. Again, Starburst has more to gain from this than them.
Yeah, easily.
But if you don't think these teams care about beating each other specifically, you don't know the history of these teams as we see them load out in game one. Step one for Jackpot, try to get the timer down to at least 3 minutes and 59 seconds. That would be an improvement over the last game. By the way, they played on this map and mode in the previous set as well.
Yeah, so we get to see a small little bit of a rematch in Grand Finals, in this Grand Finals, where we're back in the museum zones. What ended up happening last, I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is the map where it was a little bit longer this time for Starburst to get the KO. I could also be mixing up maps here, but you're right. The goal here is to get down to 359 plus, and Jackpot might be doing the exact thing that Starburst did to them. Jackpot has the early leads, and Jared is just moving up front. They get a trade at the very least there, but that would still be very nice for Jackpot. Starburst is pretty much stuck in their own base, and now we can see if Brand can take advantage of this trade. So we get the trip strikes that are being dished out here. I don't think there's going to be any value play out, but the key thing that Starburst needs to do is get the zone as soon as it can, but they lose the splash on top of it. It's just stuck in neutral for now.
Nowhere for Starburst to go. All four of their players bottlenecked into their spawn, finally able to break out, but they have to burn a lot of specials just to even get anywhere near the zone. And who is this? I don't even know who this player is. We didn't have it in Hypen before, but they're dead, whoever they are, and that opens up the door for Jackpot, who's probably gonna make sure, okay, the timer's not gonna get down to that 3 minute mark. But it's going to be the exact opposite situation right now. It looks like Jackpot potentially, unless
Maybe?
in Hypen.
Oh my goodness.
Who is that? Like, seriously, who is that? That player wasn't in there last time. Unless they just changed there. Is that Ice? Is that New Jeans? I think it's Ice.
Wait, yeah. Is there actually New Jeans? You might be actually right.
I think it's Ice changing their name. Okay.
It could. Look,
yeah, because there's Brand and Bagel and Zero. All right, we're good.
So Ice is just doing Ice shenanigans with the name. Okay, we evolved from New Jeans over to Hypen. I had the same thought you did. I'm like, who is this person from Starburst? No, it's just Ice back into their thing. But all the name changes are definitely waking us up a little bit here. But it is, by the way, back to this. this game. Go ahead, Popgun.
The Jackpot gameplay is what is the most important change of all of this stuff here. Yes, the set is still going on. They didn't get the KO that it looked like they were just about to get, but now they're picking up right where they left off in the previous push here. They got Soda. They're starting to push up. Jared does get eliminated, but they'll come right back. So price is averted right there, and they got to throw a lot of specials. Ink Strike versus Ink Strike on the zone. It's Jackpot that's coming away from this one, and one more player goes down. Ice does actually survive that 2v4 situation. Can they get the splat on .Q? It's a trade, and they might flip it back into their favor right here.
No.
Oh no, they don't.
No,
Jackpot gets the win.
Yeah, Jackpot getting a win there. Starburst almost able to wrestle that one back with a pretty much a 2-for-2 and a 3-for-3 trade on top of it. Jackpot basically took the script from the Winners Finals and just reversed Uno carded it into the Starburst. We're gonna do the exact same thing you did to us at this point and able to lock them out. The only difference that it took a little longer this time, of course, but that is a really good start for Jackpot. 1-0 up. Starburst. Maybe a little bit rusty having to wait for a while, so they might just be giving themselves some time to boot themselves back up. But again, more importantly, winning that first map is gonna be nice for Jackpot.
There you go. Erase the demons and get back into the set. This is already infinitely better than anything Jackpot was doing in the previous set. And again, that's what we're talking about. If they take care of business in this set, we're not going to talk about that winners finals ever again because it's not going to mean anything. But game one in the books into their favor. And the question now is, was Starburst a little bit sluggish because they had that longer break versus Jackpot, who just came off of a win against FTWin where they won 3 straight in pretty convincing fashion in those 3 wins as well. Are they continuing that momentum versus Starburst, who might need a little bit more time to wake up?
Yeah, entirely possible. Starburst did have to wait a long time, and whatever set that happened in winners finals, it was also quick enough that hey, they had to probably just shake off a little bit of that rust. This is definitely a resurging Jackpot. By the way, 4 in a row this time after dropping 4 straight earlier too. So things are kind of swinging into Jackpot's favor here. Maybe we could be seeing Starburst kind of adjusting themselves a little bit now that they gotten that first map out of the way. They got to look forward to Surge and Zones being the next map that's being rolled in here. So a lot of things to really just keep in mind for if really I guess if you're on either team there. No surprise, very similar set of weapons to boot on both sides. I guess other than .Q though.
Yeah, let's say hold that.
Hold up.
That is a Rapid Blaster Deco Pro with the line thing, and that is the what was that? Killer Whale 5 point something of the other. So yeah, a little bit of a difference there. But the question is, okay, where are they going to get the soda from? Well, they want to use Tri-Slosher on this map, but I'm assuming they just didn't want to use the Inkjet one. So, hey, .Q, can you change to something else? Because I got the soda this time around, says Madness.
Yeah, entirely possible. Now that Madness is on Hulu duties, now you got .Q into a weapon that kind of a little bit out of the norm, I suppose, from what we have seen from .Q so far, and it looks like it's again just a bit of a scrappy trade here on both sides for now.
Different so far, but .Q is much more than just a pencil player. I mean, we've seen them demolish people with Splash when it comes down to it. So this is gonna, and obviously it's working out just fine for Jackpot right now as they got control of the zone and are about to might not cross the halfway point, as we see Starburst starting to show some signs of life here.
Yes, Starburst able to take out 2 on top of it as well, so we get to see Ice now just kind of planting themselves right a jump for 0 all the way up front there. Jackpot should be able to recognize that joump is going to be there as soon as possible, but either way, Starburst is able to have controlled mid. Jackpot probably just playing this one a little patiently there. So you see .Q throwing out the 8. Make sure the line marker on top of it, as this is just a fight that's having a crossboard, mainly on the right-hand side, 2-for-2 trade there. Starburst is still holding control of the zone. They'll definitely get the lead here soon. Jackpot will now have to play from behind for just a tiny bit more, but they do take out Ice on top of it, but now it's just trading back and forth at this point. Who is really going to get the zone by the end of it? The answer should be sooner. The answer should be happening soon, unless Ice is able to provide the jumps for Starburst. Starburst might be able to get the zones back, all things considered.
Ice going back to their old anchor roots, providing jumps for their teammates to come back in. Starburst holding on to control the zone, and now they're staring down a possible KO situation of their own if they can keep this lockout going a little bit longer. Oh, Leafy's caught out in a bad spot, and Brand punishes it, and not kind of threatening to go in there. Instead, wisely jumps right back out, recognizing we just need to keep control of the zone a few more seconds. Let me stay alive, not burn my life. Keep attacking that zone, and Starburst ties up the set at 1 apiece. Keep in mind, Jackpot has to win 5 more to win this tournament. Starburst, just 2 at this point.
That is correct. Jackpot is coming out of the loser's bracket. Starburst coming out of the winner's side of the fence there. And that's a nice rebound from Starburst there. A little fist pump from Brandon Ice for extra style. But yeah, I think it's very certain that Starburst may need a little bit more boot up time to get back into the swing of things after the break. And this looked a lot more cleaner. And yeah, Leafy just unfortunately getting caught out when Starburst had control. The rest of Jackpot effectively had to scramble and try to find a way to contest near the zone as soon as they can. There's that pick, by the way, from Brand onto Leafy, and then it just pretty much meant that Jackpot just didn't have much of an entryway in. It was just a quick little panic, and it just wasn't enough left in the tank. And both teams have already loaded into. Okay, hold on.
Can we have time? Can they excuse us? We're not done talking about the. Whoa! Somebody didn't even load up.
No.
What is going on? Oh, yep. Okay.
Panic.
Okay. So there we go. Just a little bit of as we were saying back at Shipyard for game 2, the key play goes back to when Ice was the last player alive in the zone, staying alive, putting down paint, and providing jumps for the rest of her teammates to come back in and keep that push going. That Starburst push was just one giant long push, right?
Yep.
And able to go, the difference between keeping the set going and keeping an opportunity for Jackpot to come back in it and just putting your foot down and closing it out and getting the dub was that one play back there with Ice staying alive and keeping control of the zone. So now we got that out of the way. The next game is going to be Mahi Mahi Resort.
So hopefully both teams may have slowed down just a tiny bit. I don't think a 4v3 is valid in any scenario there. We got two maps out of the way. Mahi zones. This, I think, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, it was Jackpot from the lower ranks that did actually play this matchup in the, on that side. And Jackpot last time, if I'm not mistaken, the last time the Jackpot played this one, they actually lost this one to FTWin there. So with the big difference that they did not hold on to that zone past the 60-point marker where the water level starts to drop. So Jackpot will have to tweak things a little bit. Starburst was, however, back alive after the previous set here. So both teams kind of just having to figure things out into this Mahi Mahi Resorts. Figured things out, especially with the lobby mind to boot too.
Yeah, so now we can go back and reference. I don't know what happened right there, but I'm hoping there wasn't like any connection issues or something.
Yeah.
To where I'm assuming just like somebody just bonked out of the lobby and they're like, well, let's just start. Oh wait, no. Did they do that just so? Okay, so in hyphen, now I got the win with that. Now I can go back to new jeans. Okay,
yeah, gotta be.
This is the equivalent of like changing your jersey every other game. Is what we're going out here right now. But technically, New Jeans was undefeated against Jackpot, so maybe that's just what they were missing.
Maybe either voodoo magic or going back to the locker room to just completely either change the numbers or change the name in the back. There, all things considered. Hey, maybe things are looking really good for Starburst right now. They get 2 and a lot more out of the picture. Jackpot is now stuck in the back, having to play a little bit more on defense this go around. Trip strikes, by the way, being used on top of it, but the water level should be dropping down here shortly. Starburst with a very quick push to start.
I think what happened was Zero. Well, up until that point, you couldn't stay alive for 2 more seconds. Zero. The water literally closed as you were drowning in it. That makes no logical sense. But Zero coming out and having an absolutely fantastic opening. But now, I talked about the importance of being the team owning control of the zone when it goes down. Technically, Jackpot's doing that. And Leafy staying alive on this left side as you just got Bagel being the last player left alive. So Jackpot with a great opportunity to run up the score right here. They're almost certainly going to get lead. But can Starburst break out of this lockout? They're throwing a lot of ink strikes and crabs on the zone. That's going to do it.
Yeah, that's all the specials being thrown into the zone to at least force neutral and then possibly, definitely get into the zones back there before running into one of the members, into a sub. Excuse me. It is gonna be 2 down, however. Yeah, for a trap card. Yeah, exactly. Thank you there. So, Jackpot now has control. They got some decent control around mid there. Oh well, Jared did go down the side. We're gonna pretend that we saw that one. But let's see if Jackpot is able to get a lot more than just that. We did see the Trizukas being dished out here. I believe Levy had the Trizukas for a quick moment. But they're out of the penalty points now. Splash has, by the way, gone down. Brand, nice. Wow, nice shots overall from Brand. Brand was gonna go down, but that's a triple for Brand. That was beautiful.
Drag them down the hell with you. I might not survive this, but neither will you. And the zone does flip back into Starburst. They don't have, well, I don't think they're going to hold it a crazy amount of time because they do got the Ink Strikes ready to go on top of Leafy's shield. But everybody is kind of bottlenecked around that right side, and nobody's able to kind of stop Zero, who's just been making a living along that ledge area. Finally, Starburst getting control of the zone, and the penalty points are gone. They're getting dangerously close to getting the lead right back as well. And just as soon as I say that, there's some grabs, and everybody losing control of the right side as Jackpot doing a good job of cleaning up Madness there, getting a key double. And will Brand escape that one? No. So there, Jackpot doing a good job of breaking back out. Finding the open spot, saying, hey, their right side's a little bit, or our right side's a little bit weak. Let's drop 2 players there along with the Crab. Force them all to the left side, and we'll just clean them up.
And I think I just saw Levy actually get a double, and I think a triple on top of it, too, with that Trizuka shot, which will get Jackpot definitely in control of that zone for a prolonged period of time. And now Brand's the only one up, which these respawns are definitely not going to favor Starburst at all. Starburst has to find any sort of contested that these definitely can't trip tricks just to zone them out bait time. Somehow they're able to neutralize zone for just a bit. The trip tricks were huge because they bought. Really? Yeah, it might have been a little bit of insurance there, but either way, it buys themselves enough time. But Jackpot does have to control the zones back, so now they got to get back to these penalty points that were almost certain into KO territory there for Jackpot.
I'm looking at the specials as like, what is Starburst going to do? They're nowhere near their Inkzuka. Soda's not going to attack the zone. All they had was Ink Strike, and that's really all they needed. Just court throwing them in kind of the perfect spot. You can still paint over them. It's not like an automatic cap. There's nothing you can do about it, but Zero, yet again, making another critical play, getting a lot of splats early on, and now using their special to keep the game going here. And Leafy is going to survive that one and punish Zero on top of it, saying, nah, you thought you had me, but that's not going to be the case right now. And we got Ink Strikes of our own that's going to flip the zone back into our favor. Madness doing a lot of work. It seems like Madness is winning every 1v1 except for that one in the open space.
Well, okay, so right as you had to say, then Madness just quickly drops just like that. A little bit of a small jinx there. But either way, nice max range shot, by the way, on Jared to get the sniper out of the picture. And Zero, and he actually gets a double on top of it. Starburst is done, and so is this game here. Popgun, Jackpot is going to be up 2-1. One more for the bracket reset.
And that's Jared getting 2 splats on players that weren't even fighting. We're not fighting you, bro. What are you doing? We're just trying to hide and wait out your crab. And Jared said, nah, I'm just going to chip damage you to death. 2 players going down. GG. We win game 3 after winning game 1. And we're 1 game away from forcing that bracket reset against Starburst. Now, that was a map that Jackpot wants to go to. Anyways, I mean, we saw them ready up. They couldn't go there fast enough last time. But Starburst is going to get a map that should, or there's potential of a map that'll be a little bit more neutral than the one they just played right there. But actually, did they play that one in the last set? I can't remember. I would assume they did.
I believe so, but I have to look back or rather think back, excuse me, to see how it progressed on the side there. You do get a few little replays. Trizuka took out Leafy's turbo. This is the one I was noting too. That the Brand triple, at least saving the game for like a few extra seconds. But what also ended up happening there that I also forgot to note there, the rest of the team also went down. So that's why that zone flipped out so quickly on Starburst's end there. Jackpot was able to just get control back there. Madness getting that nice little double there, and then we're gonna get to see the triple here soon. And Jackpot was winning a good chunk of their fights, and then Starburst was basically staying alive either by good special coordination or just gained that 3 that Brand had, but it ultimately didn't really amount to a whole lot. Jackpot was able to win this one all the way home when it mattered.
Well, just all the players in that last game had fantastic plays from both sides of things. I mean, this is big boy Splatoon that we're looking at right here. You got Zero and Brand getting monstrous plays, even though they're in losing efforts. Jared and Madness getting several key splats, just like streaking splats together. Ultimately, somebody's just got to find a way to win here. But these are two teams that are playing at a very high level right now. As we go to Art Academy, no, it is not tower control. It is a splat zone only tournament. But if Madness can start ledge camping with that slosher here, this would be a great situation for Jackpot to force the bracket reset.
Absolutely, just a lot of key things to keep in mind there with both teams having those sloshers in tow. And as you mentioned, just being able to get some of those finds, are able to ledge camp, especially, is going to be huge. Maybe you can find a few members out of the picture that way. As Trizuka is being fired, almost I thought I got Jared there for a quick second, but not quite yet. Crab Tank is being popped out there. Going to use it to likely paint over the zone, at least for now. Now we Jackpot with the zone's capped at least probably for a few extra seconds. That they did go 2 down. There's a trip. There's those 8 strikes being dished out there, and it will be Starburst getting control back. So just 79 points made for Jackpot. Starburst with control for now.
And we got New Jeans, who is New Jeans taking their first ever loss against Jackpot in that last game there. So opting to stick with New Jeans, not having a name change, but does have control of the zone. And is trying to make a little sneaky play on this Crab. Just going for it and getting the now zero helping out as well. But that is the ballsiest play you can have. Okay, I'm just gonna go hold forward slightly to the side here, I guess, against this Crab, and I'm just gonna trade with it. All right.
Let me just take out this Crab by myself with a little bit of assistance there. Make sure this Crab tank doesn't really amount to a whole lot. You know what? I'll give him that. It's a bold maneuver by the end of it.
By the way, if you're eligible for low ink, don't do that. You're not ice. You're not gonna get away with that. Okay? Don't try that at home, kids.
Just put a huge disclaimer. Do not try this at home if you're trying to play in low ink. Watch as you're gonna get a lot more plays like that, and then you realize, why is this not working? And then we'll start to know why here soon. We do get specials that were being used. Cooler is, by the way, popped out there for Jackpot. They do get the lead back here. Starburst is having to find a way having to find their way back in, and now having to play from behind once more. Turf Strikes, by the way, being used, kind of zoning out the rest of Starburst as much as they can, but they do have at least forced neutral for a few quick extra seconds, and then Starburst finally gets the zones back. So a lot of special usage being dished out across the board from Jackpot and from Starburst. Ultimately, it ends with Starburst getting the cap to at least force Jackpot into the penalty points. Jackpot gets it back.
Zero. Oh, okay. Zero just dumping a bomb and then jumping right back out. If Brand can win this 1v1, and now you just got SendouQ being the last player left alive. Zone going to flip back in the Starburst's favor. They got Soda to work with. Pretty close to Inkzuka. Got some Ink Strikes here. Can create a little bit of a lockout situation. Oh, but Brain, you can't die to Jared right there. Why backing up and realizing how important it is for them to hold onto this Inkzuka. This is a great opportunity for Starburst to get the lead right here if they can combine their specials. Nothing really happening right there. So a good opportunity, and I don't actually it's not really over right now because they still have control zone. Zero's still getting like these little back and forth right here, and finally that is Starburst's lead, taking advantage of that great lockout they had, using the resources to barely get the lead, and now they're holding on to it pretty comfortably.
Yeah, now Jackpot has to just find a way in. They got the coolers being dished out there. That's a nice find, by the way. Bagel just got Jared out of the picture, and that's leaving the rest of the other members going down. Starburst forces a Game 5 in Grand Finals. Notably so, Jackpot, Starburst, this is, I believe, championship point for them. Jackpot, it needs to win this one to force the bracket reset. This is good. This is a pretty exciting set that we have seen so far, and that's kind of understating it nicely.
Here's my hot take. Because the kiddies like hot takes here. This is the end of the tournament. If Starburst doesn't win this one, and they go into a bracket reset with Jackpot having all the wins behind their back and the momentum they need, I think they close it out in the bracket reset. So this seems like the true grand finals of this one right here. There's my hot take. If that's not really a hot take, I don't know, but
so. I mean, definitely Starburst does not want to get in. One does not want to have to fight another best of 5 if they were to lose this one. So a very pivotal Game 5 there. I just saw the trade into the Crab Tank, a very bold move there to be able to trade with the Crab Tank with the assistance there, and just able to take Jared and then Leafy and then basically another member of Jackpot. I missed it for a quick second out of that picture, and that's how we get Starburst forcing that game 5 there. And Starburst, so both teams kind of just trading maps here left and right. We saw Starburst having a few moments there in Mahi Mahi, but that was definitely more on Jackpot. Now this one is a lot more cleaner. Now we go to a very lockout heavy map here in Brinewater Zones, and I'm going to be curious to see what both teams, gameplay-wise, dish out.
Well, I think we're just to see pencil from both sides.
Yep, for sure.
We're going to see some Zookas, maybe some crabs, and maybe, very likely, potential championship points. Starburst could end it all right now. Jackpot wants to make sure you keep watching the stream for another 30 minutes and extend this one here, as we are coming out with no real surprises from either side. Leafy going with the squeezer to make sure that they got the Zuko on the side of Jackpot, and Starburst is going to make sure Basil stays on top there and provides plenty of pain across the zone.
Absolutely, no surprises here. Both teams having a pencil. Both teams also having a crab tank as well. So you got all the range, you got all of the Trizukas, and you have all of the crab tank as well. No surprise if we, based on how this set has progressed so far. So we get the opening push at least to boot. It will be Jackpot with the early lead for about maybe 2 seconds before Starburst wrestles it back, and then we're gonna get to see pretty much a scrappy fight here. Ultimately, what's gonna end up happening is that we get to see multiple down just like that. Starburst goes 3 down. We're gonna get to see Jackpot try to force that lockout, which they are about to do just that, and that's a wipeout. More points on the board for Jackpot here, Popgun.
Plenty of opportunities, though, for Starburst to get back into this one. Oh, you see somebody dropping all the way down on the left side over there, trying to make a play onto the zone as Madness gets a splat here on the side. But something's going back one over into the zone, and just as I say that, they ultimately got taken care of. It looks like it was the splatter shot, trying to just make a hero play there. I guess trying to just force something, but nothing was there, and more points are ticking away as Jackpot essentially forced a wipeout. And Jackpot might just, well, no, they lose one more player, and here comes all kinds of shenanigans at the zone, but it's not going to be enough to cap it completely. Still penalty points added on to Jackpot's total, but right now Jackpot has done absolutely, has no interest in losing control of the zone, or Starburst's own side of the map for that matter.
Absolutely, and we need to see if Starburst is able to get multiple out of that picture. But basically the game-opening wipeout, and then Jackpot was just able to take advantage of it, forcing that lockout on that side. Jackpot goes 2 down, by the way, so Starburst is now trying to do the exact same thing. Basically, if you're getting caught out big time with these high-level teams, are going to make sure that you get punished big time if you go multiple down at a time. There, Starburst goes delayed 3 down on top of it, and that will be Jackpot once again wrestling it back. Starburst has moments where they were able to cap the zone, either through the assistance of paint or basically some of their specials being used, but it's just basically trying to add more time or more points into the penalty box. All things considered, Jackpot is still not letting this one go here, Popgun.
Wow, just kind of unfortunate timing from Leafy right there, rising up right as an Inkzuka shot is flying across, and it looks like Starburst might be able to wrestle control of things back into their favor. It couldn't get down long enough. That, man, another opportunity yet again for Starburst to try to get control of things, and then one player just gets caught out in an awkward spot, and it's so quickly punished by Jackpot. They're just taking advantage of every minor mistake that Jackpot makes. There aren't really mistakes at all. They're just, if there's an opening, Jackpot is taking it right now. They're playing so on top of things right now. For a team that's probably feeling a ton of pressure, they're not playing like it at all.
It's a lot different than what we saw in that Winners Finals, where they get swept out of the building there by Starburst, and Jackpot looks like they're in firm control the entire way through. You do not want to make another misstep or be out of position in the worst place imaginable, because Jackpot's just gonna take everything from you there. Starburst is at least able to temper it just enough to force the penalty points. Now Starburst has to find a few more, or at least get some sort of control as much as get into Jackpot's territory here. So if Jackpot makes a misstep, we could be seeing things swing by in a hurry, just like right now, by the way, Popgun, and that will be 3 down. Starburst is able to get a lot more out of the picture. Madness has to stay back.
The one player not used to playing with Starburst is their name brand Team Zero, making a hero play right there, getting a double before getting eliminated. It's not going to be enough to give a lead, though, but still, Starburst finally gets control of the zone and puts up a pretty decent control on the board. And now look, all they gotta do is get rid of penalty points. As soon as that happens, it's pretty much automatically lead for them. And the tournament right here, as SendouQ goes down to an Inkzuka shot, and this is starting to look very dangerous for Jackpot.
This is looking very dire for Jackpot. Jackpot just lost 3 in a pivotal moment. There's a triple strikes being dished out here. It's gonna get them out of the crab tank, but not enough to force neutral, at least at that point in time here. And Starburst out of the penalty points. Lead change does not happen quite yet. The rest of Jackpot are collapsing in. It is a massive fight for the zone, and Jackpot forcibly puts Starburst into those penalty points. Starburst has to win a huge fight, but they lose 3 on top of it. Pop gun, Jackpot in total control. We might be seeing a bracket reset, and we definitely are now.
That is it. Unless this pencil just goes nuts, we are going to a bracket reset, and this is... Wait, no, yes. Okay, I was about to say. And that is... Man, this is where we're going to find out the true guts of Starburst, right? Like, because they were so close. They were so close to that one. They made all the right plays at the end right there. Even somehow the crab dodging those perfectly thrown ink strikes, survived that, didn't get splatted. But just 1 point, the difference. And for Starburst, you're that close to winning. You're that close to finally announcing to the planet Earth that you are back and that you are a contender for the #1 spot going forward. To have it slip away, how do you respond to that? And when Jackpot wins a game like that, and again, all the pressure is on Jackpot to win that game, right? Yep. And they didn't play like it. They played like the team that was calm, that was collected, that was, especially in the opening, and they didn't panic as things were getting close to the end right there. They were able to find a way to cap the zone back into their favor. Even when the specials didn't get the splats, they were still able to attack the zone in the way that they wanted to. That's why I say that was really championship point, because this is going to be mentally difficult for Starburst to come back from, and we're going to find out real quick if they can.
And this is one of those things where it took all 5 for the bracket reset. There's going to be a lot of I can imagine just a lot of exhaustion really on both teams here, but Starburst definitely needed to win this one. This was the zone thing we needed to keep an eye on here, because this was one. And yeah, this was the crab tank from Jared. The fort and SendouQ, I believe, was also in position to paint over the zone, and Jackpot just did enough. They were able to wrestle that was huge. Had Starburst really painted that zone the way they did, we would be talking about a very different story here, Popgun. We'd be talking, Starburst wins all. They get that huge win over Jackpot. It means a lot to them. But they gotta run this out for one more set. We're already here in the bracket reset here. We're starting over from now. It's Bagel Zones to load right in.
First team to 3 now wins the tournament. No buffers, no more resets. It's the final best of 5 for the entire season on the line. No surprises coming out from the weapons from either team here, but I'm kind of surprised how quickly we're moving into this game 1. I know this. Look, I know this tournament's been going on for a while now, but Starburst not going to reflect on their loss too long. They're coming out swinging immediately in game 1.
I think Starburst was just either eager, let's say, or they just really want to try to get this set over with as soon as they can and see if they can win it themselves. But Jackpot, by the way, just so note, if I recall, that was a double, by the way, out of the crab tank from Jackpot, and that's a few more. By the way, down on that was on the other side. I got that one wrong. Starburst has control of that zone. They were very eager to get zones here as soon as they can, and now they finally lose control. At this point, Jackpot forces Starburst to the penalty points. Now this is Jackpot's first push.
Starburst looked like they played that opening minute like they were a team that was really pissed off.
Yes.
Like they just looked for somebody to throw a punch at, and they were connecting all of their shots on top of it, just jumping on top of crab tanks, throwing all kinds of bombs at them. Now the game's kind of settled down a little bit. Jackpot got punched in the face, starting to respond, getting back control of things, and starting to realize, hey, we can get lead right here and probably get a whole heck of a lot more on top of it. It just comes down to this little engagement right here. Who's going to win this fight right here? It looks like Starburst, able to get a splat on Madness, was the only splat that they needed, forcing the rest of the players back with their specials. They flipped the zone back into their favor, at least for now.
I think Jackpot, just wanted to just fight for another day at that point. Losing Madness, they didn't want to try to overextend more than they could, just giving Starburst a bigger lead to work with. So that's actually rather smart. Smart there. One down from Madness. Just don't try to push more than you can. Starburst will definitely try to punish you as soon as you can. Just try not to have a repeat of that winner's finals matchup. Both teams now just scrapping it out here in the middle there, so to speak. And we do get to see the Crab Tank being dished out here from Ice. Ice on the Crab Tank to boot. Trying to find SendouQ there. Trying to get SendouQ out of there as soon as they can. Not able to do just that, but Starburst still at least has control for now. Jackpot's trying to rush in.
And also trying to dodge the billboard floating down from the sky, which is kind of a newish addition to this map right here. Hey, 3 players instantly going down from Jackpot. Starburst has control of the zone and the lead as we're just now crossing the halfway mark of this game. By the way, it seems like we've been here forever with how many bodies have been hitting the floor, but things have been slightly neutral so far, and both teams have been struggling to put hunts up on the board for the past minute and a half or so, and it looks like Starburst, nice play by Brand, recognizing their players being attacked. I can come around and kind of flank some player who is flanking, get the splat there, create this lockout, and all of a sudden Starburst is in a great situation to get the KO right here. As soon as I say that, though, they lose a player. Zero trying to push up, trying to make a hero play to make sure they get the KO right now. Taking on the entire world, not getting any splat on top of it as Jared's going to come in here, pop Crab in the zone, and that's not going to be enough to cap it there. I wonder how critical that play was by Zero. They didn't get any splats, but they said, you know what, we're down the man. Let me just go up there and try to just create a play and keep you guys away from zone and draw some of your fire. I wonder if that little play was enough to make sure Starburst got the win right there.
I mean, really, just trying to get into KO range was key, and I think that was really just enough, because you want to try to distract Jackpot instead of focusing on the zone. They want to make sure you focus. They focus on you, and if Zero was able to do that successfully, that was a huge win they needed from Starburst. They lost one. Then Jackpot very likely may have split their priorities then and there, and this is where I got a little confused, because this push happened so fast. I, for a quick second, thought that it was Jackpot that got it. No, it was Starburst. It was Ice that got the double on that Crab Tank to start, and that's what pretty much got Starburst rolling on that push right away. So that was something I needed to keep an eye on. But I think you're right, though. I think that was enough of a distraction tactic that Starburst did, that Jackpot had to split between the two, and by the time it all happened, the Crab Tank was just kind of painted near zone, and it didn't really amount to a whole lot.
And you're not going to accomplish anything there anyways, because you're already down. It's 3v4. You can either just back up or try to contest the zone, or you can just go in, try to make a hero play. And by the way, the phrase "who wants it more" is the dumbest thing in sports, because how do you measure want, first off? But if there was a player who wants to win this one the most out of all 8 that are in this lobby, it's Zero, because Zero is the only player here of all the 8 that hasn't won a major tournament in recent history. And if you just look by the gameplay, Zero's been playing like a bat out of hell this entire tournament that we've seen them on stream so far. Just reckless abandon, trying to make something happen. In certain points, it looks like it's paid the difference right there. We'll keep an eye on that over the course of this set. But so far, Starburst is up 1-0.
And I'm a huge fan of just watching these playmakers just try to make plays for their team that end up becoming game-winning plays. Kind of like how you have that one playmaker in basketball in your starting lineup. That's gonna be one of those things I need to keep an eye on, is if Zero can provide that much more of an impact here on Starburst's end. As we're back to mincemeat zones here, no surprise, Pop Gun. We got Leafy back on 10th umbrella duties. Otherwise, everything else is effectively as standard as we can get.
This is we've seen this in every set you and I have commentated.
Yep.
This is a popular pick between the teams that we have in this tournament here. It very rightfully so. If you're good at the specific weapons that work out on this map, then all the power to
exactly.
you. Because right now, Jackpot is flexing that. Well, they're at least using the tent. I don't know how effective the tent has been so far. It seems like it's been Inkzukas that has been ruling the first minute.
Yeah, I think really both teams kind of just trying to figure out who can really assert dominance in the first minute. Not
So
just the
is JPEG, apparently.
JPEG is destroying us all out here. All right, shout out to JPEG. This big time. They're leaving with a nice little find there. Now there's a Trizuka being dished out. But it looks like this may not find anything. I'm gonna say that's a miracle Trizuka shot. If anything, doesn't find anybody else. Jackpot at least gets control of the zones back. Starburst at least punches first basically with the zones cap. But it's only gonna be 64 punch remaining. But I think Starburst will be content with that for now as they take out 2.
So how far can Bagel, or does Bagel even want to push up in this situation? Like, do they want to try to come over to this left stack where it seems like the rest of their team is, but now this kind of opens up the door for the right side of things to go, but nobody in Jackpot seems too eager to move around to that right side because there's just, I don't know, there just seems to be not a lot of time. There seems to be all focusing on this left side here, and Starburst is taking advantage of. Somehow somebody got to the zone, but Zero getting a trade out of that situation and baiting out the Inkzuka as well, making yet another fantastic play in the key moment here. Jared's going to be popping Crab on the zone with a little bit of a tint to boot. So, but that doesn't seem like it's going to be enough to pick up the zone because Bagel's doing a good job of providing paint, but ultimately the man advantage works out into Jackpot's favor. Penalty points gone. They can start doing some damage there, but great lockout by Starburst.
Yeah, Starburst with a fantastic lockout there, and also just multiple members down in Jackpot at a time, basically able to extend more of that push as much as they could. And Jackpot, however, is going to try to do the exact same thing, trying to put Starburst into that lockout position themselves. Jackpot is able to wrestle control back. Both teams kind of just wrestling for it big time there. Booyah Bomb is pretty much zoning out Starburst. That's the most that it's going to be. But Starburst had just enough paint to force it backwards. That's really all they needed. They buy themselves a little bit more time there. Nobody really taking full control now. Maybe the one member down from Starburst. Okay, I take that back. Okay, now it's 2 down on both sides. It is Jackpot that still holds on by the end of things. And we just didn't nobody really taking full control just yet. Nice little find from Leafy.
Leafy, excuse me, just going up and seeing what kind of splats that they can get. I wonder if they got the pick on that player before they got Soda. I don't think it is because we already got 4 players back into the action here. But Starburst once again in control of zone. Ice getting another splat. Man, there's just so much action going on back and forth. As unconventional as this map is, you can't claim it's not exciting to watch, at the very least.
Maybe exciting for all of us to watch, maybe not as exciting for people that have to play in mincemeat zones. Granted, though, they picked mincemeat, so they were definitely as comfortable as they can be on this particular map. Yes.
Let's keep in mind, this is Jackpot's. The reason why we're here, I'm assuming, is because of Jackpot. And Starburst is currently housing them right now. Oh, this is going to get even more ugly right here with that splat. Zero canceling Madness, surviving that. That's a delayed wipeout. Penalty points ticking away. This is looking like a potential 2-0 for the team that just lost a heartbreaking Game 5 in the first bracket.
And Starburst doesn't seem mentally phased losing that one to an all-5. And Starburst just needs to continue on with this lockout as much as they can. Make sure that Jackpot does not find any picks here. But Jackpot loses 1 out of the picture. They do at least trade. They just got to force paint onto the zone as much as they can. Starburst loses 2. At least they get a few more points. That's a huge fight they needed to win. They put Starburst into this penalty box here. Leafy does go down, not able to get much out of it. Bagel zoned away from the Booyah Bomb. That all things being said and done, Jackpot needs to get a lot more, but they're finally out of the penalty points. Maybe we can see something out of Jackpot here.
And we need to take care, if you're Starburst, you need to take care of that Jared player right there before they can get a splat 1-2.
Oh, man.
But time is ticking away. 1 player left alive. Madness trying to make something happen right here. I don't know if there's enough time for all these players to collapse on top of the zone. About 7 seconds. Jared doing a deep flank, drawing some tension away from the zone, and we got a 10 on top of it. 2 seconds. They do finally flip it back into their favor. Can they hold on to it? They do have the players left alive to do it, but Madness has run out of ink. Are we even going to get... Oh, the overtime counter's ticking away. They do flip it back into their favor, but can they keep it again? Oh, this is nobody's zone right now. Finally, that Booyah Bomb lands in the middle of it, and Starburst somehow escapes Jackpot's unlosable map of mincemeat zones, and they're now once again 1 game away from ending it all.
That got a little scary at the end there. That was a lot of pain from SendouQ and the rest of Jackpot to be able to collapse it in somehow keep that overtime alive for as long as they did. It was pretty much a very valiant effort. Everybody trying to paint over the zone to much abandon, but Jackpot just falls a little bit short. And this is almost a script from that winner's finals matchup, but except this time instead of it being fast, it's a little bit more slogged out here, kind of coming into the tail end of each matchup there. And Starburst being up 2-0 is huge because now Jackpot is gonna be down 0-2. They have to effectively reverse sweep if they want to have a chance to win this one here. If you do get a few more replays, but Starburst did not look like they're mentally phased at all, losing that heartbreaking best of 5 in Grands.
They've responded dramatically, and they're gonna make me look like a jackass saying that if they didn't win that game 5. I mean, just think about that though, the mental aspect of being so close to winning that game 5 and you can't get it done, and now, oh my gosh, we got to play another best of 5 set. This tournament's almost 5 hours. I got to go to school tomorrow. I don't know, maybe college. I don't know
probably
what these players are up to on a Sunday night, but like to be able to respond back to that, and on top of that, you would assume Jackpot would be riding the momentum of winning a huge game 5, realizing, okay, now like we're excited to force the bracket reset versus the other team. Starburst is just like, man, we have to do this. But so far, Starburst, and by the way, they're winning on this map in particular. Jackpot has been dominating on this map. They can't get it done. So this map isn't going to show up for the rest of the set. And if Jackpot were to win this one particular game, which they did previously in the set, or wait, no, where's the Starburst that won here?
It might have been Starburst. I have to double check too. But either way, yeah. But either way, along the line, really, Starburst at now this time championship point for sure. And you mentioned before too, Jackpot would normally try to carry that momentum into that bracket reset, but it's the other way around this time. And Starburst looked really eager to just continue on this bracket reset. And I think we kind of see why. They weren't too phased about it whatsoever. And right now with these weapons, basically pretty much as standard as we get. But now we gotta see gameplay-wise what is gonna be the deciding, what is gonna be the one that changes it all effectively. As Starburst, but they will get the zones first.
If Starburst were to find ways to get a decent lead here in the opening seconds, we might see Jackpot start to play a little bit more rushed, try to make a little bit more hero plays instead of doing calm and collected, calculated plays like they were doing in that game 5. But winning that fight right there, Leafy staring Zero down in the face and then just bashing them like a baseball bat back to their spawn. That could be a play that sparks the rest of your team here as early lead goes into Jackpot's favor, but they lose .Q in the process though.
Yeah, they're losing .Q. Their backline question. That isn't going to help matters. It's a bit of a scrap fight really on both sides of the fence there, but it is going to be 3 down from Jackpot, so Starburst ultimately with the man advantage, they will be able to get the zone, and then Lee will should be flipping once more, so Jackpot will have to be responding in here. Now we got to see how Starburst basically responds to this when they throwing out the Trizukas, pressuring out Madness. Madness can't move up too far in, literally just a game of points. Ice with the Crab Tank on that right-hand side, and I think that was Madness that just went down earlier there. They know where Leafy is. That's a late 2. Starburst has a good push looking ahead.
And they're looking very good to try to get the KO right here. Jackpot, are they going to save up their specials, try to make one more push back in here? They're throwing the strikes onto the zone. Leafy trying to work around this right side, but here comes the counter strikes at the right time as 2 players go down for Jackpot. Starburst still into control of the zone, but they do lose 1 player. It's .Q and Leafy, the combo that's been working out so well for these teams, trying to keep this set going a little bit longer as they do cap the zone, but lose everybody in the process. It's just Leafy being the last player left alive. So Starburst will flip the zone back to the favor. A ton of penalty points they got to work through, though. But yet again, the pressure is starting to amount for Jackpot as they're running out of time.
Jackpot is slowly running out of time. That's a lot of points that are remaining there from Starburst. That's a huge find, by the way. They take out the splash on the side of Starburst. They can now throw all the trip strikes as much as they can. They again at least force more penalty points, and Madness gets 1, but they get taken out in the process here. Starburst loses 2 on top of it. Jackpot might be able to paint as much as they can onto the zone when it matters. They're trying to distract the Crab Tank, but not able to find more. The Snipe Rider from Bangle finds them. It is a messy fight, but it comes out with Starburst kept the zones first. And again, Jackpot just doesn't have much momentum, really, to boot. They need to win more fights than just the 3 down. But Jackpot is losing 2 here, Popgun, looking very dangerous.
Uh-oh. I guarantee you, with that double 0 just got right there, screaming their lungs out in the VC with every single
Gotta be.
splat that they get. And now, once again, Starburst staring down an opportunity to get a win. .Q up in the snipe area, trying to provide some paint. Jared trying to make a little bit of a play on the right side, taking on 2 players. Takes care of Brand
That's huge.
as they stall out the zone and ultimately won't get the splat on Bagel, but doesn't matter. Enough players get chased out. Jackpot refusing to let this set end right now. And they haven't really had control of the zone at all this entire game. About 1:30 left to go. They just got through their penalty points, but they did just lose a player trying to push up to create a lockout on the enemy plats. And if Leafy can make a bit of a cheeky play right here on Bagel, which Bagel punishes, will open up the door for Starburst to get right back in there. That might be the defining play, that little 1v1 interaction that could have changed the momentum for both teams.
Effectively, if Leafy found way more than just a few, Leafy could have turned things around for Jackpot. I think that's a play that we gotta talk about, but that's 3 down, by the way, on the side of Jackpot, but Starburst loses 2. Leafy is still trying to keep things alive for their team, and now we gotta see. Starburst is gonna be out of the penalty points here shortly. Hotgun, the trip trick's being dished out here. Zero throwing these 2 out, just trying to displace the rest of Jackpot. They lose shot, and now the splash is going down. A bit of a mess, but they're out of the penalty points, at least for now, and Jackpot refuses to go down. They take 3 out. Jackpot, they gotta set up this lockout position before Starburst has a chance to counter back.
Starburst is literally just saying, why won't you die? Just let us win this tournament already. You can't come back from all of this, right? Penalty points gone. Jackpot in control of the zone. Here comes some specials coming out from Starburst. If they cap the zone back to their favor, it's going to be a very high percentage chance that they win this tournament. There's somebody right behind New Jeans, though. I don't think they realize it. They're just going to drop into the zone, try to get some splats, but it should be a collapsing on top of the zone as Bagel's the last player left alive. Gets a splat on .Q. Gets a double in the zone! That is huge! It's a rest of plays for Starburst. Jump back in! Oh my goodness! And for the first time in about 7 months, in a tournament, a major tournament that had Jackpot, FTWin, Alliance Rogue, Moonlight, and everybody else under the sun that could pose a threat to win this tournament, Starburst, with 0 in tow, stands alone.
Starburst, unbelievably, wins this one despite losing grand finals, and they take it to the bracket reset, and they were not phased at all, just like the winners finals we alluded to. 3-0. This was a 3-0 for Starburst in, as you mentioned, in the pool of teams that featured Jackpot, fresh off of a Splatoon World Championship victory from this past week. FTWin, the runner-ups as well, Alliance Rogue, all the other teams there, Heller as well, Moonlight. Starburst comes out on top, and I so much credit to Starburst. Jackpot also fought their hearts out, just trying to win this, take this one all the way home. But this is a defining tournament win, honestly, for Starburst. They could, and they may be back.
And one of the key plays, I can't wait till we go back and see what Bagel just did right there. By the way, Bagel just staying alive right there and just saying, you know what, to hell with it. I'm just going to take some fights in this 4v1 and see what happens. I don't think that's a play Bagel does if the situation was reversed. If they were down like 0-2 in the set, it's like, okay, I need to jump back and go in with my teammates. But you got this lead here. You're afforded to lose this game. Let me just stay here, try to make a play anyways, and just see what happens. Ultimately gets a double, and the tournament ends right there. Here's another... No, this isn't the play where they jump in and try to attack right here, but here's a nice play by Jared, popping this crap on 2 players, forcing them out, and also combined with the specials right there. Jackpot didn't really, as much pressure as Jackpot was under, they still played great and still kind of played together, especially when they absolutely had to. I mean, and Leafy making that play right there, that's a play you have to try to make anyway. It just didn't land in their favor because Bagel was just on something this game. But this play coming up right here, there again, any other scenario, I think Bagel just jumps out, goes in with their teammate. 1v3, let's just try it and see what happens. There's one, gets another splat on top of it, game over.
Yeah, and that was the play. Bagel gained 2 out of there. Right there. .Q and Madness all went down. All you gotta do is just paint over it, and that. Honestly, had that double not been there, Jackpot could have easily been setting up for something big, but So much props to Bagel just getting that clutch double right at the end onto SendouQ, onto Madness, just to seal it for Starburst. And that would, and hey, I got, again, you mentioned before, a lot of credit to Jackpot. I'd imagine they definitely wanted to take that one home in grand fashion, but I think there's more. Starburst is definitely back more than Jackpot anything. Starburst looked amazingly strong. Yes,
100%. This doesn't change anything for Jackpot.
Absolutely not.
There's if there was like a ranking, if there was a BCS Bowl ranking to come out for teams in the West, Jackpot is still number one team by a distant margin over the rest of these teams with what they've accomplished in the past several months or so. But the main story right here is that Starburst, a team, quite frankly, we forgot all about because they haven't been playing in tournaments. Their roster's been gutted to fill out FTWin or some other teams or whatever. But it again, Zero. the last time Zero won, Zero has been the bridesmaid for several of the past years now. And you could tell it's just been a desire to finally get the W, to come out and get the W in this fashion. And once again, losing that game 5 in the way that they did, to bounce back from that and just completely, I wouldn't say curb stomp, but to take care of business, to grind out 3 consecutive wins against the best team on planet Earth, according to the Splat World Championships. Hats off to that entire Starburst team. And you know what? Hats off to Sendou for creating this environment. We don't get to see these kinds of games without SendouQ or any of this. So hats off all aboard. So much yes going on here.
I was excited to just watch this all unfold, especially with all the teams that participate in SendouQ on top of it, Pop Gun. But I mean, I got to touch on Starburst real quick here. Starburst, this team that kind of almost not really faded, I guess, but getting usurped by Jackpot, and just to come back, definitely didn't have the same luster as they had back in probably the initial, if I'm not mistaken, the Splatoon 3 or even late into the late Splatoon 2 days, and just with one of the most convincing showings. There again, it takes a lot basically to just mentally get yourself out of that best of 5, a very hard fought best of 5, mind you, grand finals, and just slog it. If you compare the 3-0 between winners finals and this one, it's very different, night and day. It was all hard fought from start to finish. For Starburst, they won those 3. They were not easy. Jackpot was giving them a run of their money there, but I think it came down to some few critical plays. And hey, I got hats off to Starburst, and really just hats off to all of the teams that have participated in this tournament. But okay, maybe 2 hats off to Starburst there.
Oh boy, what a good tourney.
Yeah,
lots of fun had all around. It's getting late. You kiddies need to go to bed. Europe, you guys should have went to bed a little bit earlier, but now everybody needs to go to bed. Finish up those essays that are due at midnight. You probably should have been doing that during this one. But now that we're done here, let's start wrapping this up. Kyon, where can people find you?
Yeah, you guys can find me on Twitter, Blue Sky, and Twitch, Kyon2570. Twitter and Blue Sky, I just post whatever nonsense I feel like doing. Maybe a lot of Splatoon takes, maybe here and there, but not as often as you may think. Twitch, I do stream Splatoon from time to time also, but also primarily variety there. Smash that follow button as well. And more importantly, I'm glad I got to commentate this one with you, Pop Gun, but I'll kick it back to you. Where can the people find you? You can find me going downstairs and hanging out with my kid for another hour or so before Betty bye time. You can also see me tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern time on my channel, my Twitch channel, PopGun25. We're going to be doing a recap of everything you just saw and a bunch of other stuff on the Popcast tomorrow. And that's going to do it for us. From everybody here. And now, look, I apologize to Sendou because it doesn't matter how I pronounce the name. There's going to be someone in chat that's going to be like, well, isn't it pronounced the other way? So maybe none of us really know how it's supposed to be pronounced. Regardless, thank you for creating this tournament because this was freaking awesome. JPEG behind the streaming this one, and the rest of the IPL team modding you idiots in chat and clips and whatnot. From everyone here, thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your week, and
And congratulations once again to Starburst. Welcome back. We missed you.